Well, that many rich people would spend fortunes just to find their favorite flavors, and this farmhouse stir-fry was clearly a carefully chosen choice. Finally, the boy's curiosity was piqued. What kind of flavor could attract so many people? Could it be even better than the hamburger Ling Menglu had given him that morning? Su Xiao nervously and expectantly fidgeted with the hem of his clothes. Ling Menglu noticed the boy's nervousness, reached out and took his hand, speaking in a gentle and intellectual voice. "Hurry up and go in. Before the chef's rest." Su Xiao nodded, and together with Ling Menglu, they lifted the plastic curtains at the entrance. "It's you, Miss Ling, as usual." A deep voice came from behind the door. Su Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and was immediately startled. Shocking, a national treasure had appeared in a farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. "Guest, you're not thinking anything bad, are you? I just don't really like sleeping. No psychological problems? You seem to dislike water a bit? Never mind, it shouldn't be a big deal." The waiter, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, uttered these inexplicable words, causing Su Xiao, who had been listening intently, to involuntarily shiver. Is this person normal? Ling Menglu was clearly used to this scene. She pulled Su Xiao past the hysterical waiter at the door and into a small private room. Even after he sat down, Su Xiao hadn't recovered from the bizarre and strange situation. The antique and elegant decor felt like stepping back in time. The interior, mainly constructed of stone bricks and wood, had an indescribable eerie and terrifying quality. Even ignoring the rambling waitress, none of the customers Su Xiao encountered along the way were exactly normal. A woman, elegantly dressed and exuding an air of superiority, was slumped drunk on the floor, surrounded by a mountain of beer cans. An old man was beating his wife with a cane, his eyes filled with a kind of incomprehensible acceptance. "Senior, you seem to come here often. You wouldn't also be a little improper." "Wait. Don't pinch my cheek. I'm sorry." Su Xiao, who had originally intended to tease his senior about her somewhat abnormal behavior, immediately swallowed his words when he saw Ling Menglu about to touch him. Although he didn't care much about his facial care, being constantly grabbed and played with like that would make his skin loose, which wouldn't look good. Seeing Su Xiao's timely apology, Ling Menglu nodded in satisfaction. "That's more like it. It's still early before the food arrives, so let's get down to business." "Ha!" The boy looked at Ling Menglu, confused. Wasn't the business to sit quietly and wait for the food to arrive? But he was clearly overthinking it. Ling Menglu mischievously opened her phone. A meticulously crafted Word document appeared. "You've taken quite a few days off, Xiao Xiao. You might have forgotten that final exams are in a little over a week. It would be hilarious if you failed. But since I'm your boyfriend, I'll help you out. How about we start with your favorite subject, advanced mathematics? After all, that's where you're most likely to fail." He glanced at the densely packed formulas on the Word document. Differential equations, Green's theorem, Gauss's theorem, Fourier periodic functions. What is all this? Honestly, Su Xiao was already drenched in sweat. For him, if the grader didn't do well on the final exam, he was guaranteed to fail. Su Xiao never wanted to rely on someone being lenient. Therefore, "Please, senior, the top-ranked genius in the major, save me." Ling Menglu, pleading with the boy, covered her mouth and chuckled. "Okay. Let's begin. But if you daydream, you'll be punished." "Punishment?" The boy tilted his head, seemingly not understanding how his senior would punish him. After all, Su Xiao was certain Ling Menglu wouldn't dare hit him. While shaking his head vigorously, the boy told himself to study hard and not think too much, otherwise how could he stand beside his senior in the future? Very good, it seems Xiao Xiao is ready. Let's start with the simplest topic, the final exam. Second-order differential equations with constant coefficients. Listen carefully, Xiao Xiao. Upon hearing this, the boy gave Ling Menglu a cute salute. He would do his best. After a while. "Ah, senior, you. The boy's face flushed with heat, while Ling Menglu's eyes were filled with joy. Ah, how nostalgic! Ling Menglu touched her lips. She, who had always been averse to men, was surprisingly unaffected by this guy in front of her. In Ling Menglu's memory, her body could only accept him. In other words, Xiao Xiao, you truly are the best substitute. Unable to control her breathing, Ling Menglu looked at Su Xiao with a hint of impatience. Was chapter 72 just a coincidence? Unaware of Ling Menglu's true thoughts, Su Xiao simply glared at her resentfully. This kind of thing, how could she do it without consulting him? Even boyfriends and girlfriends shouldn't do this. However, touching his cheek, Su Xiao found the feeling wasn't so bad, quite sweet. But he couldn't let Ling Menglu continue like this. He knew he was still a long way from being on par with his senior. He needed to work even harder. Writing down the points he'd answered incorrectly on his phone, Su Xiao encouraged himself. He wouldn't get kissed by his senior again because of this. 1 minute later. Muah. Xiao Xiao is so clumsy you couldn't tell I changed clothes for this question. The boy lowered his head in shame at his senior's teasing words. Why was he so clumsy? He'd stumbled twice in the same place. Sai, looks like I'm going to get kissed countless times today. But heroes often appear in times of crisis. Guests, your food is ready. I won't bother you any longer, just call me if you need anything. The waiter, sporting panda eyes, yawned as he brought in the dishes, each covered by a glass dome. After serving the food, the waiter gave Su Xiao a look that held a hint of pity. The boy, hidden in the shadows, didn't notice seeing his fate. The waiter shook his head. That look was his last shred of conscience after all. Their restaurant's policy was not to interfere in disputes between customers. What is love in this world? Answer: bullshit. I'd rather go back to the lounge and get a good night's sleep, but I can't sleep. The panda-eyed waiter muttered, swaying as he walked forward. Come on. Xiao Xiao, lift the glass covers. These are all dishes my senior loves. See if they suit your taste, if not, we'll order everything else. Also, don't argue about who owes whom between boyfriends and girlfriends, or my senior will get angry. Seeing that Ling Menglu had stopped him from saying anything, the boy shook his head. She really understands him. Let's eat. Lifting the glass covers of 4 dishes in one go, Su Xiao was a little stunned. This, how come all of these are his favorite dishes? Ling Menglu noticed the surprise in the boy's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She asked nervously. What do you think of these dishes, Xiao Xiao? They're all my favorites. Upon receiving the answer, Ling Menglu showed no outward reaction, but inwardly she was ecstatic. Perfect, so perfect. The dishes he likes are all perfectly matched. That's it, that's it. Ling Menglu's shoes slapped the ground repeatedly, expressing her excitement. Just a little more effort, Ling Menglu, if only she tried a little harder, he would be back. Senior? Shouldn't we eat already? Seeing Ling Menglu's somewhat dazed expression, the boy waved his hand in front of her face. Ling Menglu, realizing what was happening, remained calm and tore open a bag of cutlery for the boy, handing him chopsticks. Try this squirrel-shaped mandarin fish first. And this lotus leaf steamed dish is also good. Eat up, Xiao Xiao, don't be shy with your senior. The boy hadn't planned to be polite anyway, since he'd already paid. Why not eat to his heart's content? The chopsticks, reaching for the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, paused, then turned towards the lotus leaf steamer. From it, she picked up an edible white petal. So sweet yet so unforgettable. Ling Menglu showed no reaction to the boy's comfortable expression, only intently watching him eat. It doesn't matter what he eats, eat more, eat a little longer. That way I can get full too. Ling Menglu buried her desire deep within, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Ugh, so full, I can't move. Patting her slightly round belly, Su Xiao glanced at Ling Menglu with a wronged expression. As a grown woman, she had let this little boy be the main force in devouring the food, while she had only eaten a few bites. It was simply outrageous. Fortunately, the portions here weren't large. Plus, Ling Menglu hadn't completely ignored it, and the two of them eventually finished all the food. Not a single drop was wasted. Good job. Let's go, senior, have you rested enough? The boy felt he had rested enough and glanced at his senior with some worry. After all, Ling Menglu would be the one eating on the way back, and the boy didn't have a driver's license even if he wanted to. To be precise, the boy wanted to learn to drive but didn't have the money. He used to have to work at Master Wang's place every day. By the way, he wondered how Master Wang was doing. It had been so long since he'd seen him. The boy felt a pang of nostalgia, remembering working with this kind elder. He'd find some time to bring his senior to Master Wang's place to meet him. With such a gentle, reliable, intelligent, and beautiful the best senior in the world, Master Wang would surely have less to worry about in the future. The boy put his hands on his hips and nodded cutely. However, compared to the boy's colorful thoughts, Ling Menglu's feelings were quite complicated. This silly guy, was she going to ruin him? Ling Menglu knew very well that once she transformed into his form, it would be difficult to change back. TSK, what did she have to hesitate about? Wasn't this her initial goal? Let's go, Xiao Xiao, I'm rested. Okay. Let's go home, senior. Unlike the forest path they had taken, this time Ling Menglu was on a proper main road. Watching the few cars beside her desperately maneuvering to avoid Ling Menglu's red luxury car, the boy's eyes showed curiosity. Senior, aren't we taking the same route we came by? No, you wouldn't feel comfortable with that, would you? Seeing that his senior had accepted his suggestion, the boy felt a warmth in his heart. This was the kind of relationship he wanted. Lu Yen, you wouldn't even ask for his opinion. Humph, why would he even think about her? What Su Xiao didn't know was that while he was thinking about Lu Yenyu, she was thinking about him too. At this moment, inside Lu Yenyu's room, using the license plate number of Ling Menglu's car provided by driver Wang, Lu Yenyu was intently watching the cars driving on the road through the security camera. Chapter 73. Xiao Xiao is so talented. As for how she managed to access such confidential surveillance footage, it was naturally because Uncle Lu used all his connections to barely get it. Regarding his daughter's actions, Uncle Lu simply sighed. He naturally supported her wholeheartedly. After all, although Ling Menglu seemed nice, he still had some reservations. But Uncle Lu sincerely believed that his daughter had absolutely no chance. He hoped that Xiao Xiao's interactions with Ling Menglu would make Lu Yenyu realize the truth of the matter quickly. That's more like it, Ling Menglu. You made Xiao Xiao ride in a fast car when you went to eat. That's outrageous. Watching Ling Menglu and Su Xiao drive back at a steady speed, Lu Yenyu nodded in satisfaction. How could her Xiao Xiao withstand such a thrilling speed? No, Xiao Xiao isn't hers anymore. Zooming in on the surveillance footage, Lu Yenyu clearly saw Su Xiao's smiling face as he talked with Ling Menglu. The bitterness in her heart even surpassed the bitterness of her usual iced Americano. But this is good. As long as the boy could forever seal away that unbearable memory and live happily like this for the rest of his life. She, Lu Yenyu, was willing to protect him until death. Grabbing a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice her father had brought her from the table, Lu Yenyu's brow relaxed slightly. Unlike the previous orange juice, it wasn't sweet. Upon closer tasting, it had a bitter aftertaste. This taste is much better than that bittersweet kind. The long-lost old neighborhood. A few pedestrians strolled by the entrance, their calls mingling with the calls of vegetable vendors, creating a reassuring, everyday atmosphere. A young man in a security uniform, relieving the security guard of his shift, leisurely observed this harmonious scene. Is this what my advisor meant by avoiding years of detours? It's absolutely true. The young security guard squinted, stood up, and stretched. Time to get lunch. Perfect. But just as he locked the security booth, a car appeared at the entrance that sent shivers down his spine. Thinking of the short videos he'd been watching. What if this flashy luxury car got scratched or hit by a resident at the entrance? Wouldn't he, a lowly security guard, bear some responsibility? The young security guard was clearly unaccustomed to this kind of situation and panicked for a moment. But thankfully, at that moment the older security guard returned. Seeing the red luxury car, the older guard immediately gave the young guard a swift chop to the neck. Don't make a fuss. There's a really handsome young man in our neighborhood. Rich guys like him come here every day looking for him. Nothing strange. Go get your food. The young guard immediately understood. Was this the older guard's composure? He needed to work harder. But he was so envious. If only he were that handsome. The red luxury car, skillfully driven by Ling Menglu, slowly entered the neighborhood. It finally stopped in front of an apartment building. After Su Xiao got out of the car, he found that Ling Menglu had suddenly disappeared. This panicked him. Could someone in the neighborhood be planning to kidnap his senior and threaten her family because she's rich? Just as the boy was panicking, the car's trunk suddenly opened. Ling Menglu's figure was right there in front of the trunk, which made Su Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. But why was his senior opening the trunk? He didn't remember taking anything. But soon, Ling Menglu showed the boy what she had taken with her actions. "Senior, what are you doing with your suitcase? And those are sheets and blankets, right?" Ling Menglu smiled naturally, then looked at Su Xiao strangely. "We're boyfriend and girlfriend now, isn't living together normal?" But that's not good. If people at our school see this, they might spread rumors that are bad for you." Ling Menglu burst into laughter. This completely baffled the boy beside her. This was clearly a very serious matter. "Xiao Xiao, do you think I care about reputation like Lu Yenyu? As long as I can be with you, reputation? Rumors? Those baseless things don't matter at all. The important thing is, what do you think, Xiao Xiao?" The boy took a small step back, startled by the resolute look in Ling Menglu's eyes, and gritted his teeth. He couldn't let his senior down. If his senior had the courage to take this step, how could he not? "Come upstairs, senior. I happen to have an extra room. You'll have to tidy it up yourself." Ling Menglu poked Su Xiao reluctantly, speaking in a teasing tone. "Can't I sleep in your room?" A black line appeared on Su Xiao's forehead, his tone stern. "No. That's too fast. Listen to me, I heard it's better to go to that empty room, right? Be good." Okay, I know, senior." Seeing Ling Menglu agree as expected, the boy suddenly felt a little strange. Every time he tried to persuade her gently, it didn't work, but using this slightly commanding tone worked. Is she only responsive to force? The exact opposite of that woman, Lu Yenyue. But this, he liked it. The boy smiled sweetly. He planned to offer to help his senior with some of her luggage, but then he thought she'd probably be very unhappy, so he might as well go upstairs and wait for her. After figuring it out, the boy told Ling Menglu and ran upstairs. As soon as he left, Ling Menglu's face flushed crimson. "You're so talented, Xiao Xiao." That night, in a very simply decorated room, the boy looked at the somewhat dark walls, covered his face, and rolled around on the bed, his eyes radiating indescribable comfort. Although, in terms of sheer comfort, Su Xiao's mattress, costing less than a few hundred yuan, couldn't compare to the luxurious Simmons mattress in the hospital. The warmth of his own home was something the hospital could never match. Moreover, unlike his previous cold and austere home, his home now had a new member. Shifting his gaze from the walls to the silent door, the boy swallowed hard. It shouldn't be after all, my senior knows her limits. The funny thing is, no sooner had he finished muttering that than the previously closed door was inexplicably pushed open. A pink figure in pig-patterned pajamas walked in with her eyes closed, like a zombie. The boy was terrified. Was she sleepwalking? So, should he kick her out? Just as the boy hesitated, Ling Menglu's expression quickly gave him a clue. Chapter 74: Ling Menglu's Unexpected Incident. Seeing a slight smile grace her gentle, intellectual face, Su Xiao immediately understood. He wasn't stupid. "Senior, if you keep pretending to be sleepwalking, I'm going to get angry." Hearing this, realizing she'd been exposed, Ling Menglu stopped pretending and opened her large, sparkling eyes. Countless glittering stars seemed to converge in the girl's gaze, as if telling of Ling Menglu's love for the boy before her. Su Xiao froze, startled by that gaze. Could it be that his senior was going to? Just as the boy was lost in thought, Ling Menglu rushed forward and hugged Su Xiao. But this physical contact seemed to trigger an instinctive resistance in the boy's body, a resistance stemming from unpleasant memories. "Senior, no, it's too early." The boy shyly turned his head away, unable to look directly into Ling Menglu's affectionate eyes. But Ling Menglu didn't stop there. Instead, she reached out her well-maintained, delicate white hands and slowly moved them towards the boy's neck. Finally, the boy couldn't bear it any longer. His body's sensitivity made him extremely uncomfortable. I order you to let go of Ling Manglu. Unlike before, the boy's firm tone immediately made Ling Manglu release her grip. Releasing the boy from her arms, the love and affection in Ling Manglu's eyes were even stronger than before, leaving the boy, who had been annoyed at yelling at his senior, somewhat at a loss. You know what, Xiao Xiao? I like it when you're a little assertive. That way, you won't get bullied when I'm not around. Ling Manglu's explanation was reasonable, so the boy didn't suspect anything, simply assuming that Ling Manglu was considering his feelings. However, he wasn't a forceful person to begin with, and this was truly asking the impossible. But for his senior, he could change. There was no other reason. In the boy's eyes, his senior was probably his closest family. He hadn't felt warmth from anyone for a long time. Although Uncle Lu treated him well, the presence of Lu Yenyuan at home made it a place of more sadness than warmth for the boy. Hey, what did you see in me, senior? My reputation at school was so bad and I was so silly. The boy didn't know that the culprit who spread rumors about him was right in front of him, but Ling Manglu didn't reveal a single flaw. She smiled and patted the boy's head. There's no reason needed for liking someone. I liked you the moment I saw you. Ling Manglu spoke with a strong voice, and indeed she was telling the truth. The sensitive boy sensed his senior's sincerity, and a small tear gradually welled up in his eyes. How about I take you to meet my parents tomorrow? The boy sounded a little nervous, but anyone with ears could hear the deep anticipation in his voice. Ling Manglu was stunned. Parents. Having thoroughly investigated the boy's background, she already knew he had no relatives, so his parents. They must be that old geezer from the Lu family. Ling Menglu's mind flashed with Uncle Lu's photo, and she smiled disdainfully behind Su Zhao's back. Looks like she can continue to rub salt in the wound with Lu Yenyue. Ling Menglu flashed a big smile. Okay. I'll meet your parents tomorrow. Seeing his senior agree, the boy nodded in satisfaction. His senior was so gentle and beautiful, master would definitely like her. The next day, Ling Menglu looked at Master Wan's breakfast stall with a hint of panic. She had been too arrogant. Her arrogance and confidence had prevented her from even remembering where Master Wang's breakfast stall, a key location that had appeared in her plan, was. She had been careless, having successfully won over the boy and eliminated all unfavorable factors. She had been too relaxed and had completely forgotten about this. But now she couldn't escape Su Zhao's sight at all. Ling Menglu's gaze turned cold. Hopefully, Master Wang wouldn't disappoint her. Pushing open the tightly closed door, the young man didn't smell the familiar fragrance. Guests, I'm very sorry, we're temporarily closed. Please leave. A familiar voice came, making the young man somewhat surprised, but why did Master Wang's voice sound so tired? Master Wang, it's me. The young man's clear, youthful voice made Master Wang, who looked like an old man, immediately stand up in surprise. Rushing out of the kitchen, he saw the smile on the face of the child he had cared for so long, and managed to force a smile of relief. But his gaze shifted slightly. Thump! Thump! Thud! Master Wang felt his heart stop beating. Looking at the woman smiling amiably at him, Master Wang's back was already soaked with cold sweat. So the boy's smile was just a facade. The young lady had still managed to get her way. He glanced at Su Zhao, who was still smiling at him, his heart aching. Master Wang didn't know what to do. He had served the Ling family for so long, and then, against his conscience, he fired the boy. Master Wang felt he had almost repaid all the debts of gratitude. But his own life and his daughter's life. Most importantly, would the enraged Ling Menglu, after dealing with him and his daughter, then cruelly torment Xiao Xiao? Master Wang dared not gamble. Thinking of Ling Menglu, this madwoman, Master Wang was engaged in a tremendous internal struggle. But in the end, he lacked the impulsiveness of his youth. He couldn't afford to gamble. His own life was irrelevant. But his daughter, and Su Xiao, whom he considered his godson, were things the old man couldn't risk. Because he had personally witnessed Ling Menglu's madness as a child. With the composure of an old artist, Master Wang put on a flawless expression, looking at Su Xiao with shock and a hint of scrutiny. Xiao Xiao, long time no see. But who is she? Don't be fooled by this bad woman. Seeing Master Wang caring for his young daughter like a loving father, the boy's lips curved into a beautiful crescent moon. This is my girlfriend, the best senior in the world, Ling Menglu. Hello, Master, I'm Xiao Xiao's girlfriend. I'll take good care of Xiao Xiao, okay? Don't worry. Seeing Ling Menglu's cooperative attitude, Su Xiao encouraged her by standing on tiptoe and patting her shoulder. As expected of a senior, she's got a good eye. Chapter 75, Lu Yenyu's visit. The boy vividly remembered bringing Lu Yenyue here once before, when she hadn't even greeted Master Wang. This kind-hearted elder had been met with a cold shoulder. She hadn't even noticed the boy was working there. But now, looking at the senior student beside him, the contrast was stark. The sight of the boy and girl interacting harmoniously finally put Master Wang's mind at ease. No chance it was all gone. Once you get involved with that terrifying woman, Ling Menglu, it's hard to escape. The boy was falling into hell, and he, his former accomplice, could do nothing. Master Wang glanced at him with pained eyes, out of Su Xiao's sight. Fine, I'll at least take care of your breakfast. Lifting his apron and letting out a heavy sigh, the master chef headed towards the kitchen. Wait a minute, Xiao Xiao and Xiaoling, I'll make you breakfast before you go. Seeing that Master Wang was finally going to cook, the boy's eyes gleamed with obvious joy. Senior, the breakfasts I brought you before were all made by Master Wang. Look forward to it this time. Ling Menglu smiled and nodded, then asked knowingly. Master Wang's cooking is so good, why is he closed now? Su Xiao pondered for a moment. He couldn't very well ask Master Wang this question, so he could only offer his guess. It's probably because the market hasn't been doing very well lately, senior. Look at the flow of people in the market every day, it's probably not easy to do anything right now. Ling Menglu nodded in agreement with the boy's words. Why don't you invest in this shop, senior? The breakfasts here are so delicious, it's a shame they're just being wasted. Ling Menglu's words made the boy's eyes gradually light up. Investing in Master Wang's shop, with his skills, would definitely be a win-win situation, a beneficial collaboration for both sides. Thank you. Ling Menglu frowned, reminding him. Xiao Xiao, you don't need to thank me. Have you forgotten what you promised me last night? His eyes darted around, and the boy tilted his head, his tone stern. This is what you should do, Ling Menglu. Yes, that's more like it. A hint of joy flashed in Ling Menglu's eyes. Soon, almost soon. That's strange, senior, you really don't have any special fetishes. Ling Menglu tapped the boy's head, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. What are you thinking about your senior? I told you it's to make you more assertive so you won't get bullied later. Yes. Just as the two were playfully bickering, a steaming basket of buns was brought out by Chef Wang. Ling Menglu's face stiffened upon seeing this buns. Not her favorite. What? Girl, my Xiao Xiao doesn't like dry, hard food in the morning, so I made steamed buns. You don't mind, do you? Chef Wang. Su Xiao, seeing Chef Wang tapping Ling Menglu like an old father, suddenly couldn't sit still. Like a young boy protecting his girlfriend, he glared at Master Wang with shame and indignation. Ling Menglu also realized what was happening. I'll spare his life this time, he was just helping her, huh? He's smart enough. Alright. The buns will get cold if you don't eat them soon. Come on, senior, I order you to feed me one first. Ling Menglu watched the boy getting more and more into it and nodded happily. She deftly picked up a bun with her chopsticks and fed it to the boy, who was like a little bird waiting to be fed by its mother. Watching the boy chew the bun repeatedly with a rosy complexion, Ling Menglu suddenly felt a warm feeling in her heart. This feeling's so comfortable. But this twisted comfort is not what she's looking for. She rejects this false happiness. What's wrong? Senior, why aren't you eating? The steamed buns are delicious. The boy, his mouth stuffed full of steamed buns, mumbled incoherently, then a sly glint appeared in his eyes. Want me to feed you? Here, I'll satisfy you, open your mouth. Even though he wouldn't do that, Ling Menglu couldn't help but open her mouth. The steamed bun, soaked in meat oil, had a soft, chewy, and uniquely textured skin that Ling Menglu bit through. So delicious. And the comfortable feeling coming from her heart was almost heavenly for Ling Menglu. What's wrong with her? Was she only relaxing because she'd succeeded with the boy? That won't do. Suppressing the discomfort she didn't want, Ling Menglu reminded him. Let's eat quickly. If I remember correctly, Xiao Xiao, you have an 8 a.m. class today. The boy, who was happily eating, looked at Ling Menglu with a strange expression. How did you know I have an 8 a.m. class today? Even if you know my schedule, it's almost finals week. Most teachers have already finished their classes, right? And you're not even in our class group chat, senior. Ling Menglu's pupils contracted. She'd made another silly mistake, but she quickly forced an explanation. It's simple, Xiao Xiao, I saw you got up so early today, so I assumed you had an 8 a.m. class. Without pursuing the matter further, the boy nodded. Anyway, his senior wouldn't harm him. If Lu Yenyue had secretly investigated his schedule, that would be truly frightening. Shaking his head, he took Ling Menglu's hand. Master Wang, we'll be leaving now. Without standing up, Master Wang simply waved to Su Xiao from his seat. Miss, I hope you'll have something to eat. Muttering to himself, Master Wang was just about to go back and make a few more baskets of steamed buns when the shop door was pushed open again. Two unexpected figures walked in. Neither figure looked well, but it was clear that one of them, though pale, was merely from exhaustion. The other figure the experienced Master Wang knew very well. That was the result of extreme grief. Initially feeling some sympathy for the young girl, Master Wang's kind and peaceful face suddenly contorted with bulging veins after recognizing her. He recalled a long-forgotten memory. It was the girl who had visited the shop with his Xiao Xiao before. His breathing grew heavy, and finally, Master Wang lost control, stepping forward and slapping Lu Yenyue hard across the face. How could you, old man? Yi Xiling was about to feign concern for her good friend when Lu Yenyue, her cheek swollen and red from the slap, raised her hand to stop her. Chapter 76: The Huge Incident at the School Gate. It's my fault. Seeing Lu Yenyue with her head bowed, Master Wang's anger flared even more. He grabbed the woman's collar tightly. You know it's your fault. Given Xiao Xiao's personality, I don't understand what he went through to abandon his childhood sweetheart who told me she loved him the most. Hearing Master Wang's words, Lu Yenyue trembled even more violently. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and Lu Yenyue lost her balance, staggering towards the ground. Just as her head was about to hit the hard corner of the table, Yi Xiling finally caught her. Master, can you say it again? What did Xiao Xiao say himself? Master Wang glanced coldly at the nearly lifeless Lu Yenyue and snorted. You don't deserve it. Lu Yenyue smiled miserably at this. Yes, she no longer deserved it. Lu Yenyue stared at the old craftsman with a broken expression, pleadingly saying, Master, could you tell me about Xiao Xiao's experience working here before? He used to work here, right? Master Wang scrutinized Lu Yenyue, then said in a harsh tone. Fine, I'll let you hear how hard and difficult it was for this young man you don't appreciate. Our breakfast stall usually opens at 6 a.m., and Xiao Xiao needed to come in before then to prepare. Then, after doing all this, Xiao Xiao will bring you breakfast from me and that child herself won't eat anything. How about that? Are you satisfied now? After hearing all this, Lu Yenyue calmly took out a piece of paper, and then a large mouthful of blood gushed out. Watching the scarlet, viscous blood, along with the shattering of the young girl's heart, being spat out and stained the pure white paper. This startled both Master Wang and Yi Xiling. But Master Wang didn't do anything, while Yi Xiling stepped forward to comfort her. Yenyue, are you alright? Should I take you to? Thank you, Xiling, I'm fine. Could you go out for a moment? I have something I want to say to this old master. Seeing Lu Yenyue's unwavering gaze, Yi Xiling, though worried, nodded obediently and left. After Yi Xiling left, Lu Yenyue's eyes immediately turned cold. Master, I don't remember mentioning Xiao Xiao when I came in, and given his personality, he doesn't like to worry people when something happens, so he wouldn't tell you on his own initiative. So about Xiao Xiao, how did you know? Master Wang was startled by Lu Yenyue's words, but then calmed down. Things had come to this point, he had nothing left to hide. Anyway, this Lu Yenyue was probably one of the parties involved. Yes, I'm also one of the murderer's accomplices, but I still. Lu Yenyue interrupted Master Wang before he could finish. At this point, all that repentance is useless. What we should be focusing on most now is Xiao Zhao's situation with Ling Manglu, and whether Xiao Xiao will be happy in the future, right? Master Wang looked at Lu Yenyue's rational expression and was momentarily stunned. He seemed to be getting more and more out of touch. How come he couldn't understand things as well as a young girl? But all of this was in vain. Master Wang shook his head and began to tell Lu Yenyue about Ling Menglu's childhood tantrums. Back then I even suspected Ling Menglu wanted to kill her parents with her personality. I don't think anyone could make that madwoman truly love him. Although Xiao Xiao is the very best boy that Ling Menglu guy can't be judged by normal standards. Lu Yenyue grew increasingly alarmed as she listened, but what could she do besides silently protecting Su Xiao from behind? With a self-deprecating laugh, Lu Yenyue prepared to say goodbye to Master Wang. There was no point in listening any further. She might as well go back and think about how to handle the situation. Master Wang, I'm leaving now. If Xiao Xiao seems unwell when she and Ling Menglu come to your restaurant, remember to tell me. With that, Lu Yenyue turned and left, leaving Master Wang with only a forlorn silhouette. Master Wang exhaled a heavy breath. It's all fate, just like how he still can't forgive his old woman. And he still goes to work at a KTV hump. What a disgrace to his age. At the school gate, countless drivers were showcasing their skillful driving techniques. In the small open space, countless vehicles desperately squeezed to both sides. Nothing more than that the red sports car was too conspicuous. Even the security guard in the small blue booth at the school's main gate rushed out. Unlike the luxury car from the Lu family, which he was already familiar with, this one was one he had seen before. Could it be some important person coming to inspect? Straightening her slightly askew hat, the security guard assumed a military posture she hadn't done in a long time. But soon, the person who stepped out of the red sports car made the security guard's eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Countless streams of red heat rushed into the security guard's head. He already exuded an air of superiority. Of course, it wasn't just her. Almost all the girls present stopped. Some even ignored their boyfriend's angry and embarrassed expressions, staring intently at the figure stepping out of the red sports car. Having just stepped out of his senior's car, he was immediately met with such intense gazes, causing the boy to cover his face tightly, feigning shyness. "Senior, are you really okay? Take off your glasses, and pull your hair back. Won't you look ugly like this?" Su Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable under the gazes of the crowd and quickly ran to Ling Menglu, who had just gotten out of the car, grabbing her hand and asking somewhat shyly. The boy's behavior broke the hearts of many girls who were staring intently at him. Then, they stared at Ling Menglu, who was laughing unusually happily, with hungry wolf-like eyes. "This guy, what? It's Ling Menglu. Wow, he's amazing, but I'm still so envious. Where did they find this godlike young man? Even the top male celebrities they see on TV can't compare. And those top male celebrities are all using filters and editing. But this guy, discerning girls can tell at a glance. He's completely barefaced, without even the makeup that guys usually wear, truly all natural." Chapter 77, The Chaotic Advanced Mathematics Class. Ling Menglu ignored the murderous glares from the surrounding girls and was about to pull Su Xiao away. But one girl couldn't take it anymore. She decided to take a gamble, just in case. "Excuse me, you don't know, Ling Menglu has been hooking up with a boy in our school for a while now. His name is something like Su Xiao, is it?" "Yes. That's his name. But how did you know?" "Put. I'm Su Xiao, I usually wear glasses." The boy flashed a pure, innocent smile, then ignored the girl's jaw-dropping shock and followed his senior away. Watching the seemingly perfect couple disappear, the girl collapsed to the ground, muttering to herself, "If I had stood up for him when those rumors were circulating, would I be the one winning his heart now?" Feeling like she'd missed out on a fortune, amidst the bewildered stares of her classmates at the school gate, the girl burst into tears like a child whose candy had been snatched away. "See? I told you, Junior, you're handsome. Ling Menglu, hands behind her back, a hint of amusement in her eyes, looked at the blushing boy. The boy himself hadn't expected to cause such a commotion. It almost caused a traffic jam. But Lu Yenyue told me when we were little that I should wear glasses, saying that my ugly appearance would disgust people. So I wore glasses, and gradually, as I grew up, she forgot all about the glasses. Ling Menglu didn't speak, only inwardly mocking Lu Yenyue's foolishness. So-called possessiveness. What a foolish woman, she can't even see herself clearly. If she weren't so awkward, Ling Menglu probably would have had to go through a lot of trouble to bankrupt the Lu family and force herself on her. But now it seems effortless. Lu Yenyue surrendered without a fight. What a joke! Thinking to themselves, the two walked hand in hand into the towering complex. Looking at the sparsely populated lobby, the boy sighed. Advanced mathematics, why are you so special? But even so, the boy still harbored a sliver of hope. What if their advanced mathematics teacher could give them some practice questions and summarize the key points for the exam? Ling Menglu saw through the boy's little scheme and ruthlessly delivered a heavy blow to his wishful thinking. Ouch! What are you doing? Don't fantasize about the teacher giving you extra help, Xiao Xiao. No teacher would want to do something that could harm you. Instead of fantasizing about that, you should study hard. So, I'll go to your calculus class today, so I can keep you in check. Su Xiao glanced weakly at Ling Menglu. Can we not sit in the front row? What do you think? We'll sit in the back, listen to my senior. Seeing Su Xiao finally use a firm tone again, Ling Menglu nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. It seems he's already quite skilled, however, this is just the beginning. This level of self-discipline is simply unacceptable. Let her slowly train him. Anyway, Lu Yenyue is already outdated, she has plenty of time. Ling Menglu, her smile growing even brighter and gentler, pulled Su Xiao's hand and walked into the advanced mathematics classroom. In the spacious, large classroom, sunlight streamed in through the large windows. The female students, and even some of the male students, who had been diligently studying with their heads down, involuntarily looked up. They offered their most sincere prayers to God. Sit in the front. Sit in the front. Sit in the front. But God did not respond. In their despairing gazes, the boy slowly walked past them and found a row in the last few rows of the classroom to sit down. Oh no, I won't be able to see the handsome boy in class. The female students, savoring Su Xiao's face a blend of innocence and allure, couldn't suppress their desires. Finally, one of the bolder ones couldn't resist. She took out her phone and snapped a picture of Su Xiao, ignoring the boy's puzzled look. This girl coughed, grabbed a few tissues from the box on the nearby table, and, under her friend's understanding gaze, decided to find a secluded corner to unleash her artistic skills. Sounds outrageous, right? But this kind of behavior wasn't uncommon. Only after Ling Menglu explained to the boy next to her did Su Xiao realize what was happening. This doing that kind of thing with a photo, does he really have that kind of charm? He was originally just a good young man who wanted to earn a living through his own abilities, but now something was gradually going wrong. He shook his head vigorously. The boy made up his mind to study hard. Only in this way could he earn a living on his own in the future. But even so, advanced mathematics wasn't like a novel for the boy. Writing novels, though tiring, was something he thoroughly enjoyed. Advanced mathematics, however, was pure torture. With a cute, bitter face, the boy stared at the silent classroom door. A moment later, the advanced mathematics final lecturer, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and possessing a rational yet elegant demeanor, entered. This teacher wasn't Su Xiao's usual advanced mathematics teacher, rather, it was a professor from a better university invited by their school to give them a final advanced mathematics cram session. The professor, clearly a professor-level figure, glanced around the classroom. Years of experience allowed her to immediately assess the number of people. Why are so many people missing? Does anyone know what's going on? At this moment, Xinyo, sitting in the first row, raised her hand. After receiving a signal from the teacher, she pointed to Su Xiao's seat. She was shocked. What she saw almost broke the calculus teacher's composure. She had lived for 30 years and had never seen such a stunning face. You see, she was still single because of her fear of marriage. But if it was him, it wasn't impossible. Teacher. Seeing that the calculus teacher didn't react, Shinyo in the first row immediately gave her a knowing look. This was too much after all. What woman could resist? The calculus teacher, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, coughed twice. This was the episode where she understood her students best. Young women with boundless energy are understandable. Or rather, just how much do the students still in the classroom truly love calculus? A calm mind remains undisturbed even when the sky falls. I must restrain myself. I absolutely cannot let down these students who love calculus. Class, let's begin. Chapter 78, Someone Died? 10 minutes later, the previously confident calculus teacher felt like slapping herself. Although she wanted to impart her knowledge properly, she simply couldn't control her damned eyes. The funniest thing was that the exceptionally handsome male student was actually listening attentively the whole time. This made the calculus teacher feel somewhat ashamed, just as her teacher had said, she still had room for improvement. What she had considered a short 40-minute class now felt incredibly long. Not just her, but the female students and some of the male students in the classroom felt the same way. Who knows what it's like to constantly turn around and glance back? Those students who had always thought the term white moonlight was ridiculous now had to believe that they were certain. Some people, after just one glance, after only a short time together, are unforgettable for a lifetime. And that exceptionally handsome and charismatic male student was one of them. Alas, it's a pity such a beauty already has a partner. Watching the equally beautiful girl patiently tutoring the boy in advanced mathematics, countless girls felt their hearts breaking. They looked so well matched. Hey! Senior, don't do this in public. Can't you see everyone's staring? Ling Menglu, who was holding the boy's fair hand and explaining the advanced mathematics problem step by step, smiled. Do you think they're really looking because of our behavior? Isn't it because of someone's looks? Seeing the doubt in her senior's tone, Su Xiao assumed she disliked being the center of attention and immediately said apologetically. I'm sorry, senior, I didn't know. Shut up, Xiao Xiao. Su Xiao was taken aback by Ling Menglu's reaction. But before he could figure out why his senior was angry, Ling Menglu suddenly softened her tone. Senior doesn't want you to apologize to me anymore, okay? Promise me you'll be more assertive from now on. Ling Menglu's words warmed Su Xiao's heart. Perhaps his weak demeanor had worried his senior. She was afraid he'd be bullied when he was alone, so she asked him to be more assertive. But he was just a young boy, he couldn't change that overnight. But he would try his best. He would try not to disappoint his senior. Ling Menglu took in the boy's subtle expression, her dark eyes filled with an indescribable bloom and depth. This was what a boy who had lost love at such a young age was like. A boy who had once possessed paternal and maternal love, and a childhood sweetheart, had already witnessed the light. But what followed was fleeting, endless darkness, yet within that darkness appeared a ray of light. So he would only follow the light, never doubting, until he fell into even deeper darkness. Ling Menglu silently recited the lessons she had learned through countless studies, watching with a smile as the boy scratched his head, deep in thought about a calculus problem. Ding-a-ling. The school bell rang, like the howl of a wolf king signaling the pack to attack. The students, who had endured the entire lesson and even the calculus teacher, couldn't wait to pull out their phones. Forget everything else, add MOXIN first. Xiao Xiao, run. Ling Menglu had already secretly packed the boy's bag. As soon as the bell rang, she grabbed the boy's bag, grabbed the still-dazed Su Xiao, and dashed out the back door of the classroom. The surrounding students' eyes immediately turned red with rage. Catch them. Don't let them get away. The girl who was leading the escape, intending to get MOXIN from Su Xiao, blushed deeply at the sight. Damn it, she had completely forgotten they could escape through the back door. A large group of ferocious wolves rushed out of the calculus classroom, their eyes gleaming red as they scanned their surroundings. No. Looks like I'll have to put a bounty on the school for him. After being dragged along by Ling Menglu for a while, they finally stopped at the back door of the school library. The boy, panting, leaned against the wall. Why did we suddenly have to run? Su Xiao didn't understand, but Ling Menglu seemed to think it was perfectly natural. Of course we had to run. If we didn't, would those wolfish female classmates want your moxan, Xiao Xiao? Although senior is very easygoing, I can get jealous too. After receiving Ling Menglu's undisguisedly affectionate answer, Su Xiao suddenly felt his lungs, which were about to explode, suddenly stop hurting. The last time Su Xiao felt this undisguised affection from his senior was from his parents. It was so heartwarming, so comforting. Su Xiao touched his burning chest, then suddenly tilted his head and smiled. Let's go, senior. Let's go to the library. Ling Menglu nodded. Okay. Whatever you say. The boy turned around, intending to enter through the library's back door. Ha! The door's locked. I remember this little door was always open before. Ling Menglu was about to reply when an old man sweeping near the library's back door answered the boy. The little door at the back is closed. Let's use the front door. A young couple just got into a fight here near the back door and someone died. Sigh, young people these days, they really have no self-control. The old man muttered again, continuing to sweep. Hearing this, Su Xiao, his face flushed, dragged Ling Menglu away. 5th floor of the library. Comfortable cool air wafted from the central air conditioning unit in the ceiling, causing the young man to unconsciously squint. You see, he rarely even used air conditioning at home. Since he started earning his own money, the young man knew how difficult it was to earn even a small amount to cover electricity and water bills. After working for a day, he suddenly understood why so many people were always scrambling for seats at Mobak-free, comfortable places were so rare. There was no reason for freelancers not to like it. The young man looked at the clean and tidy library, filled with countless books, and nodded in satisfaction. This environment, who wouldn't love it? After selecting a book he liked on the library's control panel, Su Xiao chose a relatively quiet spot. No other reason than that if another female classmate noticed him later, he'd have another headache. Shaking his head vigorously, the boy stared intently at the senior student still choosing books, feeling a warm glow inside. This kind of life, studying together, eating together, learning together. Wasn't this the life he longed for? Right now, he and the senior student looked just like a real couple. Chapter 79. Fu Xian suffers a cruel strike from a teenager. But the young man knew it was all an illusion. It was merely a fantasy between him and his senior. The young man had some experience in society, had earned money, and had heard many stories from Master Wang. He knew perfectly well that for a family like his senior's, matching social status was crucial. And right now, he was just a young man who was somewhat handsome, but actually owed Uncle Lu hundreds of thousands of yuan in debt. With nothing to his name, how could he dare to ruin a beautiful woman's life? Even if his senior's parents were cheerful people, Su Xiao himself wouldn't agree. So he had to work hard to become a better person. At the same time, he also had to strive to become the kind of person his senior would prefer. The boy puffed out his cheeks, looking almost like a groundhog. This stunned Ling Menglu, who had just borrowed books. Although she was almost immune to the boy's handsome face, she couldn't completely ignore this occasional adorable expression. What a fine face he must be, this handsome now. Ling Menglu sighed wistfully, clearing her mind, and went over to pinch the boy's cheek. What are you doing? Making such a cute little face will get you kidnapped by bad women. Su Xiao snorted in dissatisfaction. Where would so many bad women come from? Pulling Ling Menglu to a desk, the boy reached out to stop her from continuing the conversation. This is the library, be quiet and read, senior. The boy said in a low voice. Ling Menglu nodded understandingly. Then I'll go buy you a coffee to perk you up. Ling Menglu stood up, supporting herself on the table with one hand, ignoring the boy's fixed gaze, and headed straight for the school's new coffee machine. Su Xiao watched Ling Menglu's hopping figure and sighed inwardly. Are all women this extravagant? What a spendthrift. Looks like I'd better hand over all of my senior's salary to him from now on. The boy thought with a touch of smugness, but quickly realized. What was he doing? Why was he already thinking about being henpecked? The boy wondered if he was really love-struck. Feeling something was off, Su Xiao tried to quickly enter the world of the book to calm himself down. But just as he settled into his reading posture, the book he was holding was snatched away. The boy looked up, and a familiar face came into view. That damned lackey of Lu Yenyue Fu Xian. The boy clearly remembered that it was because this girl had helped him with the ring toss that he had failed his 1800 score. And now what was she doing here? Fu Xian's pockmarked, ugly face revealed a terrifying smile. She was thinking about the instructions her boss, Ling Menglu, had given her. From now on, whenever she saw Su Xiao, she was to pick a fight. Although Fu Xian felt a little reluctant to do such a thing, she also had her difficulties. There was no need to go against money anyway. She didn't really want to hurt the boy, did she? But this face, that Ling Menglu really went for it. Fu Xian shook her head, playing a classic villain role. A hideous grin spread across her ugly face. You little brat, what a coincidence. We've run into each other again. Look at your face. If it gets scratched, ha 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 ha. Without that face, how will you get any work? Hearing Fu Xian's endless barrage of insults raining down on him, the boy's face paled. Although Ling Menglu had told him to be tough, he just didn't dare. He was afraid that if he made a move, he'd attract the police's attention and face administrative penalties. If he had a criminal record, what if his senior and he wanted to take the civil service exam in the future? That wouldn't be good. So the boy could only swallow his grievances and let Fu Xian lord it over him. Seeing that Su Xiao showed no sign of resistance, Fu Xian acted even more earnestly, picking up the water in her hand, ready to splash it at the boy. But Ling Menglu, who had just returned, preemptively splashed the scalding hot coffee in Fu Xian's face. Caught off guard, the sudden attack caused Fu Xian to fall to the ground, groaning in pain. You see, the coffee was nearly 80 degrees Celsius. If it had accidentally gotten into her eyes, Fu Xian would have been ruined. Su Xiao stared blankly at this scene, her heart skipping a beat. Senior, that's too dangerous. If something happens to her, you'll have a criminal record. Ling Menglu smiled, then said firmly. So what? Who told her to touch my treasure? And you, Xiao Xiao, have you forgotten what you promised me? What happened to your promise to fight back? What happened to your promise to stand up for yourself? All I see is a pitiful little kitten waiting for your senior to rescue it. Ling Menglu's expression turned disappointed. The boy saw the meaning in Ling Menglu's expression and clenched his fists. Yes. How could he disappoint his senior again? His senior said her family could handle these things, but he was too cowardly. The boy stared at the disappointed look on his senior's face, and recalled the terrible things Fu Xian had done to him. With a hardened heart, the boy kicked Fu Xian in the face. You dared to bully me. Then, ignoring the wailing Fu Xian, the boy turned to look nervously at his senior. Ling Menglu's face was now completely flushed. Yes, that's it. Well done, Xiao. Seeing her senior praise her, Su Xiao nervously twisted her fingers, completely ignoring Fu Xian's groans on the ground. Ling Menglu smiled knowingly when she saw Su Xiao finally take that step. Let's go, Xiao, let's go to another floor to study. This place is too unlucky. The boy clasped his hands together and nodded, clearly agreeing. Fu Xian, groaning on the ground, watched the two leave like a pair of celestial beings. Remembering Su Xiao's radiant face, her resentment only intensified. Why was Ling Menglu born a rich young lady, and so beautiful, while she was born an orphan? Why did she get to have such a stunningly handsome young man? Thinking of the photo Ling Menglu sent her yesterday of Su Xiao without his glasses, Fu Xian felt endless regret. If only she had been braver back then, would she have been the one to comfort the young man from Lu Yenyue? Chapter 80, Lu Yenyu, understand? Fu Xian watched the boy's retreating figure, her mind wandering, but she quickly shook him violently. She couldn't help it, she still needed money to take care of everyone at the orphanage. A few tears welled up in her eyes, she was just a young girl herself. Fu Xian even contemplated suicide, but when she glanced up unintentionally, she witnessed something she never expected. The boy walking with Ling Menglu suddenly looked at her with concern when Ling Menglu wasn't looking. You see, she had hurt the boy before. How could there be such a kind person in the world? After Fu Xian left the orphanage, no one looked at her with such gossipy concern anymore. The cold, calculating eyes of the socialites, the distant looks from her classmates who looked down on her appearance, and the blatant contempt from her male classmates. These looks made Fu Xian's previously numb heart suddenly feel a surge of warmth. She reached up and touched her cheek. It was warm. There was a small red stain kicked by the boy himself. The girl touched her heart. It was beating so fast. What was wrong with her? Fu Xian didn't know, she only knew that she seemed to have suddenly become energetic. It was like having a lighthouse guiding her way. Okay. I'll keep working 3 jobs today, and I'll work my butt off for the scholarship too. Fu Xian struggled to her feet, ignoring the fear in the eyes of the students who had just arrived. She dashed out of the library, intending to take the bus to her day job, when Ling Menglu's text message arrived. Good job, you're a really good loyal dog. The money's already in your bank account, keep up the good work. Looking at Ling Menglu's message, Fu Xian stood blankly in the open space in front of the library, clenching her fists tightly. She was starting to wonder what to do about this so-called reward from her master to her loyal dog. She'd been so happy when she received money before, but now. She gave a self-deprecating laugh, looking at the 10,000 yuan Ling Menglu had sent her. One day I'll earn 1 billion times more than 10,000 yuan, then I'll bury you in money, you annoying Ling Menglu. After complaining for a while, Fu Xian immediately left the school and boarded the bus. No other reason than that she planned to send all 10,000 yuan back to the orphanage. As for her own livelihood and next semester's tuition, she'd have to rely on her daily wages to try her best. While Fu Xian was on her way to pick up her daily wages, another place was also busy. Inside the school, in a tall, multi-purpose building, the doorway of a long classroom was already crowded with students. This was none other than the student council that had annoyed the boy several times. The student council members stood at the classroom door, talking amongst themselves. They were very puzzled. It was almost the end of the semester. Why was their president still holding a meeting? And judging from their tone, this matter seems quite serious. Finally, amidst the cacophony of voices, Lu Yanyu arrived with the classroom keys. Everyone was terrified upon seeing her, as if they'd seen a ghost. Heavy dark circles under her eyes, a lifeless, almost dead aura. Her demeanor conveyed not only exhaustion but also the weariness of an elderly person. But even in Lu Yenyu's is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of being listless, dispirited, and disillusioned. Appearance, everyone vaguely sensed a hint of madness hidden within her. She seemed to have developed some untouchable sore spot. Many social butterflies and students with high emotional intelligence had already noticed something amiss, and couldn't help but adjust their glasses. Thinking back to the picture on the school forum of that stunningly handsome boy walking hand in hand with Ling Menglu, they probably connected the dots. The student council president's childhood sweetheart, a beauty that could topple kingdoms, ran off with another woman, and their president seemed to regret it. Remembering the scene of Lu Yenyue and that classmate named Lin Shu showing off their affection in the student council classroom, many of the pleasure monsters were already starting to feel a sense of amusement. How twisted this was! They looked at Lu Yenyue, who was slowly turning the lock like a zombie, with the eyes of someone watching a clown. Serves her right, serves her right. Always courting disaster, now she's lost her childhood sweetheart. Click. Lu Yenyue finally unlocked the door and stiffly turned her neck. Everyone, come in, let's finish this quickly and then we'll disperse. Although many astute individuals had already realized Lu Yenyue was a clown, outward respect was still necessary. After all, no matter how clownish Lu Yenyue was, she was still the eldest daughter of the Lu family, not someone they could easily manipulate. The student council members went inside and found their seats. Lu Yenyue glanced around and, seeing that almost everyone had arrived, began her explanation. 5 minutes later. So, the future student council president will still be Ling Menglu, and regarding the precautions when encountering Xiao Xiao, have you all understood? After hearing Lu Yenyue's words, everyone's expressions were very strange. For a moment, no one spoke, only the chirping of cicadas outside the window, a hum of the air conditioner, and the aroma of tea reminding them that time was still passing. Xiao Xiao. She gave the student council president position back to Ling Menglu even though Ling Menglu herself didn't want it? And what's with that precautions? Is this some kind of princely procession? Even speaking requires permission? While everyone was still wondering how Lu Yenyue had changed so much. From an aloof and icy demeanor to a fawning, obsequious sheep. But before they could even process their thoughts, Lu Yenyue's voice, tinged with anger, rang out. Did you all understand? If not, let me remind you, look around you, is something missing? The student council members obeyed Lu Yenyue's words and looked around. Holy crap, it seems quite a few people are missing. These people all had one thing in common, they were the ones who mocked the teenager when Su Xiao came to discuss the scholarship last time, and now they're gone. Swallowing hard, many of the shrewd members of the student council, having already experienced the ways of the world, naturally knew what was going on. They immediately nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, indicating that they would definitely obey Lu Yenyue's orders. After all, they didn't want to disappear without a trace or have something suddenly happen to their families. Chapter 81. Lu Yenyue went to deliver food. After dealing with student council matters, Lu Yenyue glanced at the boys' class schedule, which she had secretly investigated. Are there no classes yet? Lu Yenyue desperately tried to figure out where the boy could be right now. As for why she didn't just disable the cameras at school, it could only be said that the Lu family didn't have enough authority. The school Su Xiao attended was no ordinary school. Just the three known heiresses were there. The Lu family, the least powerful, the Yi family, slightly stronger than the Lu family, and the city's leading family, the Ling family. And that's just what's known. Under these circumstances, Lu Yenyue naturally couldn't obtain permission to access the school's cameras. But she was truly worried about her boy. Although she had already entrusted the boy to Ling Menglu. But she didn't want to believe Ling Menglu's nonsense. If she loved Xiao Xiao, how could she bear to destroy the boy's innocence, leaving him with such deep trauma? Just to completely sever the connection between Xiao Xiao and herself? The method was far too extreme. Even now, when Lu Yenyue thinks about it, she still feels an overwhelming killing intent towards Ling Menglu. But she was helpless. Her Xiao Xiao wouldn't believe Ling Menglu was the mastermind behind everything, and she had no evidence. Ling Menglu's methods were too swift and efficient. All she could do was follow the boy like a rat in a gutter, silently protecting him. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yenyue sprayed herself with some perfume. The reason for the perfume was simple. Yesterday, in her quest to find a handmade gift from Xiao Xiao that she had thrown away, she had led a large group of workers, and even joined in herself, searching through the nearly empty garbage at the junkyard for ages. She was practically soaked in the perfume. But finally, she found it. Lu Yenyue handled it like a precious jewel, pulling a slightly broken bracelet from her pocket. This was the last gift her boy had ever given her, and probably the last. With a broken smile, Lu Yenyue put the bracelet back in her pocket, hoping it would bring her good luck, allowing her to catch a glimpse of her boy from afar in the library. As the sun rose high in the sky, Lu Yenyue knew she needed to hurry. Otherwise, Ling Menglu would probably take Xiao Xiao out to eat. How envious! Shaking her head, Lu Yenyue's gaze hardened, and she walked towards the library. Inside the library, countless bookshelves surrounded 4 tables. This was the atmosphere of culture. At the table directly under the air conditioner, the boy suddenly shivered. It's so cool being under the central air conditioning. After reading for a while, the boy stretched, looked at the empty seat beside him, and frowned slightly. I wonder what senior sister suddenly went off to do. The boy was a little worried. He knew that for Ling Menglu to leave him behind and rush home, it must be something very important. Su Xiao originally wanted to share the load with his senior, but Ling Menglu absolutely refused. That idiot. He glanced at the time on his phone, 11:59. It's already rush hour at the cafeteria. Looks like there's no point in squeezing in, he wouldn't be able to get any anyway. He might as well wait here for his senior. The boy's gaze lingered on the library entrance, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yenyue, who had been secretly observing the boy for an hour, also checked the time. 12 o'clock. This time immediately made Lu Yenyue envious. Is Ling Menglu tired of living? It's already 12 o'clock and she still hasn't returned. Is she trying to starve her boy to death? No way, that woman is definitely not reliable. Lu Yenyue was about to take out her phone to order takeout, but then she changed her mind, put her phone away, and rushed towards the cafeteria. Unfortunately, Lu Yenyue was too late. Seeing the line almost stretching to the cafeteria entrance, Lu Yenyue was stunned. She rarely ate in the cafeteria. The only time she did was to accompany Lin Shu. She had never eaten in the university cafeteria with Xiao Xiao. Lu Yenyue usually ordered takeout. She wasn't short of money anyway. This was the first time she had witnessed the hardships young people faced, even having to eat in such a crowded environment. A single, crystal clear tear slid down Lu Yenyue's cheek. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yenyue stood at the very back of the crowd. Because she didn't know which food was good, she could only judge by the number of people. Lu Yenyue's appearance also attracted the attention of some people. These people all came from well-off families and naturally knew about the young lady of the Lu family. But why was this young lady queuing in the cafeteria? They were only there to accompany their friends. And young lady Lu wasn't accompanied by any friends. How strange. However, no one thought much of it. It wasn't their problem anyway. As time passed, Lu Yenyue gradually reached the front of the line, looking at the steaming hot char siu rice in front of her. Without thinking twice, Lu Yenyue added every topping she could, until the takeout box was almost overflowing before she finally stopped. While the food was still hot, Lu Yenyue hurriedly ran back to the library. But when she reached the boys' location, she almost lost her mind. Several upperclassmen were surrounding the boy, holding the snacks they had bought, their expressions like they were licking a cat's boots. "Junior, Junior, give me a kiss. You can have the snacks I have." Surrounded by so many upperclassmen, the boy lowered his head shyly. He didn't know what to do after all. He never refused anyone's kindness. Seeing these shameless girls daring to pester her Xiao Xiao like this, Lu Yenyue's eyes, already bloodshot from staying up all night, were now swollen and red like a rabbit's. She had originally planned not to bother the boy anymore, secretly leaving the food there and then sending him a text message not registered on his phone, telling him it was her father who delivered it. But now, Lu Yenyu couldn't stand it anymore. She couldn't stop Ling Meng Lu from saying what she wanted. After all, the boy and Ling Meng Lu were practically in love. But couldn't she control these rotten eggs and tomatoes? Gritting her teeth, Lu Yenyu strode towards the boy with her long legs, exuding an icy aura. Chapter 82. I have a girlfriend, Lu Yenyu. Hey Junior, just accept it. It's just a kind gesture from your seniors. Yeah, that's right. Giving him a MOXIN isn't too much to ask, Junior. The senior girls surrounded Su Xiao, chattering away, but their eyes never left the boy's face. Suddenly they felt a chill run down their spines. What do you mean that? Is it interesting to cling to a young boy? Lu Yenyu's words, as if the temperature had plummeted to freezing, sent a shiver down the spines of the senior girls present. They turned their heads and were immediately startled. Those were murderous glares and they didn't seem to be faking it. And then they remembered who he was, the student council president? They'd heard his family was quite powerful. After a moment's hesitation, the upperclassman glanced reluctantly at the still bewildered boy. Sorry, President, we'll be leaving now. To Su Xiao's bewildered gaze, this group of upperclassmen who had been so enthusiastically clinging to him suddenly ran away like they'd seen a murderer. The boy scrutinized Lu Yenyue, asking warily, "What are you doing here? And you're so arrogant. You're the student council president now. The president is clearly an upperclassman." Su Xiao's tone was icy. He hadn't expected Lu Yenyue to be so shameless. She even let others call her president when the president is clearly an upperclassman. The boy didn't know he had lost that unpleasant memory, but Lu Yenyue remembered it. Therefore, when she heard Su Xiao say this, her lips were filled with bitterness. Is this what it feels like for a loved one to desperately protect someone else? Lu Yenyue finally understood more deeply the pain her son must have felt when she heard Xiao Xiao for Lin Shu's sake. Unforgettable seemed too simplistic. Suppressing her discomfort, Lu Yenyue adopted her usual cold demeanor. She couldn't let Xiao Xiao discover any flaws. She couldn't imagine what would happen if Xiao Xiao regained that memory. Would she try to kill herself or be entangled with this bastard for the rest of her life? Swallowing her bitterness, Lu Yenyue's usual stern face returned. Here. This is what my dad asked me to bring you, eat it quickly. After speaking, Lu Yenhua looked at the boy nervously, but he remained motionless for a long time. A minute later, the boy exhaled. Looking at Lu Yenhua with a resistant gaze, Lu Yenhua was incredulous. She could use her father's name. Xiao Xiao hadn't refused before. But quickly, the boy explained. Lu Yenhua. I have a girlfriend. Although it was a gift from Uncle Lu, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to accept it. I'm afraid my senior will misunderstand. After explaining, Su Xiao didn't even look at Lu Yenhua, burying her head back into her book. Actually, Lu Yenhua was a little relieved. Relieved that the boy hadn't seen the tears in her eyes. She still couldn't help but cry, though she didn't make a sound. She was so afraid that the boy would completely sever ties with her Lu family, just like today. Lu Yenhua wondered, would Xiao Xiao borrow money from Ling Menglu to pay off her father first, then make Ling Menglu the creditor? That way, besides the little bit of affection the boy had for her father, the boy would truly have no connection to their family anymore. This profound sense of despair made Lu Yenhua's legs feel weak. Even her brand-name sneakers couldn't support her as she groggily made her way out of the library. To make matters worse, just then, she heard a familiar set of footsteps. Lu Yenhua looked up and saw Ling Menglu at the entrance to the main floor of the library. Ling Menglu was looking at her with a smile in her eyes. Her eyes seemed to say the loser shouldn't bother struggling. Unaware that Lu Yenhua was almost unsteady on her feet and pale-faced, Su Xiao rushed over to Ling Menglu as soon as she saw her and began to act cute. With Lu Yenhua staring wide-eyed, the boy rushed into Ling Menglu's arms, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at his senior. Lu Yenhua could clearly see the boy's gaze. It was a completely different feeling from seeing him through the cold camera lens. This joyful, love-struck atmosphere made Lu Yenhua feel as if a million ants were gnawing at her body. It hurt so much. But no one paid attention to her, only the boy's lively voice and Ling Menglu's laughing response. Their eyes were only for each other. At this moment, a feeling arose in Lu Yenhua's heart. Her behavior might be strange, but her heart and eyes wouldn't lie. Ling Menglu, like her, seemed to truly love the boy who loved her deeply. But this raises many problems. Before Lu Yenhua could even think about it, the boy who had just been in Ling Menglu's arms jogged towards her. Seeing this, a tiny glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Yenhua's heart, but she was still overthinking it. Anyway, thank you for bringing me food. After saying this, Su Xiao didn't even linger in front of her for a second before turning and leaving with Ling Menglu's hand. So it was just politeness, Lu Yenhua thought dejectedly. The female classmates who had just been chased away by Lu Yenhua were frantically trying to control their laughter. But they were really about to burst out laughing. What was this arigato boogie-sen feeling? Meanwhile, a woman quietly playing cards at a long table in the library, finally about to win a hand, couldn't help but shout. Joker! Call one. Can you take it? Ha 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 ha. The word Joker instantly ignited the atmosphere, and the library erupted in deafening laughter. Even the students who were studying couldn't resist coming over to watch. Along with the laughter was Lu Yenhua's increasingly dejected expression, and the sound of the librarian's footsteps. Su Xiao and Ling Menglu were completely unaware of what had happened in the library. They walked hand in hand toward the school gate. In an open area not far from the gate, Ling Menglu suddenly let go of Su Xiao's hand. She crossed her arms angrily, not even glancing at the boy. Seeing his senior like this, Su Xiao suddenly felt a little nervous. He shouldn't have done anything wrong. Why did his senior look so unhappy? The boy rubbed his head, desperately trying to figure out why Ling Menglu was angry. Suddenly, the boy clapped his hands together. He understood. Chapter 83. Lu Yenhua reunites with Yi Xiling. Senior, you're not jealous of Lu Yenhua, are you? The boy said confidently, but Ling Menglu still looked sullen. This made the boy feel terribly wronged. He hadn't done anything. Could he possibly stop that annoying Lu Yenhua from getting close to him with his skinny arms and legs? Feeling increasingly aggrieved, the boy, after Ling Menglu's subtle hints, almost blurted out in a commanding tone. Ling Menglu! Turn around! Don't be angry! Don't be jealous! I didn't do anything. Hearing the boy finally say what she longed for, Ling Manglu's feigned sullen expression vanished instantly, replacing it with pleasure and undisguised admiration for the boy. Being looked at like that by her senior made the boy feel somewhat uncomfortable. "Senior, you're so strange." Surprisingly, Ling Manglu didn't refute Su Zhao's comment about her being strange. She really was strange. It was a miracle she wasn't insane. Not getting a reply from Ling Manglu, the boy simply stopped asking. He'd figure it out himself. As a veteran who had watched many dramas and read many novels, Su Zhao guessed that perhaps it was because her senior came from a wealthy family and received a twisted upbringing that led to this outcome. The more the boy thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He desperately wanted to get justice for his senior from her family. He even imagined a 300-episode drama in his mind. Ling Manglu noticed his distraction and gave him a light tap on the forehead. Ouch. All right. Stop daydreaming, Xiao Xiao, let's go eat. Oh, and the restaurant we're eating at this time has a partnership with my family, so we don't need to pay. Don't worry about the money. As they talked, the two walked to the red sports car that Su Zhao recognized. Opening the car door, Ling Manglu elegantly gestured to Su Zhao and bowed slightly. Please get in. My prince. Seeing his senior always acting strangely in these unexpected situations, Su Zhao squinted at Ling Manglu. He replied equally defiantly. Well done. My loyal servant. Seeing that the boy had finally clicked with her, Ling Manglu suppressed her joy. Yes, that's it. Swallowing the saliva that welled up with excitement, Ling Manglu glanced meaningfully at the boy who had started scrolling through his phone after getting on the bus. These pleasant days, hopefully they can last forever, Xiao Xiao. You need to work even harder. A sudden burst of intense, dazzling light flashed in Ling Manglu's eyes, but it quickly faded. Fireworks that had blazed again after so many years just didn't have the same feel as before. Opening the main classroom door, Ling Manglu nimbly boarded the bus. Then, with a series of quick movements, she fastened her seatbelt, ignoring Su Zhao's protests beside her, and ruffled the boy's incredibly soft hair. We're off, Xiao Xiao. Hold on tight. The moment Ling Manglu finished speaking, the bus sped off like an arrow. Su Zhao, having gotten used to Ling Manglu's driving speed after their last encounter, didn't feel much discomfort. He only glanced at the school gate one last time before leaving. Strange, I have a feeling there's someone there. The boy shook his head. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Instead of letting his imagination run wild, he should look forward to lunch later. A restaurant that collaborates with his senior's family, it must be something special. And the boy just happened to be a complete foodie. After the red sports car sped away, Lu Yenyue, who had fled from the library to see the boy off, leaned weakly against a large tree. Looking at the still slightly warm food in her hand, Lu Yenyue gave a bitter smile. She'd just have to eat it herself. The boy hated people who wasted food, didn't he? Undeterred by the fact that the ground beneath the tree was bare earth, Lu Yenyue sat down directly on the ground, dust immediately staining her high-end sweatpants. She opened the lid of her disposable lunchbox, picked up a small piece of sausage, and put it in her mouth so salty Lu Yenyue paused, stunned. She touched her cheek, she was crying again. She really didn't want a grown woman to be crying all the time. Lu Yenyue picked at her food faster and faster, and finally, the rather large lunchbox was devoured by her in 5 minutes. Wiping the grease from her mouth, Lu Yenyue decided to go home and check on the boy and Ling Manglu's afternoon outing. She was still a little worried, even after seeing the genuine, loving look in Ling Manglu's eyes. Brushing the dirt off her backside, Lu Yenyue walked towards the school gate. Yenyue? What's wrong with you lately? You've been disappearing without a trace. And your condition, are you all right? Lu Yenyue paused, a pang of guilt in her heart. She had made her best friend, Yi Xiling, worry again. Forcing a smile, Lu Yenyue pretended to be fine as she looked at Yi Xiling. But when she saw her clearly, she was surprised. No wonder, Yi Xiling's current state was exactly the same as hers. Both looked like programmers who had been staying up all night for years, their spirits broken. Her once cool and beautiful mature face was completely gone. She was because of Xiao Xiao, but what was Yi Xiling's problem? Lu Yenyu couldn't understand, but Yi Ziling didn't keep her in suspense and quickly told her. Yenyu, I think you're acting like this because Lin Shu transferred schools, so these past few days I've used all the resources in the family to finally find out where he transferred to. Yi Ziling's words immediately shattered Lu Yenyu's feigned smile. Lin Shu, a guy she could never forget. She clearly remembered Lin Shu's words that day to repay Ling Manglu's kindness. She was ruthless. Why should that guy ruin her and Xiao Xiao just to repay a debt of gratitude? Of course, Lu Yenyu knew the blame was mainly hers, but she just couldn't forgive Lin Shu. She thought Ling Manglu had hidden him away, but it turns out he transferred schools. Lu Yenyu looked at her best friend with a melancholy gaze. This prompted Yi Ziling to cooperate by feigning surprise. Yenyu? Aren't you happy? That's Lin Shu, the guy you've been clinging to. Yi Ziling's words pierced Lu Yenyu's heart like silver needles, but the much more mature Miss Lu showed no sign of distress. Instead, she smiled brightly. Ziling, stop beating around the bush, I'm getting impatient. Seeing Lu Yenyu smile, Yi Ziling finally nodded. Then let's hurry up and set off. Chapter 84, A Special Restaurant. Su Xiao was unaware of what was happening with Yi Ziling and Lu Yenyu. He was completely awestruck by the magnificent restaurant before him. A building the size of 4 football fields adorned with countless colorful lights. A different kind of light could be faintly seen emanating from within. Entering the restaurant was like entering a botanical garden. Tall, towering trees, many rare plants that Su Xiao didn't recognize were planted everywhere. Yet, despite the environment, there was no expected heat or humidity. Instead, it was cool and comfortable. The various insects that inhabited the plants seemed to have vanished into thin air. Ling Menglu smiled sweetly at the stunned Su Xiao. How about it? Amazing, isn't it? I was quite impressed when I first came here too. If it weren't for the restaurant sign outside, I would have thought this was a botanical garden. The boy reached out his snow-white hand and touched the leaves of the plant in front of him. Feeling the real touch from his fingertips, he exclaimed. This is truly a rustic restaurant. It's worth mentioning that this restaurant is located not far from the road where Ling Menglu took Su Xiao for a race yesterday, situated on the boundary between the city and the suburbs. Recalling how a cool breeze blew in from the window during yesterday's race, instead of a hot one, the boy once again marveled inwardly. What a magical place. Miss, would you like to sit here again? As Su Xiao was observing the countless plants he had never seen before, a waiter in a suit, with impeccable manners, gracefully approached and asked. Still the same seats as for the dishes, your menu changes frequently, so just bring us your favorite signature dishes. Su Xiao wholeheartedly agreed with his senior's suggestion. You see, he was a seasoned sufferer of decision paralysis. Especially when faced with delicious food, it made things even more difficult for him. The waitress bowed elegantly to the two of them and then excused herself to inform the kitchen. Ling Menglu, who remained behind, covered her mouth as she watched Su Xiao adorably looking around. How about we take a stroll around first? Think of it as visiting a botanical garden, this place isn't small. The boy immediately nodded vigorously, so much so that the wind could be faintly heard. Let's go take a look over there first. Following the direction Su Xiao pointed, a rather imposing plant stood there. This plant was on the second floor of the restaurant. Su Xiao and the others needed to climb the wooden stairs from the entrance to continue their observation. Ling Menglu agreed to the boy's suggestion, but still teased him. I thought little boys would all go to see that after all, it's so pretty. Su Xiao glanced at the pretty flower Ling Menglu had mentioned and clicked his tongue dismissively. Colorful, obviously attracting bees and butterflies, anyone who likes it is definitely not a good boy. Yes, you're right. Then let's go see that mighty and imposing fellow you chose. Seeing that Ling Menglu had some discerning eye, Su Xiao snorted and immediately took the lead, with Ling Menglu following like a little shadow. The two quickly arrived in front of the imposing plant. After observing it carefully for a moment, Su Xiao tilted her head. Is this a pitcher plant? It's huge, it must be a mutant. Ling Menglu nodded in agreement. She felt this wasn't an ordinary mutant. Other pitcher plants emit a special scent to attract insects to them for prey. But this one was different. It was growing at an angle, attempting to devour the plants around it. Looking at the leaves of a small tree nearby, which had already been mostly eaten by this peculiar pitcher plant, Ling Menglu couldn't help but sigh. Su Xiao really had a good eye. They immediately spotted this unusual plant. Hey Xiaoxi, you eat this, I'll take this one. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of Su Xiao and Ling Menglu, who were admiring the pitcher plant. The two looked down at the couple, their expressions strange. The girl, disregarding the boy's wishes, forcefully snatched the bright red dish from in front of him. The boy didn't dare resist, simply lowering his head silently. Ling Menglu's eyes flashed with a deeper meaning. But Su Xiao was different. He just felt that the girl was bullying the boy. But Su Xiao also knew people who could eat here probably came from wealthy families, and he didn't want to cause trouble for his senior. His clenched hand loosened weakly, a hint of disappointment on the boy's face. Ling Menglu took the boy's hand. Don't think about it so much, let's go eat. Su Xiao nodded slightly, her gaze still fixed on the couple as she left. Shortly after they left, the boy who had been looking down finally looked up. Unexpectedly, his face was full of shyness. You're so considerate. But your methods were a bit too forceful, the boy said sweetly. In a cold, damp room, a disheveled man stared blankly at his phone, which emitted a ghostly blue light. Looking at the daily, meaningless news, he felt his life was truly pathetic. He only wanted to repay Ling Menglu's kindness. But he never expected Ling Menglu to take it so seriously. That was the most precious thing a young man could have. And Ling Menglu had taken it away so easily. And he was undoubtedly one of the culprits. His so-called repayment of kindness had truly hurt someone. Ha! Ha! Lin Shu gave a bitter smile. He should have realized this from the beginning. He knew Ling Menglu must have had ulterior motives for helping him. His decent looks, combined with the White Lotus tactics he'd learned, allowed him to easily accomplish many things. Now it all seemed utterly laughable. Struggling to his feet, Lin Shu looked at the text messages from his parents on his phone and shook his head. He couldn't go on like this. He had to find a way to make amends to the boy he'd hurt. Before that, he should try to get back to a normal life. After washing his unkempt face and casually putting on a short-sleeved shirt, Lin Shu planned to go to the school Ling Menglu had transferred him to for the day to change his mood. But as soon as he stepped out the door, everything went black. Clearly his head was covered. Just as he was about to scream for help, a blow struck the back of his head. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and Lin Shu collapsed straight to the ground. Chapter 85, Ling Menglu's First Clues. Lu Yenyue looked at Lin Shu lying on the ground, a complex expression on her face. She had indeed harbored a slight affection for this guy before, but she later realized that it was more out of revenge against her childhood friend. Lu Yenyue now clearly understood that she had impulsively sought out this guy to try and get revenge on her because of the bad rumors circulating at school about Su Xiao. Now, it seemed incredibly foolish of her. Like or dislike, wasn't it obvious? She seemed very kind and gentle to Lin Shu, but she never consulted him on anything, only believing in her own kindness. And when dealing with Xiao Xiao, Lu Yenyue loved to try to understand the boy's preferences from his perspective. But she realized it too late. Everything was beyond redemption. She wouldn't let Lin Shu go. Although the fault lay with her, Lin Shu must also pay the price. Even fate probably thinks so. Lin Shu happened to choose a spot with very few security cameras. And the few remaining cameras could be easily taken down by the Lu family. So let's settle the score, Lin Shu. Lu Yenyue's crimson eyes were fixed on the fallen Lin Shu, a chilling smile playing on her lips. Greenhouse Restaurant. This was the restaurant where Su Xiao and Ling Menglu were. A waiter was carefully pushing a cart of food towards their table. Sir and Miss, we apologize for the wait. As compensation for the 9.84-second delay, please inform Miss Ling next time you come, and the manager will do everything in his power to apologize. The waiter bowed apologetically. This left the young man, who had never been to a high-class restaurant before, completely dumbfounded. A 9.84-second delay? He felt this was a bit outrageous. Are all high-end restaurants this meticulous? Or was what he saw online fake? Actually, although the boy had worked before, he was still too naive. This was clearly the manager's way of trying to get closer to Ling Manlu, but Su Xiao didn't see through it, assuming it was just the meticulousness of a high-end restaurant. Before Ling Manlu could say anything, Su Xiao kept shaking his head, indicating it was nothing. "You're too kind, it's nothing." Seeing the boy's adorably earnest expression, Ling Manlu smiled gently, while the waiter felt only awkwardness. "Kid, don't speak if you don't understand." This completely baffled the waiter. This was something unexpected. The manager had instructed him not to speak too much in front of Miss Ling. Now he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Ling Manlu didn't seem to intend to make things difficult for the waiter. She simply smiled faintly and said, "I understand your manager's intentions, I'll talk to her later. You can go now." Finally receiving permission to leave, the waiter was overjoyed. But he forced himself to remain calm. We can't afford to fail at the last minute. After an elegant bow, the waiter, like a gentleman, left with measured steps. The conversation had left the boy completely bewildered. He felt like he and his senior were on completely different wavelengths. Curious, Su Xiao stared at Ling Manlu with a want-to-know look. But Ling Manlu didn't seem to have any intention of telling him. "Don't pry into adult matters. Just eat your food." Seeing that his senior wouldn't explain, the boy puffed up his cheeks in frustration, no longer looking at her, but instead examining the dishes in front of him. They all looked very appetizing. A sea of red, all his favorites. Because red looks festive. A big red lobster, a big red tomato. The boy glanced at just a couple of dishes, and his mouth watered uncontrollably. This pathetic sight made Ling Manlu laugh. But this smile had two meanings. The boy glared at Ling Manlu, then picked up a piece of lobster meat with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. A spicy, numbing flavor assaulted his senses. "So delicious," the boy exclaimed sincerely. But he hadn't thought that for long when the spiciness kicked in, making him feel uncomfortable all over. "This is awful, what's going on?" The boy felt a burning pain all over his body. He remembered he hadn't suffered any serious illness. But why couldn't he even handle a little spice? Was it because of that minor fever he had a while ago? The boy vaguely sensed something was wrong, but the burning pain all over his body left him no time to think further. Ling Manlu observed the boy's pained yet determined appearance. This ordinary acting couldn't fool her at all. This guy must be feeling terrible right now. After all, his body had just suffered that kind of blow, and the aftereffects of his suicide attempt probably hadn't fully healed. With his body riddled with wounds, eating such intensely spicy food, Ling Manlu's thoughts grew increasingly dark. Watching the boy, despite his discomfort, painstakingly eat bit by bit, she felt a growing impatience and gloom. Finally, Ling Manlu revealed her true colors for the first time in front of the boy. "Is it good, Xiao Xiao?" Hearing her senior's words, the boy stiffly looked up, forcing a smile. "It's very delicious, senior. Don't lie." Under the boy's incredulous gaze, Ling Manlu swiftly stood up with a grim expression and pushed all the dishes off the table. The sound of shattering dishes reached the boy's ears. Seeing the broken pieces pierce his and his senior's legs, seeing the expensive dishes scattered on the floor, the boy was stunned. Then he looked up at Ling Manlu with disbelief. No, something's not right. His senior wouldn't be like this. Although Su Xiao didn't believe her, Ling Manlu didn't stop. She lunged forward, her jade-like hand, veins bulging, and grabbed the boy's collar tightly, ignoring his discomfort. "Why did you eat it? Tell me, why did you eat it when you felt so unwell? Tell me." The boy, pitifully lifted by Ling Manlu with his collar grabbed, struggled to breathe, and could only look helplessly at Ling Manlu's hysterical face. Chapter 86 Reconciliation? The table where Su Xiao and Ling Manlu were seated was one of the few private booths in this luxurious restaurant. It was surrounded by precious trees on all sides. Therefore, no one noticed anything amiss. The faint green emanating from the plants seemed to be a mournful lament. The boy had been held in midair by Ling Manlu for quite some time, his cute face slightly flushed from the impending suffocation. Finally, Ling Manglu, having calmed down, looked at the mess before her and the boy, now powerless to struggle in midair. She clutched her heart, something she hadn't done in a long time. The stinging pain of him leaving returned. Was it because she missed him too much? Even though he hadn't treated her well. Ling Menglu thought this way. Having sorted out her thoughts, she regained her composure and released Su Xiao from her grasp. She watched helplessly as the boy coughed loudly on the ground. Ling Menglu remained unmoved. She now had to put on an act to beg for the boy's forgiveness. Ugh, slurp. Su Xiao, who had been treated this way by his senior, was naturally filled with boundless rage. He even suspected that Ling Menglu's previous behavior in front of him was all an act. But now his senior was kneeling on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. The boy still loved Ling Menglu, even after what she had done to him. Su Xiao struggled to his feet and saw Ling Menglu sitting directly on the broken glass in pain. He immediately felt a surge of anxiety. "Senior, what are you doing? Get up from there." Ling Menglu didn't answer, only large tears slid down her gentle and intellectual face. This usually strong person was now crying uncontrollably in front of the person she admired, disregarding her image. Why can't you be a little more assertive? Why can't you be a little more of a jerk? Don't you know that weakness gets you bullied? I hate it. Every time I see you like that, Xiao, I just ugh. The boy clearly heard the words coming from Ling Menglu's mouth. Was he too weak? Yes, just recently, he needed his senior to save him when facing that Fu Xian guy. If his senior hadn't come, he might have even been taken advantage of by that shameless guy. His senior was right, he had disappointed her. The boy, like a puppy abandoned by its owner, hung his head dejectedly and slumped down next to Ling Menglu in a duck-like position, sobbing softly as well. Seeing the boy like this, Ling Menglu, who had been shedding tears, immediately panicked. Ignoring her own pain, she rushed forward and hugged Su Xiao. The two of them grieved together amidst the shards of glass. Finally, the waiter who had rushed over, rubbing his eyes. Seeing this scene like something out of an idle drama, he frantically searched through his years of experience as a veteran waiter. No, he had no experience dealing with this kind of situation. Could it be that his long-held title of top waiter was about to disappear? Suppressing his own grief, the waiter elegantly pulled a few tissues from a nearby box and handed them to Ling Menglu and Su Xiao. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two, who had almost recovered, "Wah-ah!" A cry far louder than theirs rang out. At the entrance of Greenhouse Restaurant. The restaurant manager was apologizing profusely to Su Xiao and Ling Menglu. "I'm so sorry, Miss Ling, this was our poor service. Don't worry, we'll get that waiter." Before the manager could finish, the boy pinched the silent Ling Menglu hard and glared at her with a fierce, albeit childish, look. Ling Menglu immediately understood and said calmly, "We're fine and that male waiter didn't do anything wrong. On the contrary, we're quite satisfied with him. You can consider his promotion." After giving her instructions, Ling Menglu pulled Su Xiao away, leaving the manager, whose CPU was still running at full speed, standing there. From a seasoned veteran's perspective, Miss Ling's words seemed to have no ambiguity or riddle. The manager, lost in thought, walked to the staff break area. Although the dining area for customers was spacious, the staff break area was quite small. The decor was simple and unadorned, but it was clean and tidy. At that moment, the star waiter was crying. The reason for his tears was his negligence in seeing a familiar face. That handsome face, he couldn't mistake it. It was a childhood playmate who had led him to the top waiter. But he didn't seem to recognize him. Perhaps he was mistaken. But the top waiter still couldn't control himself and burst into tears. The manager entered, saw the still crying young man, and sighed. "From today onwards, you are the assistant manager. Lead your staff and work hard." After saying this, the manager walked away dejectedly. He couldn't understand why this young man, with his elegant service spirit but lacking in social skills, could gain the favor of such an important person. If this continued, perhaps if that Miss Ling came to dine a few more times, his managerial position would be in jeopardy. Sigh, it's all fate. The manager, still bewildered by the arrival of the newly appointed assistant manager, walked dejectedly out of the staff break room. At the entrance of Su Zhao's residential complex, the boy stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing the pitiful Ling Munlu before him. Finally, the boy uncrossed his arms. Just as Ling Minglu was overjoyed, thinking things were turning around, the boy reached out and touched Ling Minglu's well-maintained face, unlike the typical rough-looking girl. As the boy's beautiful hand gradually tightened its grip, Ling Minglu's face slowly contorted. Ling Minglu pleaded desperately, saying things like, "My Xiao Xiao is the prettiest girl in the world, it's all my fault, I'm a jerk," and so on. But the boy remained unmoved. "Didn't you tell me to be tougher? You scared that little waitress to tears today, and you even bullied me. Anyway, I'm very angry. Senior, you should go home and stay here tonight. And listen carefully, this is an order. You have no room to disobey." Finally, seeing that Su Xiao was so firm, Ling Menglu gave up. Her heart was practically bursting with joy. This tone of voice, it seemed her training today had been very successful. Chapter 87: The Anomaly of the Small System. Su Xiao didn't notice Ling Menglu's slightest change, and continued to press her for answers. "Did you understand? Speak, or I'll get angry." Ling Menglu nodded quickly, like a little chick. Without a word, she respectfully took the snacks she had bought for the boy from the store from the car. "Prince, please enjoy your snacks, I'll be going now." With that, Ling Menglu got into the sports car and drove away. The boy stared at Ling Menglu's retreating figure, and smiled faintly. Although today had its ups and downs, it wasn't too bad. The boy started walking towards his apartment building, but as he walked, his expression gradually darkened. Clearly he had reverted to his true self. He had heard the little system's low whimper when he parted with Ling Menglu earlier. "Little system, check Ling Menglu's regret value for me, and don't lie to me, I can sense every single emotion Ling Menglu has. I'm a master of acting." The little system, however, remained silent for a long time. After about a minute, it slowly replied, but its voice wasn't as cheerful as usual. "Ling Menglu's regret value is 252 out of 5,000. Su Xiao smiled and asked the system the most perilous question. "Why would Ling Menglu have regret values towards me? You need to know she's not the same as Lu Yenyue, at least based on the information you gave me. In that guy's eyes you could say I'm there, but not really. I'm pretty sure Ling Menglu's regret isn't because of her. Even though you acted so well from the start, little system, there are some flaws you can't hide. Have you forgotten I'm a master of acting?" The little system's voice trembled slightly. "Xiao Xiao, I can explain, I definitely can explain. Don't abandon me." Su Xiao listened silently to the little system's words without rushing to respond. After the little system gradually calmed down, Su Xiao slowly replied. "You've given yourself away, Xiao Xiao, why are you calling me that? Are you perhaps that unknown fourth scumbag woman?" The little system frantically shook its head in the void. "No, no." Gritting her teeth, she never had a chance, did she? She had already made too many mistakes before, hadn't she? Her wish was simply to stay by the boy's side. Since it would be exposed sooner or later anyway, she might as well be honest now. With the mini-system's power activated, starlight shimmered in Su Xiao's eyes. This was the so-called core of the system, but Su Xiao had a feeling. The feeling this core gave him was such an intense love. With it, you can control my life and death in an instant. I'm not lying to you, Xiao Xiao, you'll understand when you hold it in your hand. The boy didn't hesitate, grasping the core and playing with it. He could clearly feel this thing could decide the mini-system's life and death in an instant. Pft, ha ha ha. Under the expectant gaze of the little system, the boy laughed heartily. "Let me finish everything before I hear your story. For now, let's continue as before." The boy nonchalantly tossed the core back to the little system. His laughter just now was complex. He had actually felt the little system's deep love for him through the core. Regret, sometimes it's just that magical. The little system didn't think too much about it. She simply looked at Su Xiao with delight. It's good to be able to stay by the adult's side, and even better to be able to spend time with Xiao Xiao like before. But she was also a little scared that Xiao Xiao was just putting on an act for her. But thankfully. Alright, stop overthinking, I need to get down to business. Ling Menglu is probably going to make some big moves this time, I need to make some preparations for my safety. The little system, now revitalized, saluted in the void. Don't worry about me, Xiao Xiao. I have many magical. Alright, I don't need you yet, it's not the final chapter yet, Yi Xiling can probably handle Ling Menglu's antics, so just watch. Seeing Xiao Xiao mention Yi Xiling made the little system very angry. She didn't want Xiao Xiao to associate with Yi Xiling, she could accept Xiao Xiao associating with Lu Yenyue and Ling Menglu. But she didn't dare contradict Su Xiao, and could only obediently continue being a spectator. Ending his riddle-like conversation with the little system, Su Xiao touched his heart. No joy, just as he expected. Shaking his head, Su Xiao pulled out his phone from his pocket. Even with the little system's problems, it was still dedicated to its work. Su Xiao was pretty sure Ling Menglu had already gone home to rest. After all, today's performance was a bit too much for someone of Ling Menglu's level, she was probably exhausted at home. Then he could naturally have a secret rendezvous with Yi Xiling, my lovely senior. Seeing Yi Xiling's message, Wang Chan will be there soon, the boy's eyes curved like crescent moons. In the end, this guy isn't bad. Su Xiao mumbled something he couldn't understand at all, and returned to his old, rundown apartment. 5 minutes later. The security guard at the entrance of the residential compound, still scrolling through short videos, glanced up unintentionally. Holy crap! In an instant, a black lightning bolt flashed before his eyes. The young security guard rubbed his eyes uncertainly. But when he opened them again, the entrance to the compound was still calm. He swallowed nervously. I should probably go to the hospital for a checkup. Could it be that being a security guard for so long has even caused health problems? After all, I'm even hallucinating. The black phantom the young security guard saw was Yi Xiling, who had received Su Xiao's orders and was frantically rushing towards the boy's house. However, this black phantom didn't refer to the luxury car Yi Xiling was driving. It was simply Yi Xiling herself, running too fast in her black trench coat. Su Xiao's command unleashed her potential far beyond what was usually possible, allowing her to reach the boy's house at top speed. As for why she didn't drive, of course, it was to avoid being noticed by that perverted Ling Menglu. Although Su Xiao himself said it was fine, Yi Xiling was still worried. She couldn't let her master's plan fail. Therefore, Yi Xiling parked the car not far from the boy's apartment complex and, after disguising herself, she ran towards the complex where the boy lived. Finally, Yi Xiling arrived at the familiar entrance. Chapter 88. You've worked hard, Yi Xiling. Glancing at the dilapidated, peeling paint on the walls outside, Yi Xiling checked her watch. 3 minutes late. Her heart pounded. As a pampered young lady who had never lifted a finger in the kitchen, this was the first time she was experiencing what it was like to be a delivery driver. But it was also a little different compared to being a delivery driver. She felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Would she be punished by her master? A faint blush crept across Yi Xiling's fair and aloof face as she looked expectantly towards the door. Click. The door opened. Walking in was Su Xiao, smiling at Yi Xiling. Because the boy was no longer constantly pretending, he was in a state of complete relaxation. Combined with the boy's radiant smile, which Ling Menglu rarely saw and Lu Yenyue almost never had the chance to witness, Yi Xiling felt a mixture of anticipation and indescribable emotions. The naive girl could hardly express her feelings at that moment. What? Aren't you coming in? Do I need to invite you, Wang Chan? The boy's words startled Yi Xiling. She immediately bowed and scraped to Su Xiao, who was smiling at her, and respectfully entered, closing the door behind her. Looking around the familiar living room, the old television, the dusty table, and the once smooth floor all showed signs of wear and tear. You're 3 minutes late today. Have you thought about how you'll be punished? Hearing this, Yi Xiling, who was observing the young man's house, immediately knelt humbly on one knee before Su Xiao. I was wrong, please punish me. There was a hint of expectation in Yi Xiling's voice as she spoke, because she knew the young man wouldn't really do anything to her. That so-called punishment to her was more likely a reward. Of course, Yi Ziling's expectant expression didn't escape Su Xiao's notice, so the young man sneered. Dream on then, come with me, I'll tell you what the punishment is. With that, the young man ignored Yi Ziling, who was still kneeling, and walked straight towards his guest room. Yi Ziling stared intently at the young man's back, which was only clad in pajamas, swallowed hard, stood up, and followed him respectfully. Upon reaching the guest room, Su Xiao pushed open the door. This was a room decorated in a somewhat feminine style. It had everything, basketballs, and more. On the table were cosmetics commonly used by boys. The brands, in Yi Ziling's opinion, were all very high-end. Beyond these, naturally, was the large bed in the center of the room. The sheets were a deep blue ocean theme. The pillows were very ordinary. All these elements combined made it impossible for Yi Ziling to tell whether the person staying here was a boy or a girl. Su Xiao patted Yi Ziling's shoulder with a smile, his almost flawless face simultaneously displaying allure and disdain. This expression was somewhat irresistible to Yi Ziling. But soon, the boy's words made Yi Ziling feel as if she had suffered a great humiliation. This is Ling Minglu's room, she stayed here last night, take a close look at the bed. Following Su Xiao's prompting, Yi Ziling looked and saw crumpled white tissues piled on the bed. The boy's smile widened. Ignoring Yi Ziling's incredulous expression, the boy continued coldly. Clean this place up. And the tissues on the bed. Oh, and don't get any bad ideas about those tissues, there's no trace of me on them. Hearing her master show no mercy, actually ordering her to clean up Ling Menglu's mess, Yi Ziling couldn't describe her feelings. Was it sadness, humiliation? All of those. But Yi Ziling thought, perhaps more than anything, it was resentment. She had thought Su Xiao would treat Ling Menglu the same way he treated Lu Yenyue, cruelly tormenting her before ruthlessly surrendering. And in the end, only she would remain by the boy's side. But now it seemed all of that was just wishful thinking. Yi Ziling's beautiful hands bulged with veins, her brows furrowed in despair, looking like a puppy abandoned by its owner. The usually strong girl, a small tear welled up in her eye. Seeing Yi Ziling like this, the boy couldn't help but laugh. What a grown girl crying like this. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was bullying you. That tissue wasn't what you think. It was just something we used yesterday after Ling Menglu clumsily spilled the water. Since we didn't have to play this little game today, I specially put it on the bed, I thought you liked it. The boy's words stunned Yi Ziling. The tears that were about to fall were forcibly swallowed back. So it was just a game he prepared for her. She knew she was a bit twisted, but what she truly submitted to, what she truly admired, was the boy himself. But Su Xiao used Ling Menglu to humiliate her. She lost her temper for a moment, which is why she didn't realize it was just a little game the boy had set up to play along with her. Seeing Yi Ziling's slightly aggrieved look, Su Xiao patted her head comfortingly. Okay, don't cry, I won't play like this next time, okay? Feeling the warm, soft touch on her head, Yi Ziling's face instantly turned as red as an apple. She thought of Lu Yenyue, who was currently thinking about how to torment Lin Shu's good friend. She wondered what Lu Yenyue would think if she saw this. Yi Ziling thought with a touch of pleasure. But then she realized how embarrassing it was. She was supposed to be Su Xiao's sharpest weapon, but now the boy had to comfort her himself. But this feeling was really great. The touch on her head grew softer and softer. Yi Ziling felt increasingly comfortable. The exhaustion from working tirelessly for Su Xiao these past few nights was released in this moment. Her eyelids involuntarily drooped. In extreme environments, sometimes, without the stimulation of danger, it's difficult for willpower to overcome physical fatigue. Yi Ziling finally collapsed, like a puppy that had been petted unconscious by its owner. Seeing the sleeping Yi Ziling, the boy revealed a mysterious smile. Then, Su Xiao laboriously lifted Yi Ziling onto Ling Menglu's bedsheet. Touching the girl's sleeping cheek, Su Xiao smiled genuinely this time, not in a performative way. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 89. Lu Yenyue interrogates Lin Shu. Just as Yi Ziling was enjoying the boy's care and peacefully drifting off to sleep, in a cold, damp basement. Although his appearance was far less striking than Su Xiao's after the seal was broken, another boy, whose face was still quite remarkable, wore a constantly shifting expression of terror. Looking at the cracked, moss-covered old stone bricks beside him, it would be a lie to say Lin Shu wasn't terrified. After all, he was only a young man not long into adulthood. This eerie scene, combined with the sinister stone bricks, immediately reminded him of interrogation rooms in TV dramas he had watched before. He frantically twisted his head to look around, and as he expected, Lin Shu discovered several things that made his heart pound. Iron tweezers used for burning coal, a sharp, bone-carving knife, 2 thick tweezers, and a scoop for digging something. Wah-ah! Lin Shu struggled with all his might, but he was tightly bound to a pillar with hemp rope, unable to move at all. To help him escape, the rope not only bound his upper body and hands, but also his feet. Clearly, whoever bound him had some experience, at least having watched some TV dramas and movies. They knew that some extraordinary individuals could pull out a knife from their shoes and cut the rope, but Lin Shu thought that was giving him far too much credit. Just as Lin Shu was desperately thinking of how to escape, the sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from behind him. Lin Shu stared intently at the basement door. A moment later, Lu Yenyu, dressed in black and looking utterly exhausted, walked in. She immediately saw that Lin Shu was awake, staring at her in terror. This small expression instantly excited Lu Yenyu. Yes, she'd gone mad. The thought of this somewhat handsome but utterly insignificant Xiao Xiao, who couldn't even compare to a toe of hers, contributing significantly to breaking her and Xiao Xiao's relationship in order to repay Ling Menglu's debt of gratitude, made Lu Yenyu's eyes involuntarily redden. Although she knew the biggest fault lay with her, Lin Shu wasn't innocent. At least in causing the young man to lose his innocence, he was one of the culprits. Lu Yenyu ignored Lin Shu's whimpering, which sounded like pleading, and simply walked over to the tool Lin Shu didn't understand. Picking up the scoop, Lu Yenyu examined it for a moment, then suddenly smiled at Lin Shu. Do you know what this is? Lin Shu didn't answer Lu Yenyu's question, only continuing to whimper. Seeing that Lin Shu didn't answer, Lu Yenyu didn't hold back and punched him in the stomach. Feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen, Lin Shu screamed. Lu Yenyu, hearing this scream, revealed a gleeful expression. She dared not disobey the boy's orders to disturb Ling Menglu, but this Lin Shu and that solo group that had given up halfway because the boy discovered them, she wouldn't let any of them go. One was one of the culprits and the other 3 female thugs had taken the boy's innocence, something Lu Yenyu now dared not even think about. How could she possibly let this go? Ha! Still not begging for mercy? Suddenly, Lu Yenyu scrutinized Lin Shu. She thought that after being hit like that, this guy should at least beg for mercy. So tough? But then, as if remembering something, Lu Yenyu elegantly picked up a pair of white gloves from the dusty table beside her, put them on, and pulled the rag out of Lin Shu's mouth. After the foreign object was finally removed from his mouth, Lin Shu coughed violently, small tears constantly flowing from his eyes. If it were any other girl, seeing this scene would probably break her heart. But Lu Yenyu, who had already been tormented by Su Xiao in her own villa for a while, was already immune to such things. She felt no pity now, only overwhelming hatred for Lin Shu. Oh, right, I wasn't finished. Do you know what this is? I don't know. Lin Shu coughed weakly as he answered Lu Yenyu's question. Knowing Lin Shu didn't know, Lu Yenyu's face lost all trace of her former concern for him, replaced by a chilling expression. She began to kindly explain things to Lin Shu. This thing originates from medieval Europe. Back then some rulers invented this thing to satisfy their dark and perverse desires. It looks like just an ordinary scoop, but it's actually full of sharp blades. You mean if this thing were used on a human eye? Lu Yenyu's chilling tone made Lin Shu tremble uncontrollably. That kind of thing used on the eyes? Lin Shu couldn't imagine how painful it would be. No, Lu Yenyu wouldn't. I was wrong, I wanted to atone. I didn't know Ling Menglu was like that, I thought she was sincere. Seeing Lin Shu's hysterical roar, Lu Yenyu slapped him mercilessly. Shut up, a mistake is a mistake, no need to argue anymore. But you don't need to worry about me using this on you because my sins far outweigh yours. If I were to use it, I would use it on myself first. Compared to that, I'm more curious about your so-called atonement. What do you plan to do? Lin Shu gritted his teeth and struggled to speak. I'll do everything I can to win over Ling Menglu, so that Su Xiao can. Before Lin Shu could finish speaking, Lu Yenyu shoved a scoop into his eyes, causing Lin Shu's heart, which had just calmed down slightly, to pound wildly again. Lu Yenhua looked at Lin Shu with amusement, her tone like a demon escaped from the deepest hell. Are you going to hurt Xiao Xiao again? And what makes you think you can seduce Ling Menglu? Well, you've never seen Xiao Xiao's true face, no wonder you said such brainless things. Lu Yenhua's cold gaze was fixed on Lin Shu, causing him to unconsciously swallow. He really didn't know what was his true appearance? Wasn't Su Xiao just Su Xiao? Fine, you're not worthy to see Xiao Xiao's true face. I don't want to waste any more words with you. Remember this, what you need to do from now on is. Chapter 90. Lin Shu, who was severely tortured. Use your worthless life to atone to Xiao Xiao. If Xiao Xiao later chooses to marry Ling Menglu, then you will become part of the dowry. You'll follow him and serve him well for the rest of your life. You can also choose to disobey me. But the price for that will be. Halfway through speaking, Lu Yenhua lifted the handbag she always carried and took out a laptop. She opened it. And the moment the screen lit up, Lin Shu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. In the video, his parents had their heads covered by 3 women in black and were brutally beaten. His family wasn't weak. But compared to the immense power of the Lu family, they were nothing. And the video wasn't even over yet. After the beating came something even more devastating. Something that plunged Lin Shu into utter despair. His naked body was clearly visible in the video. It must have been recorded by Lu Yenhua while he was unconscious. Lin Shu wanted to scream in grievance. He only wanted to repay a debt of gratitude. He never expected things to turn out this way. His little nose sniffled, but this didn't elicit the slightest sympathy from Lu Yenhua. Now you understand. I'll ask you one last time, do you understand my request? Staring at the scoop in Lu Yenhua's hand, and considering the leverage she held over him and his parents' safety, Lin Shu nodded. What right did he have to refuse? Even without Lu Yenhua's threats, he had still caused a young man in the prime of his life to lose his innocence. Seeing Lin Shu agree, Lu Yenhua smiled kindly and put down the scoop. Just when Lin Shu thought the matter was over, Lu Yenhua suddenly slapped him across the face. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The loud sound echoed in the basement. Lin Shu, wincing in pain, stared at Lu Yenhua with disbelief. You thought it was over. I was just settling accounts with Xiao Xiao. Don't forget, you still owe me our Lin classmate who approached me with ill intentions back then. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yenhua, without giving Lin Shu a chance to react or beg for mercy, kicked him in the stomach. Asterisk ayaha. Asterisk. The piercing scream sent the rats and cockroaches in the dark, damp basement scattering in all directions. As luck would have it, a cockroach flew onto Lin Shu's face, who was still crying. The cockroach's antennae and markings were clearly visible. Ignoring the intense pain in her abdomen, Lin Shu let out another scream. But Lu Yenhua showed no mercy, no disgust, and grabbed the cockroach, shoving it into Lin Shu's mouth. Watching the disgusting insect about to be shoved into her mouth, Lin Shu struggled with all her might. But it was futile. The cockroach kept getting closer. Finally, just as Lin Shu had swallowed a single antenna, Lu Yenhua stopped. This girl, who had always been cheerful and smiling at school before Su Zhao's incident, now had a grim expression. Remember this: the despair Xiao Xiao suffered back then far exceeded what you're experiencing now. If you have any conscience left, then do everything in your power to atone for your sins. Lu Yenhua glanced meaningfully at Lin Shu, who was still in a daze, then casually tossed the cockroach aside. Ignoring Lin Shu, Lu Yenhua stomped away in her high heels without looking back. Emerging from the basement, Lu Yenhua expressionlessly looked at driver Wang, who was waiting for her on the ground floor. Before Lu Yenhua could speak, driver Wang sent her what she wanted. Greenhouse? The place where Ling Menglu and Xiao Xiao ate. Let's go there tomorrow, driver Wang. I want to see how well Ling Menglu treated Xiao Xiao. Without saying anything, driver Wang bowed respectfully. At the same time, this mature and beautiful woman felt an inexplicable sense of sympathy for Lu Yenhua. Unable to invite the young man to dinner, she was acting like the most humble simp. Watching how her idol ate, it was more of a self-deception, a way to feel a sense of participation. Driver Wang shook her head. She was one of the culprits too. It was already a favor that the young lady hadn't blamed her. Driver Wang had heard Lin Shu's screams from the basement very clearly from the ground floor. She had even thought for a moment that the young lady had tortured him. "Should I go and clean up the scene, young lady?" Lu Yanyu glanced at Driver Wang speechlessly, looking like a professional body disposal expert. "Xiao Xiao told me I still need to take care of my parents. I can't cause trouble or kill anyone. I have to be obedient. You agree, Driver Wang?" Hearing this, every pore on Driver Wang's body contracted. A sudden chill ran down his spine. To put it bluntly, Lu Yanyu now gave Driver Wang the impression of a madwoman about to fall into an abyss. Swallowing hard, Driver Wang nodded frantically. He had to agree with everything Lu Yanyu said now. Otherwise, he might risk dying on the spot. Seeing that even the city's big sister, Driver Wang, accepted her, Lu Yanyu smiled sweetly like a 3-year-old girl. "Xiao Xiao, did you see? I'm very obedient. When can you come over to play?" No, I'm no longer worthy to see Xiao Xiao." Breaking free from her childhood memories, Lu Yanyu stared at Driver Wang, who was trembling, and regained her normal composure. "Let's go, it's getting late. I have some things to discuss with my father." Driver Wang was more than happy to oblige. With Mr. Lu by Lu Yenyue's side, at least this young lady, no matter how abnormal she was, would at least pretend to be normal. After a while, the black sports car disappeared into the night, leaving Lin Shu alone in the basement facing disgusting rats and cockroaches. Perhaps the only solace he could find was a sliver of moonlight filtering through the cracks in the stone bricks. "Moon smells so good. What's that smell?" Yi Xiling, still sleepy, rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up on the bed. Looking at her unfamiliar surroundings, Yi Xiling's mind gradually awakened. Oh no, Yi Xiling screamed inwardly. She actually fell asleep in her master's house. This time, the boy will probably really be angry and punish her severely. Chapter 91 Mountaineering Activities? With a pounding heart, Yi Xiling opened the door. Looking at the dim light in the living room, she shuddered in fear. The girl, in her terror, had even forgotten she wasn't wearing slippers. Her long, slender, white feet touched the floor. Feeling the coolness of her footsteps, Yi Xiling suddenly realized she wasn't wearing slippers. Just as she looked down, a dark shadow flashed before her. Yi Xiling keenly sensed being hidden by a shadow, stiffly raising her head to find the boy staring at her with a smile. "Little sleepyhead, you're finally awake. I thought you'd sleep until tomorrow morning." Then Ling Menglu discovered our connection, and in the end, my plan failed. So, I have no choice but to punish you properly. Hearing the chill in the boy's tone, Yi Xiling didn't hesitate. She immediately knelt on one knee, demonstrating to the boy that she was willing to accept any punishment. Su Xiao looked at Yi Xiling kneeling before him and sighed speechlessly. "How did you even have the courage to join Lu Yenyue in mocking me back then?" Yi Xiling felt even more ashamed after the boy's words. This kind of thinking is actually easy to understand. Some elementary school students like to bully girls to get their attention. She couldn't very well admit that she was as childish as an elementary school student. "Alright, get up quickly. I promised you a reward. You played a role in punishing Lu Yenyue. Therefore..." As he spoke, Su Xiao led Yi Xiling to his dining table. He lifted the white cloth covering the table, and for a moment, a blinding white light seemed to emanate from the steaming dishes. "This is nothing, just a table full of dishes I prepared with all my might. It's so late, and I troubled the delivery guy to bring these. If you don't finish them all, I'll really be angry and punish you." Yi Xiling looked at the boy's smiling face, and at the table full of food. Tears welled up in her eyes. This kind of care even her parents had never given her any. Yi Xiling was certain that she was now the closest person to the boy's heart. Although she didn't know why the boy was so determined to punish Lu Yenyue and Ling Menglu, Yi Xiling felt that the two must have done something terrible to offend him. Otherwise, his master was so kind he wouldn't have willingly provoked these two wicked women. Of course, none of this mattered to Yi Xiling. She just needed to listen to the boy and do what she was supposed to do. Confused and focused on her meal, Yi Xiling was completely oblivious to Su Zhao's gaze. Unlike his usual charming demeanor, Su Zhao's eyes now held a sharp, rational intensity mixed with a hint of tenderness. Xiao Xiao, why do you look at her so tenderly? You're clearly just using her as a tool, aren't you? Who knows? Maybe I'm just trying to farm someone's regret points. Su Xiao's words silenced the little system that had suddenly appeared. She couldn't say anything more, at least until everything was resolved for the boy. She had to remain a seemingly innocent, naive little system. The next day, Su Xiao looked at Yi Xiling's still slightly rounded belly after a night's rest and wondered if she could really protect herself from Ling Menglu's antics. Yi Xiling, lying on the living room sofa, had just gotten up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her face full of embarrassment. Ever since finding out that Su Xiao had personally cooked the meal yesterday, she had been eating like crazy, and naturally, she was too full to even walk home. But thankfully, her master had agreed to let her sleep in the living room. How gentle she couldn't bear to let her sleep on the floor. Yi Xiling felt a warmth in her heart, and her whole body was filled with energy. No matter what tricks Ling Menglu used, she would face them. She would ensure the boy's safety. Yi Xiling's determined look made Su Xiao nod in satisfaction. This was the spirit she was looking for. All right. Go get ready. I'll let you know by phone if I need anything. Having received Su Xiao's order, Yi Xiling tumbled off the sofa, quickly dressed, and rushed out to keep an eye on Ling Menglu without even washing up. After Yi Xiling left, Su Xiao smiled at the text message Ling Menglu had just sent him. Xiao Xiao, I sent you a pair of shoes, they'll be here soon, remember to sign for them. These shoes are for hiking, remember to bring them today, there's something fun going on. 3 minutes later. A knock came at the door. Su Xiao opened it, smiling broadly as she took the package from the blushing college student delivery man. Thank you. Please keep this safe. I'll take my leave now. After saying that, the delivery man covered her face and hurriedly ran away. No other reason in all her years of delivering packages, or rather, in all her years as a person, this was the first time she'd seen someone so good-looking. Ignoring the delivery man's reaction, the boy was used to it. He opened the package, and a red shoebox appeared before his eyes. It wasn't a luxury brand, but it was still a well-known brand. The shoes were comfortable, and the quality was comparable to those luxury brands, only lacking the brand name. Looks like my senior really understands me. The boy smiled sweetly and sent Ling Menglu a heart emoji. Meanwhile, Su Xiao wasn't the only one to receive the text message. Lu Yenyue, who had reverted to the position of vice president of the student council, also received a text message. However, it wasn't from Ling Menglu but from a teacher in the student council. In view of the hard work and contributions of the student council members to the school leadership has decided to fund a mountain climbing trip for the student council members. The expenses will be reimbursed by the school. Now, please fill out the form on WeChat to see who is willing to participate. Lu Yenyue looked at the text message indifferently. Mountain climbing? What did that have to do with her? A pointless activity that was both strenuous and thankless. Although as the vice president of the student council, she should set an example, Lu Yenyu said that with her family's connections, she didn't need to care about such things. But even so, Lu Yenyu still opened the spreadsheet on the enterprise WeChat platform to take a look. And what she saw shocked her. Ling Menglu had somehow gotten Xiao Xiao into the student council and even registered the boy. Chapter 92 Su Xiao, surrounded by onlookers. Seeing this, Lu Yenyue clenched her fists tightly. She had been so busy tormenting Lin Shu yesterday that she had completely forgotten about Ling Menglu. Ling Menglu already had Xiao Xiao. What was she up to? Lu Yenyue couldn't understand, but looking at Ling Menglu and Su Xiao's names on the registration form, she knew she couldn't let things continue. After all, Ling Menglu's behavior was far too abnormal. Frowning her beautiful brows, Lu Yenyue gritted her teeth and filled in her name. After successfully registering, Lu Yenyue thought carefully for a moment. She decided to bring Lin Shu along too. Firstly, to prevent the boy from noticing anything amiss. Secondly, to ensure that the boy sitting next to her took good care of Su Xiao. Without further ado, after finalizing her idea, Lu Yenyue called out to Wang, the driver who was munching on a pancake at the entrance, and the two set off. The morning flew by. At the school gate, a large group of ordinary students had gathered, watching the spectacle with glee. Those well-informed had already learned that the school was organizing a mountain climbing trip for student council members. To this they could only think, does the school leadership have a grudge against us? What a perfect reward! A mountain climbing trip before final exams. Regardless of what the student council members thought, at least the school leaders seemed quite happy. In front of the bus, the school leaders, dressed in their distinctive plaid tracksuits, chatted and laughed. Beside them, the student council members forced smiles. There was nothing they could do, their families didn't have much influence. Although they had the right to refuse such activities, the consequences of refusing, well. All their hard work in the student council for nothing. Damn it! Who goes hiking in the middle of summer? And final exams are coming up soon. I need to cram. I've been so busy with student council work, now I really regret it. Not only am I a slave in the student council, but now I have to play along with the school leaders' antics. A plain-looking girl in the student council group muttered under her breath. But then, a fragrant breeze wafted past her ear. The girl turned around, performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act, instantly transforming her complaining face into a smirk. Following her gaze, there stood a stunningly handsome young man in white, a single mole on his face radiating irresistible charm. His sneakers weren't high-topped, revealing glimpses of his snow-white ankles. Thump! The female student shamelessly admitted her body immediately reacted. Was this student also on the hiking trip with them? She took back her previous words. This activity was absolutely fantastic. The school leaders are brilliant, the school leaders are mighty. At this moment, the onlookers also reacted, completely dumbfounded. Several female students even clamored to join the student council on the spot. The commotion among the students naturally attracted the attention of the school leaders. Several middle-aged men pulled apart some of the onlookers, wanting to go to the front to see what was happening. But just one glance. What are you all doing here? Can't you see this student is already looking troubled? This is really inappropriate. The school leader used his authority to disperse the crowd, revealing Su Xiao with a shy expression. After making sure it was quiet, the school leader, who appeared to be the highest ranking, gave what he thought was a harmless and gentle smile. This student, would you like to play with us, uncles? We brought lots of snacks. The students gathered around looked on incredulously at the usually serious school leader's sudden gentleness. But it's understandable, with that face, who could resist? If it weren't for the fact that they were in public, this school leader probably would have wanted the boy to dump his godfather. Just as the boy was at a loss, a clear female voice rang out. Xiao Xiao, why are you here so early? As she spoke, Ling Menglu glanced at the school leaders with an icy gaze. That one glance immediately scared away the school leaders who were scrutinizing the boy. Su Zhao's eyes shone with admiration for his senior. So domineering. Ling Menglu saw the admiration in the boy's eyes, a shadow of gloom flashed across her face, then she forced a big smile and stepped forward to talk to the boy. Meanwhile, unlike the warm atmosphere around the boy, in a dark corner unseen by the crowd, Lu Yenyue was tightly gripping Lin Shu, whose face was pale. Did you see that? That glamorous look is what Xiao Xiao should have. We should be like rats in the gutter, atoning for our sins. Understand. Lu Yenyue looked enviously at Ling Menglu, who was chatting happily with Su Xiao. The more she looked, the more she felt Lin Shu deserved to die. If it weren't for him, would things have been different? But just as Lu Yenyue thought this, she slapped herself hard under Lin Shu's terrified gaze. The reason was simple. She couldn't think like that because she herself was the biggest culprit. She couldn't forget this, she could never forget it. With a heavy sigh, Lu Yenyue's bloodshot eyes glared at Lin Shu, a menacing warning. Think carefully, what are you going to do later? If you don't do it well, I'll send you back there to keep the rats and cockroaches company. Lu Yenyue's tone didn't sound fake. Thinking of the nightmare he'd experienced last night, Lin Shu involuntarily shivered. Under the continuous stimulation to both his body and mind, he finally couldn't hold back. Gurgle. Having not eaten for so long, his stomach finally couldn't take it anymore. Lu Yenyue clearly heard the sound, glanced at Lin Shu disdainfully, and tossed him a large white steamed bun like a treat for a puppy. Lin Shu received the bun without the slightest disgust, untied the ribbon, and began to devour it. As he ate, tears streamed down his face. Lu Yenyue showed no pity whatsoever. She just thought she was blind fooled by this guy who was nowhere near as pretty as Xiao Xiao, and nowhere near as resilient as a teenager. She was complaining about eating a big white steamed bun. You know, her Xiao Xiao doesn't even get breakfast. She even gave her all the breakfast she got from Master Wang. Chapter 93. Do you just fawn over whoever is good-looking? Lu Yenyu. Thinking about this, Lu Yenyu felt even more disgusted and resentful of her past self. Why was she so stupid? She couldn't even discern a sincere heart. Looking at Lin Shu, who was listlessly munching on a white steamed bun, Lu Yenyu showed no politeness or pity. After he had almost finished eating, she snatched the bun from his hand. This is your lunch for today. This amount of nutrition is enough for you to move around. With that, Lu Yenyu turned and left, not even bothering to give Lin Shu a second glance. This made Lin Shu lower his head in grievance. Of course he knew he was wrong, terribly wrong, but he wished Su Xiao had punished him. After all, although Lu Yenyu had also been hurt by him, she wasn't entirely without fault. Throughout the whole process, the only innocent one was that boy with the shockingly real face. Lu Yenyu didn't care what Lin Shu was thinking. She nervously carried the 2 breakfasts she had bought that morning. Yes, 2 breakfasts. Although Lu Yenyu had resolved not to disturb the boy again, lest she trigger his painful memories. She couldn't resist buying 2 breakfasts while shopping. The living always carry a sliver of hope. Lu Yenyu thought perhaps the boy would accept them? And the chances weren't small, as long as she said her father was helping her carry them. A flicker of longing flashed in her eyes. Just as Lu Yenyu was about to take a step, she noticed several classmates had already spotted her and Lin Shu, who had appeared behind her at some point. Although the crowd spoke softly, it was clear they were pointing and whispering about the 2 women, as neither looked particularly attractive. Lu Yenyu had dark circles under her eyes and looked utterly exhausted. Lin Shu looked even worse. He hadn't even showered or groomed himself properly after leaving the basement yesterday before Lu Yenyu dragged him out by the hair. Who are these 2 eccentric characters? You don't know this is the famous Miss Lu. You think she looks like this now? Is it because she saw Su Xiao, who used to pester her, and realized what she really looked like, and now she regrets it? This is hilarious. She's a complete clown. The students' chatter made Lu Yenyue's face grow even paler. Her hands, holding breakfast, trembled uncontrollably. Finally, the commotion caught Su Xiao's attention. Accompanied by the dazzlingly dressed Ling Menglu, the boy slowly walked over. Upon discovering it was Lu Yenyu, the boy's face showed undisguised disgust. What are you doing here? The boy's handsome eyebrows were furrowed. He hadn't expected Lu Yenyu to be such a nemesis. He finally managed to go out with his senior, and yet he still ran into her. Seeing the undisguised disgust on the boy's face, Lu Yenyu swallowed all the bitterness in her heart. She tremblingly raised the breakfast in her hand, without uttering a single word. Lu Yenyu was truly terrified. She was afraid that if she said anything bad again, it would remind the boy of those painful memories he had so painstakingly tried to forget. Seeing Lu Yenyu like this, Su Xiao laughed amidst everyone's incomprehensible gazes and then cried. At that moment, Ling Menglu, acting as his girlfriend, delivered a resounding slap to Lu Yenyu's face. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. The crisp sound rang out, but Lu Yenyu simply lowered her head, showing no sign of retaliating. Of course, no one stepped forward to stop her. The school leaders who had been trying to make their presence felt were now nowhere to be seen. Seeing the tear tracks on the boy's eyes, Ling Menglu was about to deliver another blow to Lu Yenyu, but Su Xiao stopped her. Don't hit her, senior, because she's not worth it. After stopping Ling Menglu, Su Xiao looked at Lu Yenyu as if she were a complete stranger. In the young man's mind, her identity as Uncle Lu's child had already faded away. I thought it was something special, Lu Yenyu. How ridiculous. I didn't expect you to be just a looks-obsessed person. Do you fawn over whoever is pretty? You fawned over Lin Shu before, and now that you've seen my true appearance, you're fawning over me. What do you take me for, Lu Yenyu? Look at Lin Shu behind you. Be nicer to him. That's all I have to say. With that, the young man ignored Lu Yenyue, grabbed Ling Menglu's hand, and left, leaving Lu Yenyue standing there, almost fainting. She never expected that the young man thought of her like this now. She wasn't. She just wanted to be involved in the boy's life in any way she could. But now was even that a luxury? Lu Yenyue looked amusedly at the steaming breakfast in her hand. She had bought it from Master Wang's breakfast stall. She finally understood how much the boy must have felt after she rejected him, and she had only just begun. Gazing at the boy and Ling Menglu's departing figures, Lu Yenyue suddenly smiled. If only it were her. Lu, classmate. Just as Lu Yenyue was lost in her daydream, Lin Shu called her softly from the side. It was truly unpleasant for a young boy like him to be stared at like a monkey in public. After regaining her senses, Lu Yenyue coldly glanced at Lin Shu, who was looking down. This is unpleasant? It's nothing compared to the pain Xiao Xiao suffered a million miles away. Think about what you should do. And don't speak unless I tell you to. With a cold instruction to Lin Shu, Lu Yenyue boarded the bus parked at the school gate. Lin Shu, left standing there, looked around somewhat bewildered. But all around him were mocking smiles. Seeing a victim who had fallen into such a predicament because of Lu Yenyue, the boy who had been chatting with Ling Menglu softened. Ultimately, Lin Shu was just one of Lu Yenyue's targets, chosen based on looks alone. Su Xiao just couldn't understand why would such good people as Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu have such a scoundrel as a child. It would be better to keep an eye on her from now on. If she squanders the Lu family's fortune, how will Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu live? Thinking this, the young man walked over to Lin Shu. Chapter 94: Lin Shu's Determination. Are you all right? Lin Shu's eyes, which had previously lost their color, suddenly lit up again when the boy approached him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he shook his head to indicate he was fine. That's good, don't be sad because of Lu Yenyu, that guy is no good. Seeing the boy actually comforting him so kindly, Lin Shu couldn't even find a word to describe his current feelings. Because of his so-called repayment of a debt of gratitude, what kind of boy had he hurt? His guilt deepened, and just as Lin Shu was about to kneel down and apologize, Ling Menglu pulled Su Xiao aside, looking at Lin Shu with a mocking gaze. Xiao Xiao, don't believe this guy. No matter how pitiful he acts, he can't hide the fact that he's a shameless homewrecker who stole someone else's childhood sweetheart. Seeing the fierce look in his senior's eyes, the boy knew Ling Menglu didn't have a good impression of him. Now that he was her boyfriend, he couldn't really argue with her. After all, Ling Menglu genuinely cared for him. Giving Lin Shu an apologetic look, Su Xiao followed Ling Menglu onto the bus. Left behind, Lin Shu's feelings were complicated from the warning look Ling Menglu gave him through the bus window. He couldn't explain his feelings for Ling Menglu. She saved him, but Lin Shu was certain he didn't like her. He still remembered the coldness in Ling Menglu's eyes when she saved him. It was like saving a useful tool. Lin Shu decided he still wanted to repay the debt of gratitude, but he never expected his so-called repayment would hurt another innocent boy. Shaking his head, Lin Shu tried to clear his mind. He knew thinking about it now was useless. The wounds on the injured person's body could never be fully healed. What he really needed to think about now was how to make amends. He had a premonition. Ling Menglu would definitely make another big move this time. Although he didn't understand why Ling Menglu, having completely won the boy's heart and eliminated all obstacles, would have any reason to continue harming him. But Lin Shu had a feeling in his heart. Ling Menglu wouldn't stop there. Did she really like Su Xiao? Lin Shu felt that true love shouldn't be like this. True love couldn't tolerate any harm. Therefore he had to stop Ling Menglu. Ignoring his own pale face, Lin Shu laboriously climbed onto the bus. After looking around, under Lu Yenyu's sharp gaze, Lin Shu obediently sat down just a few steps away from Su Xiao. He was now the boy's hidden servant responsible for taking care of everything for Su Xiao during his trip. This was all Lu Yenyu's request, but it seemed he wasn't really needed. Under Lin Shu's self-deprecating humor and Lu Yenyu's sorrowful gaze, Su Xiao leaned directly into Ling Menglu's arms. Looking at the two like a golden couple, Lu Yenyu's heart condition flared up again. Forcing herself to look away, Lu Yenyu quickly took out several small white pills from a box on her chest and swallowed them. After swallowing the pills, the intense palpitations in Lu Yenyue's heart subsided. She knew she couldn't watch any longer. If she did, her heart might be in danger. That wouldn't do. She still had to take care of her parents and the boy watching her from the shadows for the rest of her life. She couldn't die here. Nestled in Ling Menglu's arms, Su Xiao was unaware of Lu Yenyue's commotion. He looked at Ling Menglu with tender eyes. "Senior, why were you so mean to Lin Shu just now? Isn't he just an ordinary student who was harmed by Lu Yenyue? You're still so kind and adorable." Ling Menglu didn't answer, instead flicking Su Xiao's forehead. "Ouch!" The boy cried out in pain, but before he could retaliate, Ling Menglu continued. "Aren't you afraid he'll take me away too? Sometimes liking someone isn't the only deciding factor." The boy tilted his head, seemingly not quite understanding her words. However, he wasn't worried. Senior was different from Lu Yenyue. How could she, who liked him so much, abandon him? Without dwelling on the matter, the boy lay quietly in Ling Menglu's arms, no longer speaking. Ling Menglu gazed intently at the boy, who was already showing signs of sleep, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. "So adorably silly. It makes me want to utterly destroy you." A flicker of red flashed in Ling Menglu's eyes, her face now bearing an indescribable sickness. This startled the school leader, who happened to turn around to talk to his old friend. "That expression looks like she's about to kill someone." The anxious school leader had no idea that Ling Menglu hadn't paid any attention to him at all. The bus drove for an unknown amount of time. The surrounding scenery gradually turned into a lush green expanse. The city's appearance was replaced by the mountain scenery. At this time of year, camellias were blooming everywhere. The magnificent and beautiful scenery even brightened Lu Yenyue's mood for a moment, despite her initial melancholy. Ugh! The boy opened his sleepy eyes, looking out the car window at the mountains that had somehow appeared. He sat up abruptly. Su Xiao stared at Ling Menglu with slightly embarrassed eyes. "Sorry, Senior, I overslept. I'm really sorry to have troubled you." Ling Menglu rubbed her face, amusedly glancing at the shy boy. "No problem, I exercise regularly." "But Xiao, did you sleep comfortably?" The boy wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that Ling Menglu was teasing him. He angrily turned his head away and began to admire the scenery outside the window. Seeing that Su Xiao was no longer paying attention to her, Ling Menglu didn't bother to make a fool of herself. Instead, she turned back to look at Lu Yenyue with obvious provocation in her eyes. Noticing Ling Menglu's smug, irritating smile, Lu Yenyue felt a surge of anger with nowhere to vent it. She didn't even dare to lay a hand on Ling Menglu because that would upset Xiao Xiao. Chapter 95 Couples Cable Car? Clenching her fists, Lu Yenyue turned her head away from Ling Menglu and Su Xiao, admiring the soothing mountain scenery alone. Seeing that her other source of amusement was ignoring her, Ling Menglu closed her eyes to rest. Because her workload was considerable. How could she not put in her best effort to ensure Xiao Xiao received the perfect training? Ling Menglu curled her lips into a smile and began to formulate a new plan. She abandoned her original plan because she now had a better pawn. She also had to thank Lu Yenyue for bringing Lin Shu over. An hour later, the group had arrived at the foot of the mountain. This famous mountain was called Cliff in their area. The name's origin was simple. The mountain had split into two peaks for some reason, creating a deep cliff at the summit. At the same time, the name also carried a sense of turning point. Many bankrupt businessmen had climbed to the top and risen again. Of course, turning points can be good or bad. Did you all understand? The leading school leader looked expectantly at the numerous students from the student council. He had done his homework thoroughly to demonstrate his cultural knowledge. How about it? Intimidated, weren't you? In reality, no one was listening to him. Everyone was chattering away with their friends. Lu Yenyue, barely suppressing Su Xiao's disgusted gaze, pulled Ling Menglu aside. "Ling Menglu, you've gone a bit too far. Xiao Xiao is just recovering from a serious illness. She hasn't even regained her strength yet. How can she climb a mountain like this?" As she spoke, Lu Yenyue pointed to the steep mountain peak, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. If Xiao Xiao hadn't been watching, she would have already attacked. She didn't believe Ling Menglu would be so stupid. It must be that guy up to no good again. Ling Menglu looked at Lu Yenyue strangely. Are you out of your mind? Would I make such a basic mistake? Look over there. Following Ling Menglu's finger, Lu Yenyue saw the cable car not far from the steps leading up the mountain. She pinched her hand hard and walked away dejectedly. Why was she always so stupid? It wasn't until they reached the foot of the mountain that Lu Yenyue remembered Xiao Zhao's health problem, something Ling Menglu had already considered long ago. Her concern for Xiao Zhao was so intense that even Lu Yenyue began to have doubts. Could it be that she really liked Xiao Zhao? Only someone who likes another would care this much. Lowering her head in disappointment, Lu Yenyue took one last look at the boy who was still happily chatting with Ling Menglu. Hey! Let's hurry up and go. I'm worried Xiao Zhao won't choose to take the cable car down, so let's check the road conditions first. Lu Yenyue coldly addressed the silent, head-down Lin Shadong, then, ignoring his wishes, dragged him towards the mountain path. The school leaders who witnessed this quickly pretended not to have seen anything and also pulled their friends towards the mountain path. Seeing everyone begin to move, Su Xiao looked at Ling Menglu expectantly. But Ling Menglu didn't respond to his expectations. She shook her delicate white finger. No, Xiao Xiao, you're not feeling well, you can't climb mountains. Hearing this, the boy looked at Ling Menglu in confusion. Since we're already here, why come if we're not going to climb mountains? Ling Menglu seemed to see Su Xiao's confusion and pointed to the cable car. This cable car is the kind that can fit 2 people. We'll take it up the mountain. How about it? Doesn't it feel like a couple riding a Ferris wheel? Ling Menglu's affectionate gaze and tender words made Su Xiao lower his head in bewilderment. He had never been treated like this before. Even Lu Yenyue when he was little hadn't. He loved this feeling, it was so sweet. The boy gave a soft to indicate his agreement. But Ling Menglu didn't move, still looking at the boy with amusement. Then, Su Xiao gritted her teeth and went for it. I agree to ride the couple's cable car with you, Ling Menglu. The voice was so loud that it even reached Lu Yenyue's ears as she stepped onto the mountain stairs. Upon hearing the boy's loving shout, the girl, whose beauty rivaled Ling Menglu's, felt her once strong legs immediately give way, her muscles slumping. A large tear slid down her cheek. Since Ling Menglu and Xiao Xiao got together, Lu Yenyue had lost count of how many times she had cried like this. Looking up at the azure sky, the birds soaring over the Tianshan mountains, and the lightly drifting white clouds, Lu Yenyue thought she would probably never feel so at ease again in her life. Having lost her love, she would never find peace. Hurry up! What are you standing there for, one of the culprits? Wiping away her tears, Lu Yenyue snapped at Lin Shu, whose face was growing increasingly pale. Lin Shu didn't even have the strength to answer Lu Yenyue, he just stiffly climbed the stairs step by step. After confirming that he wasn't slacking off, Lu Yenyue continued walking forward, completely unconcerned about Lin Shu's fate behind her. Although the others could tell that this handsome young man wasn't in good shape. They knew the stakes were high and knew it was best not to provoke this abnormal young lady of the Lu family. Shaking their heads helplessly, the crowd bypassed Lin Shu and continued climbing. Inside a blue metal cable car. The boy pressed his face against the cable car window, his fair skin squashed into a flat pancake under the pressure. It was his first time riding a cable car. Of course, it was also his first time looking down at the lush green mountains from a cable car. If only he had known it was this beautiful, he would have insisted on riding the cable car at least once. But cable car rides are so expensive. Initially, Su Xiao was absolutely unwilling, but then he thought about how much he already owed his senior. He'd even given himself to her. The stunningly handsome young man is about to make his move. He'll pay back his senior sister slowly when he grows up. Just as the young man was thinking this, a round face pressed against him in the same position. Ling Menglu mischievously imitated him, also observing the scenery from the cable car in the same close-up experience. Chapter 96, seemingly calm. The boy couldn't help but laugh out loud. He couldn't help it, Ling Menglu's current appearance was just too hilarious. Hearing the laughter, Ling Menglu pretended to be very angry, immediately turning her face away from the window and slowly reaching out to grab the boy who was staring at her in horror. 5 minutes later. The boy stared intently at the smiling Ling Menglu, who seemed completely unfazed, instead looking at her hand with lingering pleasure. "Your little head feels so nice, Xiao Xiao." Ling Menglu's words made Su Xiao shyly avoid her direct gaze. "How could you touch my head like that, ugh? Aren't we a couple? Is there anything strange about this?" Seeing Ling Menglu still teasing him, the boy gritted his teeth and glared at her. This girl is getting more and more outrageous. Even if she's his boyfriend, she can't keep taking advantage of him like this. Ignoring her. The boy angrily turned his head away, refusing to look at Ling Menglu, but Ling Menglu forcefully turned his head back. "Do you want me to treat other boys like this someday, Xiao Xiao?" Ling Menglu's words made Su Xiao shake his head immediately. How could that be? This kind of thing is something only boyfriends and girlfriends should reluctantly do. What if it's to save someone? Ugh. The boy didn't know the answer. His values told him he shouldn't be so concerned. After all, a Prince Carrie wasn't that intimate. But deep down he still didn't want his senior to hug other boys like that. Su Xiao didn't know how to answer this question, so he could only awkwardly avoid looking at Ling Menglu, trying to escape the answer. Seeing that the boy was unwilling to answer her, Ling Menglu didn't press him further. Anyway, he would face a choice soon, wouldn't he? She had to change this disgusting kindness in the boy. And after that, At the summit of Cliff Mountain, a sleepy-eyed staff member clicked her tongue as she watched the approaching cable car. She couldn't understand why anyone would come to the mountains in the middle of summer. She hadn't had to do any work the previous day, she just took the cable car down after get off work and clocked out, but now she had to deal with these troublesome tourists. She chose this job precisely because of her social anxiety. Just as the staff member was lost in thought, the cable car arrived. "Guests. Have a good time." "Yes. Thank you, miss." "Ha?" The staff member was a little surprised. "So polite?" She looked up, and instantly her drowsy mind cleared. The young man's stunningly beautiful face shone brightly in the mountaintop sunlight. The black mole on his face seemed even more profound and mysterious than the cliffs of Cliff Mountain, coupled with his unparalleled charisma. "Mom, I'm in love." Just as the staff member was about to muster the courage to overcome her social anxiety and ask for a letter, a similarly beautiful girl next to the boy tugged at his arm, and the two walked past her as if no one else was there. A staged accident. The sound of a heartbreaking echoed. The handsome young man was already taken. She continued to pray that she could get off work quickly. For a grown woman, the most painful thing in the world is watching a stunningly handsome young man flirting with another girl. Shaking her head, the staff member went back to her little room to relax. Wow! So beautiful. The boy took Ling Menglu's hand and left the cable car pavilion. The two stood atop the high mountain, looking up at the blue sky that seemed so close. The only slight pity was there were too many clouds today. The sky wasn't its usual clear blue. After admiring the blue sky, the two walked for a while along the winding steps leading to the mountaintop. 5 minutes later. A bottomless, dark abyss came into view. On either side of the abyss were two majestic mountain peaks. A few small, verdant trees could be seen growing sporadically on the steep cliffs of the abyss. These solitary creatures looked completely out of place amidst the lush greenery at the foot of the mountains. "If you misbehave, I'll throw you down there, Xiao." Ling Menglu suddenly threatened as the boy stared at the steep cliff and abyss. But Su Xiao was clearly unfazed. "If you dare do that, I'll bite you to death first." Seeing the boy's reaction, Ling Menglu blinked and, without hesitation, scooped him up in her arms. Under Su Xiao's incredulous gaze, she began walking towards the cliff. Just as they reached the edge of the visitor railing, Ling Menglu suddenly stopped and put the boy down in her Prince Carrie. Su Xiao was still somewhat incredulous. "She's serious. Then I'll open my mouth, revealing my silver teeth, intending to teach her a lesson." But after thinking for a moment, the boy withdrew his teeth. "That annoying girl, she knew I wouldn't bite her, didn't she?" Glaring a fierce glare at Ling Manglu, Su Xiao turned and headed back the way she came. Ling Manglu, shamelessly, followed. Don't be angry, how about I take you to the visitor center to buy some delicious food? The boy's ears, which he had initially tried to ignore Ling Manglu's words, instantly perked up. Delicious food? Alright then. If Sun-du likes it, I'll forgive you this time. Under Su Xiao's expectant gaze, the two walked towards the visitor center. This is the visitor center. Su Xiao looked incredulously at the simple, unadorned two-story wooden building before him. This was quite different from the enormous, reinforced concrete visitor centers he had imagined. In fact, compared to others, this visitor center was only the size of a restroom. But appearances can be deceiving, perhaps there's a hidden world inside? The boy, with a glimmer of hope, pushed open the creaking wooden door. Inside, as expected, there were only a few broken wooden chairs, and not even a single staff member. A number of small spiders had already made their home in the spider webs in the corner of the cabin. Seeing this, Su Xiao turned and smiled at Ling Menglu. Senior, where's my food? Ling Menglu pointed to the small spiders on the spider web. Grandma Bei said that if this stuff isn't poisonous, it's actually quite a good source of protein when cooked. Chapter 97: The Coming Storm. The boy simply smiled at Ling Menglu's words. Okay. Ooh. Without any pity for Ling Menglu, the boy bit down on her slender, white arm, as white as a lotus root. Ouch. Ling Menglu cried out in pain, trying to get Su Xiao to let go, but the boy only bit harder. You could even see the muscles in her jaw working. Helpless, Ling Menglu quickly used her surviving arm to pull a bag of snacks covered entirely in English from her pocket. Su Xiao caught a glimpse of the snacks out of the corner of his eye and snatched them without hesitation. Humph. You're smart enough to know what's good for you. Tearing open the packaging, the boy looked at Ling Menglu suspiciously and pinched a small bean-shaped object in his hand. Here. You eat first. Seeing that the boy actually thought she might be up to no good with the snacks, Ling Menglu smiled helplessly. Shamelessly, she put the snacks and her two pretty fingers into her mouth together. The feeling of her fingers being moistened made the boy's face turn bright red. Let go, it's dirty. Ling Menglu opened her mouth and licked her lips with her pink tongue. It's not dirty, it even smells nice. You. Su Xiao didn't know how to refute Ling Menglu's shameless words. Angrily turning her head away, the boy casually found a chair and sat down. Ling Menglu watched the boy's back as he sat in the chair, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Slightly uphill, nearing the summit. The trees along the path were thinning, but not to the point of making the air too thin. These scattered patches of green made Lu Yenyu, whose face was damp with sweat, look anxious. Hurry up! We're already behind. Even those old men and women, the leaders, are almost there. What are you doing? Lu Yenyu stared coldly at Lin Shu, whose steps were unsteady. Lin Shu didn't react at all, simply continuing his slow ascent towards the summit. It wasn't that he didn't want to speed up, but his body was nearing its limit. But he had to persevere. He was worried about Su Xiao and Ling Menglu being together. Su Xiao was too naive enough to be easily manipulated by Ling Menglu. But his body absolutely couldn't get injured again. Thinking this, Lin Shu suddenly quickened his pace, as if his body had been rejuvenated. Seeing this, Lu Yenyu, who had originally wanted to urge him on, had nothing more to say. The two of them quickly walked towards the mountaintop together. Finally, 10 minutes later. Upon reaching the summit, Lu Yenyu paid no attention to the seemingly close blue sky, but instead scanned the surrounding crowd. No, where was her boy? Lu Yenyu panicked instantly. She was truly afraid that Ling Menglu, that madwoman, would do something incomprehensible again. Under the horrified gazes of the school leaders, Lu Yenyu paced back and forth with a grim expression. Not even a corner was overlooked. After a minute of searching, she arrived at the cable car station. What? The cable car is broken. Ling Menglu's incredulous voice came from the cable car station. The staff member looked apologetically at the two seemingly perfect lovers before her. She didn't want this to happen either. If the cable car broke down, she'd have to walk down after get off work. Where's the repairman? The staff member smiled awkwardly. Could she say the repairman had gone back to his hometown to be with his son at his wedding? And their boss was too lazy to spend money to find a new repairman. Ling Manglu realized that this staff member was just an employee and couldn't really handle anything, so she sighed. Xiao Xiao will have to walk down. Tell me if you get tired, okay? The boy nodded understandingly. It's okay, senior, going down the mountain isn't tiring. You can carry me, Prince, if you want. The boy's words, almost like a pleading request, immediately made Lu Yenue, who was watching from the shadows, tear up. No, never. Xiao Xiao had never acted so affectionately towards her before. Not even when they were little. Lu Yenue was terrified. Her only solace now was the fact that Xiao Xiao had once liked her. But now even whether that liking was real was in question. Hiss. Medicine, medicine. Feeling a sudden, sharp pain in her heart, Lu Yenue struggled and collapsed to the ground, laboriously pulling out a small white pill and swallowing it. The medicine took effect immediately, waves of joy washing over Lu Yenue's mind. Memories of her childhood with Xiao Xiao, almost forgotten, resurfaced, and Lu Yenue's expression softened. Finally, the beautiful illusion shattered abruptly. Like a bullet hitting an electronic screen. Looking at the medication for her mental illness in her hand, Lu Yenue smiled bitterly. She had clearly said she wouldn't rely on this kind of thing, but the effect was getting weaker and weaker. Patting her slender, beautiful legs, Lu Yenue propped herself up and stood up. She was afraid that Ling Manglu, that bastard, wouldn't take good care of Xiao Xiao when they went down the mountain, so she wanted to go with her. So under the strange gazes of numerous school leaders and student council members, Lu Yenue followed Ling Manglu and Su Xiao down the mountain immediately after they did. The students thought this was beyond even the level of boy in sheep's tail. That young couple had already finished playing before coming down the mountain, and you're already going down after just coming up. Your intentions are obvious to everyone. Shaking their heads, the love-hate relationship between these young ladies was none of their business. Let them play. They've gone to so much trouble to climb up, why not take a good look before going down? However, some things are beyond their control. An elderly woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing in the group of school leaders, glanced at the floating clouds in the sky and immediately, with practiced experience, pulled out her phone. The weather forecast, which had originally predicted cloudy skies, had changed to thunderstorms. The elderly woman looked at the old, cabin-style visitor center, adjusted her glasses, and pulled over the leader of the school leaders. The leader was somewhat curious. What was wrong with their geography professor? Wasn't she the one he was most looking forward to this? That cliff was quite a sight. 3 minutes later. The school leader's expression gradually darkened. He had actually trusted their school's meteorology club. Chapter 98, Ling Manglu's Perfect Scheme. Class, gather around, I'm going to take attendance. The students, who had been discussing what games to play, looked at the school leader with puzzled expressions. What's going on now? However, they weren't like Lu Yenue or Ling Manglu. They didn't have the courage to disobey the school leaders. They obediently stood together, awaiting the school leader's instructions. Looking at the assembled crowd, the head of the school leadership turned his gaze to the head of the physical education department. The head of the department immediately understood and, using his loud voice, began calling roll. 3 minutes later. Leaving aside Ling Manglu, Su Xiao, and Lu Yenue, who had already descended the mountain, the head of the physical education department, having called roll twice to confirm everyone was present, nodded to the school leader, who acknowledged, and then loudly announced. Students. There might be a thunderstorm later. Unfortunately, we have to cancel today's activity. We'll make it up to you next time if there's an opportunity. For everyone's safety, you all need to descend the mountain immediately. After speaking, the leader took the lead, leading his group of elderly students rushing down the mountain. The students, having recovered their senses, nodded to each other. A thunderstorm. They didn't want to get soaked. The students who had just climbed the mountain rushed back down together. The staff member who witnessed this nodded. She had also been notified that she could leave work early. Judging from their appearance, these students from the school should have finished roll call and gone down the mountain. And they were the only tourists present today. That meant there were no more tourists on the summit. The staff member looked around, saw the empty summit, and nodded in satisfaction. Playing games after get off work. Picking up her small bag, the young staff member couldn't wait to dive into the sea of games. After she left, the mountaintop returned to its deserted state. Suddenly, the door of the cabin opened, and Lin Shu, his face deathly pale, struggled to crawl out. Everyone, where is everyone? Lin Shu looked at the somewhat blurry scenery around him, feeling a little strange. Never mind, it doesn't matter, he needs to. Thump. The pale-faced boy collapsed weakly to the ground. A dizzying rush of consciousness filled his mind, and Lin Shu completely lost consciousness. At the foot of the mountain, everyone had safely descended. In contrast, the clouds in the sky grew increasingly dense, and the previously somewhat bright sky immediately darkened. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate. Seeing that the staff were all going home after get off work, the school leaders were once again pleased with their wisdom. See that, kids? Experience counts. The students were speechless. This old man, even if he hadn't said anything, wouldn't the staff member at the top have reminded them? Boom! Just as old man Deng was giving his speech, a flash of lightning struck, followed by a deafening roar. The once lush green of the mountain had turned grayish-green. It was going to rain. Everyone, get on the bus. So, the school leaders immediately decided he wouldn't give a speech. After all, he didn't want to get soaked either. Just as everyone was about to get on the bus, Lu Yenyue's anxious voice rang out. One person is missing. Hearing Miss Lu's voice, the first to be surprised was the head of physical education. She was certain she had counted everyone. But she overlooked one problem: Lin Shu, who had transferred schools, wasn't on their school's roster. Lu Yenyue had brought him without permission. The student council members seemed to remember. The boy who had seemed so affectionate with Lu Yenyue back then. But before anyone could think of a solution, large raindrops began to fall from the sky. Splash! SP. The rain poured down, bending the trees slightly. The utterly gloomy sky made going up the mountain to fetch Lin Shu a pipe dream. At this moment, some students thoughtfully added. I saw that student looked very pale when he came, he might have fainted due to low blood sugar. Hearing this, even the school leaders panicked. Although they were usually indifferent, this was, after all, a human life before them. No one could ignore it. Right, quickly check the notice board, there's the Scenic Area Rescue Team's phone number. The geography professor stepped forward again, like a pillar of strength. Upon hearing this, a high-ranking official understood. Ignoring the pouring rain soaking his clothes, he ran to the notice board and began dialing the number on it. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Shit, these negligent bastards. The school leader, who was good at English, immediately turned red with embarrassment, but after calming down, he knew that while the tourist attraction was unreliable, there were others he could trust. The firefighter's phone. Beep beep. Connected successfully. Without further ado, the school leader immediately reported the situation to the local firefighters. Upon hearing the seriousness of the situation, the firefighters immediately began making arrangements. 1 minute later. We've already dispatched a special forces unit, but I've learned that there's been a major traffic accident on the road to your location. A tanker truck carrying special gases has overturned, so we might not be able to reach you in time. We've contacted the traffic police for assistance, but you could try organizing volunteers with rescue and mountaineering experience to conduct a preliminary rescue. Remember, inexperienced individuals should not act rashly, it could endanger their own safety. We will arrive as quickly as possible. Because the school leader had hearing difficulties, his phone was on speakerphone, so everyone heard what the firefighters were saying. A tanker truck overturned, was it just bad luck? Everyone's heart sank. It felt like fate was about to take that boy's life. Lu Yenyu, after hearing the news, was drenched in cold sweat. She looked at the woman standing next to Xiao Xiao with a terrified gaze. Ling Menglu, as if sensing her presence, turned and smiled at her. A madwoman, Ling Menglu, that madwoman. What is she trying to do? How could she even foresee Lin Shu fainting? Lu Yenyue couldn't understand, but one thing she knew was that she absolutely could not let Ling Menglu's plan succeed. Even it didn't matter if Lin Shu died, as long as Xiao Xiao was safe. Chapter 99 Ling Menglu's plan is successful. Thinking this, an indescribable coldness flashed in Lu Yenyue's eyes. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at the worried-looking boy, her two delicate hands clenching tightly. After struggling for a moment, Lu Yenyue exhaled. I'll go. Under the gloomy sky, everyone watched Lu Yenyue raise her hands, understanding dawning on them. She really does like him, otherwise, why would she risk going up the mountain to save someone? Of course, Su Xiao thought the same thing, his gaze softening slightly as he looked at Lu Yenyue. So she still has some conscience, not entirely unreasonable. Being looked at with such eyes by the boy she deeply loved, Lu Yenyue's heart felt as if it were being slowly gripped by a large hand. Beneath her seemingly calm expression, a raging storm raged within her. But she had no choice. Because only in this way could she stop Ling Menglu's scheme. Although the boy might misunderstand that she still deeply loved Lin Shu, she had no choice, she had to do it. Simply so that her boy wouldn't be hurt anymore. But clearly Lu Yenyue was too naive. This time, the school leader hardened his stance. Lu, although your intentions are good, I remember you have no rescue experience. Besides, you've already climbed the mountain once, and your stamina isn't sufficient. Going up again like this could very well put you in danger. Therefore, I won't allow your actions. The school leader, usually timid in the face of Lu Yenyue, hardened his stance this time. He had no choice, he had to stand up for her at this moment. Going up in Lu Yenyue's condition would be suicide. Exhausted and mentally seeing Lu Yenyue's tired expression and heavy dark circles under her eyes, the school leader resolved to stop her, even if it meant offending someone. When the school leaders pointed out the stakes involved, Lu Yenyue's face paled even more. But before she could retort, Ling Menglu, who had been silent all along, stepped forward. She gently ruffled Su Xiao's hair beside her, and under the boy's gaze, a mixture of astonishment and hope, slowly spoke. I'll go. I have experience with professional rescue teams. Besides, I took the cable car up the mountain, so I'm still very energetic. Most importantly, Ling Menglu pointed to her shoes. Everyone looked, and unlike their casual sneakers, these were professional hiking boots. The anti-slip ability is on a completely different level from their shoes. After saying all this, Ling Menglu smiled at Su Xiao, which left the boy somewhat stunned. Indeed, what Ling Menglu said made a lot of sense. At this time, from any perspective, Ling Menglu going up the mountain to rescue people was perfectly justifiable. But Su Xiao felt incredibly uncomfortable. He didn't want to see his senior go up the mountain and risk her life, especially for a boy he couldn't help but hate. He took Lu Yenyue away, and now he wants to take his senior away too? Although the boy knew that Ling Menglu didn't like that guy, even hated him intensely. But his senior was risking her life for him. It's all his fault for showing concern for Lin Shu just now. No, didn't his senior like him for his kindness? The boy was filled with mixed emotions, but just as he was at a loss, the school leader, who had been struggling with this thought for a long time, finally said firmly. Please, Ling. Make sure you're safe. Ling Menglu nodded, gave Su Xiao one last tender look, and resolutely turned to walk towards the mountain path. Everyone, including the school leaders, watched Ling Menglu's departing figure with sullen respect. For no other reason than no matter what, anyone who dares to risk their life to save someone is commendable. Only after Ling Menglu's figure completely disappeared did the school leaders glance at the large raindrops falling from the sky and shake their heads. Students, get on the bus and take shelter from the rain. Don't catch a cold or fever. Everyone sighed upon hearing this. They couldn't help Ling Menglu much, after all, she was the professional. They obediently followed the school leader's instructions and boarded the bus one by one. Only Su Xiao and Lu Yenyue remained, getting soaked in the rain. The boy clutched his heart, turned, and glared at Lu Yenyue with hatred. Without saying a word, Su Xiao also boarded the bus with everyone else. Being looked at like that by the person she loved, Lu Yenyue stared blankly at the ever-changing, churning clouds in the sky. Yes, how could Xiao not hate her? She brought Lin Shu and even caused Zhao's favorite senior to risk her life to go up the mountain to rescue someone. Why did she have to be so stupid as to bring that good-for-nothing Lin Shu? Lu Yenyue slapped herself hard in the rain. She didn't know that even if she hadn't brought Lin Shu, Ling Menglu would have had classmates A and B arranged by her. And the fact that she brought him, well, that was even better for Ling Menglu. 2 hours passed. The bus was eerily quiet. Everyone's faces were gloomy, and Lu Yenyue's expression was deathly pale. The fire truck hasn't arrived yet. Someone muttered, plunging everyone present into despair. Logically, given the height of the mountain, Ling Menglu should be almost down by now. But seeing only the rain drizzling down on the ground, everyone thought the situation might not be so optimistic. At this moment, a female student shyly raised her hands. Can I go to the restroom? After this girl finished speaking, several other female and male students raised their hands. Seeing this, the school leader, noticing the rain showed no signs of letting up, nodded and said, "Go and come back quickly." 5 minutes later, having relieved themselves, the students returned to the bus. The chill and dampness brought by the heavy rain left them all feeling drowsy. Even so, they keenly sensed something was wrong. A male student, as if realizing something, turned pale and quickly looked at the seat that should have been occupied by 2 people. Oh no! One of those seats belongs to Ling Menglu and the other. Everyone, Su Xiao is missing. The school leaders, who had been keeping a close eye on the firefighters' letter, turned around in disbelief upon hearing this shout. Chapter 100. Poor Lu Yenyu. And indeed, as that student said, the unbelievably handsome boy was gone. The thought that another person might be lost made the school leader's legs go weak. He slumped powerlessly into his seat. This school leader, with years of teaching experience, had been negligent once again. He knew he was no longer qualified for this position. But he could go back and resign, but a life lost is lost forever. Seeing the students' panicked expressions, the school leader knew he needed to calm down first. However, one person simply couldn't remain calm. Everyone, stop her. Sitting in the last row, Lu Yenyue had somehow opened the bus window and was about to climb out. Her classmates rushed to stop her, but the frantic Lu Yenyue ignored them. She violently pulled away her classmates' hands and flipped out of the window. Having exhausted herself, even flipping out of the window was a struggle for Lu Yenyue. Landing safely was out of the question. Her fair face slammed into the rain-soaked mud. Small pebbles mercilessly cut her face. But none of this stopped Lu Yenyue. Looking at the female classmates and teachers chasing after her from the bus, Lu Yenyue smiled. She then sprinted down the mountain road. The others, realizing they couldn't catch her, stood panting at the beginning of the mountain road. Ignoring the rain soaking their clothes, they stared intently at the mountain path. Although the path had steps and railings, it was entirely made of wood, so its safety was questionable. And now 3 people were risking their lives to rescue someone up the mountain. They were tempted. After all, their physical strength, while not comparable to Ling Menglu's, was certainly better than that delicate, handsome boy, even if he hadn't climbed the mountain. Just as everyone was about to head up the mountain to rescue the person, the older teacher in charge stopped them. Don't go any further. Do you want to cause trouble for the firefighters? Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads. They knew the older teacher was right. Their own belief in their physical strength was misplaced. Without any rescue experience, they were very likely to put themselves in danger. Sighing, the group dejectedly returned to the bus. Halfway up the mountain path on Cliff Mountain, a boy was struggling to climb upwards in the pouring rain. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder echoed through the mountains, startling the boy who was climbing. A tear mingled with the rain and fell to the ground. Looking at the muddy wooden steps ahead, the boy forced back his tears, muttering under his breath, "Ling Menglu, you bastard." But in the boy's momentary daze, the wooden steps ahead, worn down by the rain, finally gave way. A creaking sound rang out, and 4 sections of the historic wooden staircase collapsed, breaking off to either side, leaving behind a nearly 2-meter vertical drop. The boy, trying to climb the mountain, was completely blocked here. A drop of almost 2.5 meters, even a high jumper or a basketball player couldn't make it. Tears streamed down the boy's handsome face, a sense of indescribable anxiety etched on his face. Why did this have to happen here? He was about to see his senior. The boy was anxious and somewhat lost, his beautiful eyes fixed on the sky where the sun was obscured by dark clouds. Someone help him. As if hearing his cry, a heavy breathing voice and hurried footsteps came from behind the boy. The boy turned around and saw that it was Lu Yenue. Lu Yenue didn't look well, her once beautiful face was now as pale as a sheet of paper. Looking at the person she had longed to see, Lu Yenue gave a broken smile. Glancing at the broken mountain path in front of the boy, Lu Yenue, under the boy's incredulous gaze, knelt down before it. The boy instantly understood Lu Yenue's meaning. But this only made him more bewildered. After all, in his eyes, Lu Yenue would never abandon her dignity in front of him. A hint of hesitation flashed in the boy's eyes, which Lu Yenue noticed. "All right. What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and come up." Urged on by Lu Yenue's words, Su Xiao gradually became more determined. No matter what Lu Yenue's situation was, he was going to save his senior, wasn't he? Without hesitation, the boy slowly placed his feet on Lu Yenue's shoulders. Feeling the weight on her shoulders, Lu Yenue smiled inexplicably. Her boy was a little heavy. It seemed he had been eating well at Ling Menglu's place. That's good. Grabbing the boy's pale ankles, Lu Yenue helped Su Xiao steady himself, then used her strength to slowly straighten up. The boy was now standing on Lu Yenue's shoulders. But, damn it! Almost there. With Lu Yenue's height advantage, the boy was horrified to discover he was still a little short. Even the usually mild-mannered boy couldn't help but let out a curse. Then, as if remembering something, he glanced guiltily at Lu Yenue, who was standing at his feet. Looking up at the boy looking down at her, Lu Yenue feigned a urging expression. "Didn't you think of a method? Just do it. Stop dawdling." Seeing Lu Yenue's familiar tone, the boy finally smiled at her again. However, after smiling, he gently lifted his foot from Lu Yenue's shoulder and mercilessly stepped on her head. Using Lu Yenue's head as a leverage point, the boy pushed off with both feet and finally flipped up 2.5 meters. "We'll still be friends when we get back." The boy didn't see Lu Yenue's expression. After saying this, he turned and continued running towards the mountaintop without looking back. Lu Yenue was already in tears. Touching the dirt from her hair, Lu Yenue thought of the fragrance emanating from the boy's ankles, and pitifully curled up into a ball, completely oblivious to the fact that she was still halfway up the mountain. She had abandoned her dignity, abandoned everything just to be friends with her boy? Lu Yenue looked up at the sky in confusion, then smiled. "It's enough to see you again. Even if I lose my body, even if I become an object to accompany you, it doesn't matter." Lu Yenue smiled with relief. Chapter 101: Lu Yenue's Persistence. The wrath of heaven poured down like a flood on the small mountaintop, filling the air with a sense of unease. The dilapidated wooden cabin, worn down by the torrential rain, finally met its end. The roof slowly seeped through until it completely collapsed, revealing a hole over a meter wide. Suddenly, the creaking door of the cabin was pushed open with a bang, and a soaking wet, anxious-looking boy rushed in. "Senior!" The boy shouted, but only the sound of raindrops pattering on the eaves answered him. Looking around and seeing the empty cabin, the boy let out a heavy sigh, and an indescribable sense of grievance welled up inside him. As if a wire in his brain had snapped, Su Xiao's fragile body finally gave way under the relentless onslaught of the rain. Thump! The boy collapsed weakly to the ground. Boom! A deafening thunderclap followed nearly 10 minutes after the boy collapsed. A figure, her face covered in mud and eyes red, burst in. The figure was slender, and a sense of brokenness and concern for the unconscious boy was palpable. Xiao Xiao! The figure slowly reached out her hands towards the boy, but they froze in mid-air. Blood trickled from her hands, revealing the abrasions caused by her strenuous climb up the rock face. Without time to heed her own pain, the figure gritted her teeth, scooped up the boy, and rushed down the mountain path. At the foot of the mountain, the school leaders watched the descent with tense expressions. No movement, no movement. Completely ignoring the raindrops dripping onto them, the school leaders' eyes were fixed on the path down the mountain. Finally, a figure came running down the path, carrying a boy whose face was deathly pale. Upon seeing this, the school leader's face lit up with joy. Quick! Someone who knows first aid, go and treat him. It was the geography professor with the gold-rimmed glasses again who came out and took Lin Shu from Ling Menglu, who was soaked in rain and sweat. He placed the unconscious Lin Shu on the ground and carefully examined him. Meanwhile, the school leader looked at Ling Menglu with anxious eyes. Oh, right. Ling. Have you seen Su and Lu? They went up the mountain too. Upon hearing this, Ling Menglu, who had been smiling kindly, froze. How could this be? This is impossible clearly, besides him, no one would risk their life to save her. This is off script. Ling Menglu admitted that she panicked for the first time. She had planned to use the prince carry Lin Shu to provoke Su Xiao on the way down the mountain, but she miscalculated. She hadn't expected the boy to be so irrational as to go up the mountain to find her. And because the paths up and down the mountain weren't the same, she perfectly missed the boy. No, he can't die. She hadn't successfully reformed him yet. With reddened eyes, Ling Menglu, under the incredulous gazes of the school leaders, actually rushed back up the mountain path. But she had only run a few steps when she saw a figure, bleeding profusely, running down the mountain path. Ignoring Ling Menglu beside her, the blood-covered figure gently handed the boy to a school leader waiting nearby. Then, in the torrential rain, the figure finally collapsed, unconscious. The figure was Lu Yenyue. After taking the boy up, Lu Yenyue still felt uneasy, so despite the risk of being cut, she forcibly climbed the 2.5-meter cliff. Upon reaching the top, Lu Yenyue found the unconscious boy in a small wooden hut. Anxious and distraught, Lu Yenyue didn't choose the gentler descent route, but instead opted to return via the relatively steeper descent path. As a result, she fell countless times along the way, but each time she managed to cushion her fall with her own body just before collapsing. And so Lu Yenyue, covered in countless abrasions, successfully carried the boy down. At that moment, Ling Menglu, having checked Su Xiao's condition, walked up to the blood-soaked Lu Yenyue. Watching the geography professor administer emergency treatment, Ling Menglu's eyes were filled with coldness. She absolutely wouldn't allow. Hey! You come here right now. Ling Menglu's tone was like that of a demon from the deepest hell, causing the school leaders, who had just finished a call with the fire department, to freeze, their bodies trembling. You all remember this Xiao Xiao was saved by me. You know what you should and shouldn't say. If you say anything you shouldn't, think about your families. Ling Menglu's face was filled with murderous intent. She actually didn't want these people who knew the truth to leave alive. But after thinking it over, she decided against it. As long as they knew what was good for them, she might spare their lives. Ling Menglu's words filled the school leaders present with hesitation. Because listening to Ling Menglu meant potentially offending Lu Yenyue. And coincidentally, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Ling Menglu saw the school leaders' concerns, smiled, touched Lu Yenyue's blood-stained cheek, and under the school leaders' horrified gazes, licked the fresh blood with her tongue. Don't worry, Lu Yenyue won't blame you. On the contrary, she'll think you did the right thing. But... slap. Seeing the school leader still wanting to argue, Ling Menglu didn't hold back and gave him a light tap. Looking at Lu Yenyue, who had received emergency treatment from the geography teacher, she kicked her with her sneaker. You're still a bit persistent, aren't you? But don't worry, Xiao Xiao will soon be the way I want her to be. Ling Menglu's face was flushed a heart-stopping red. An hour later, the bus heading back met the ambulance directly. After confirming the license plates, the ambulance quickly dispatched 3 teams to lift Su Xiao, Lu Yenyue, and Lin Shu into the ambulance. Seeing all 3 on the ambulance, the school leader intended to follow, but was stopped by the medical staff. The ambulance is a bit cramped, and one of the 3 patients is in serious condition. If they are not immediate family members, please go to the hospital later. After saying this, the doctor didn't ask the school leaders for their opinions, closed the ambulance door, turned on the siren, and sped towards the hospital. Chapter 102: Ling Munlu's Joy. The ambulance, though small, was strangely divided into two sections. In one section, Lu Yenyue and Lin Shu were receiving emergency treatment, while in the other section, Su Xiao and a doctor whose face was completely covered were present. The boy, who had been fainting, gestured with his hands. The doctor rolled his eyes at him speechlessly and slowly wrote on the boy's small hands. They are both completely unconscious. Hearing this, the boy opened his eyes and looked at the specially soundproofed modified ambulance compartment. His eyes narrowed into crescents. Su Xiao stepped forward and patted the doctor's head, instantly dropping the doctor's disguise. Well done. Yi Xiling, praised and stroked by the boy, lowered her head shyly. But master, you're really ruthless. Lu Yenyue was already like that, and you still didn't let her go. Su Xiao smiled, a complex look flashing in her eyes, but it was quickly followed by overwhelming anger. Of course, this wasn't an act for Yi Xiling's benefit, it was simply Su Xiao's true feeling. Do you think I'm cruel? Should I treat you like that too? The boy tilted his head, staring at Yi Xiling, curious about her reaction. Yi Xiling immediately knelt on one knee in fear. Please don't do that to me. You've changed. The boy remarked, feeling that Yi Xiling was more natural around him. Don't worry. I won't treat you like that, but don't get any ideas either. Seeing that the boy had seen through her ulterior motives so quickly, Yi Xiling was shocked and somewhat disappointed. But she quickly cheered up again. Anyway, compared to Ling Menglu and Lu Yenyue, she was the closest to the boy, wasn't she? That was enough. After the storm, the sun finally shone through the clouds again. It was the day after that mountain climbing trip. A longtime patient at the hospital, Su Xiao, woke up in the faint morning light. The boy, just awakened, found Ling Menglu kneeling beside his bed. His eyes held an indescribable expression. He knew his senior had gone to save Lin Shu for him, and it was precisely because of that Su Xiao felt guilty. But when he collapsed on the mountain yesterday, that moment of immense grievance overwhelmed his guilt. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the boy touched his phone in his pocket. It was still there. He pressed the power button, and the phone lit up. Seeing this, the boy couldn't help but exclaim, "Made in China is awesome. The quality is top-notch." The boy opened his phone and went to the school's forum. Two photos caught his eye. One was of Ling Menglu giving Lin Shu a prince carry. Upon seeing this, the boy's previously calmed emotions immediately tensed up, and a huge sense of grievance welled up inside him. But the second photo moved him somewhat. Although the image was blurry, it was clear that a blood-soaked, faceless figure was carrying Su Xiao in a similar prince carry. The boy figured that slender figure must be his senior. Looking at the sleeping Ling Menglu, the boy examined her closely. Her face was covered in several bandages, and her body seemed to be wrapped in bandages. It was definitely his senior. However, he was still a little angry. Of course, he was angry at himself. If he had been more assertive, if he hadn't cared so much about Lin's life or death, would his senior have been injured? The boy shook his head frantically, reaching out his pretty little hand to pinch Ling Menglu's cheek as she slept. Ugh, hi. Ling Menglu, who had been sleeping peacefully, felt a cracking sensation on her face and instantly woke up. Just as she opened her eyes, she saw the boy looking down at her. That posture. Get up and go buy me some food, you lazy pig. Are you trying to starve me? Su Xiao suppressed his awkwardness and said what he thought were tough words to Ling Menglu, because he didn't want to disappoint his senior again. The boy's posture instantly woke Ling Menglu from her sleepiness. It seems. That's it. A blush crept across her face, and Ling Menglu felt a strange stirring in her lower body. Under the boy's curious gaze, Ling Menglu quickly rushed out. But only after rushing out of the hospital did Ling Menglu realize something was wrong. She seemed to have forgotten to ask the boy what he wanted to eat. So she was about to take out her phone and send a text message asking him what he wanted to eat. But before she could send it, his text arrived. Senior, there won't be a next time. Rushing out without asking me what I wanted to eat deserves punishment. But judging from your behavior, buy me what I like to eat. Seeing the boy's commanding tone, Ling Menglu's body reacted strangely again. There was no way she could buy food in this condition. So Ling Menglu quickly took out her phone and instructed her housekeeper to book a presidential suite at a 5-star hotel near the hospital. She needed to vent her anger properly so she wouldn't give herself away to the boy. Meanwhile, in another ward, Uncle Lou was staring intently at the silent school leaders with a gaze filled with immense pressure. He hadn't been paying attention to the school for a day, and these leaders had organized a mountain climbing activity. Most importantly, both of his children were injured during the activity. And all he wanted to know was how his daughter got injured, and these damn school leaders were making all sorts of excuses. Did they think he was easier to talk to because of his age? Just as Uncle Lou was about to confront them, Lu Yenyu, who had been unconscious, finally woke up. She gripped her father's hand tightly. "Dad, I fell by myself, it has little to do with the school leaders. And you don't need to worry about it, Xiao Xiao and I are both fine, aren't we?" No one knows a daughter better than her father. Uncle Lou immediately saw through what his daughter was trying to hide, and he sighed helplessly. He actually had a guess it was definitely related to Xiao Xiao. These things between young people never mind. "What do you want to eat, daughter? I'll go buy it for you." Chapter 103 excited Ling Menglu. Seeing her father's loving gaze, Lu Yenyu, who had always appeared so strong and cold in front of Su Xiao, finally couldn't control her emotions. Large tears slid down her cheeks. The girl sobbed silently. Seeing his daughter like this, Uncle Lou felt as if his heart had been pierced by needles. Her mother had cried like this before he had been soft-hearted and forgiven her. But with Xiao Xiao, any boy who did that would probably never forgive. But Lu Yenyu was, after all, his daughter, and Uncle Lou decided that his heart ached for her. After struggling with his decision, Uncle Lou decided to take the plunge. He came to try and persuade Xiao Xiao, hoping that Yenyu and Xiao Xiao could at least become good friends again. Perhaps that would make his daughter feel better. "Alright, Yenyu, Daddy's going to buy food," Uncle Lou said to Lu Yenyu and walked towards the door. But as soon as he left the ward, Uncle Lou didn't head towards the hospital entrance. Instead, he went in the opposite direction. That was Su Zhao's ward. After walking through 2 corridors, Uncle Lou stopped in front of a hospital room. Having thought about it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how to start the conversation with Xiao Xiao. With a helpless sigh, Uncle Lou decided to go in and talk to the boy first. But as soon as he pushed open the door a crack, Uncle Lou saw a scene that made his heart skip a beat. Sunlight shone on the boy's face, reflecting dappled light. The boy's fair and handsome face was now filled with tears. His expression was one of indescribable struggle and hesitation. His small mouth opened and closed, seemingly lip-syncing to "learn." "Sir, may I ask who you are?" Just as Uncle Lou was pondering the reason, a pleasant female voice interrupted him from behind. Uncle Lou turned around and saw a beautiful and intelligent face. Ling Menglu smiled meaningfully at the middle-aged man before her. "Sir, if you have nothing else to do, could you please move aside? My boyfriend is hungry." Upon hearing this, Uncle Lou's drowsy mind instantly cleared. He remembered this was Xiao Zhao's girlfriend. The one everyone talked about in their upper-class circles, the crazy young lady. Uncle Lou, realizing what was happening, gave Ling Menglu what he thought was a discreet look. On the surface, she was far more dignified and perfect than his daughter. Moreover, based on his over 30 years of dating experience with Aunt Lu, the concern in Ling Menglu's eyes for Xiao Xiao seemed genuine. Unable to detect anything amiss, Uncle Lou apologized to Ling Menglu and left. He couldn't help his daughter anymore, at least for now. Ling Menglu had performed flawlessly. Watching the middle-aged man leave in a disheveled state, a disdainful smile curled at the corner of Ling Menglu's lips. She quickly suppressed it and returned to normal. With a sense of anticipation, Ling Menglu slowly pushed open the door to the ward. Hearing the noise, the boy quickly suppressed his tears. His sensitive nature told him exactly what his senior wanted from him. After all, they'd been dating for a while and her frequent hints were too obvious to him. Su Xiao didn't understand why his senior wanted him to do that, but he decided to play along with Ling Menglu. even if it would make him feel terrible. Taking a breath, Su Xiao forced himself to feign a tyrannical demeanor. Why did it take you so long to buy food? As punishment, you're not allowed to eat. You'll have to serve me. Seeing the boy's reaction, Ling Menglu, carrying the lunchbox, trembled. Joy, excitement, and agitation seemed about to burst from her eyes. This intense gaze was easily caught by the boy sitting on the bed. As expected, his senior liked him talking to her like this. But he just wanted to act like a normal couple. Perhaps his senior had some difficulties. The boy shook his head, continuing to pretend to cross his arms. Seeing Ling Menglu's lack of movement, the boy suppressed his discomfort and shouted at her. What are you still standing there for? Are you trying to starve me? Awakened by the boy's shout, Ling Menglu looked at Su Xiao and a tear rolled down her cheek. It seemed it was as if he had returned. Ling Menglu seemed to be sinking into depravity, but he wasn't him after all. To keep him becoming him indefinitely, he needed constant guidance until this guy completely broke down. Letting out a breath, Ling Menglu smiled at Su Xiao, who was trying his best to cooperate. I was wrong. I'll serve you food right away. After saying that, Ling Menglu obediently sat down next to the boy like a little boy. She opened the lunchbox, which was full of familiar things to Su Xiao. These were dishes from various restaurants he and his senior had eaten at, and they were all his favorites. Su Xiao clearly remembered that even when a dish was delicious, seeing the price on the menu made the boy bury his feelings deep inside. He just hadn't expected his senior had memorized them all without missing a single one. This touched the boy deeply. Since his parents' passing, few people had shown him such concern. Having noticed his senior's situation, he couldn't let her down. Looking at the delicious food before him, the boy forcibly restrained himself, almost as if he were deliberately nitpicking. Blow on it. How can I eat it when it's so hot? Given the order, Ling Menglu didn't hesitate for a moment. She opened her red lips in front of the boy, about to blow on it, when she saw him blush slightly. How can I eat it like this? Find a way to make the soup less hot without splattering your saliva. As soon as he said it, the boy regretted it. Was he being a little too demanding? Although his senior liked him treating her this way, but things never go as planned. Ling Menglu somehow found a small fan and turned it on. A gentle breeze swept across the still steaming soup. Ling Menglu watched the thick, red soup tremble in the breeze, a look of reminiscence on her face. She remembered how he had made things difficult for her in the same way. Chapter 104, Going to Senior's House? Sometimes, Ling Menglu even began to doubt. Could Su Xiao be him? But that was impossible. He had promised not to forget her. And Ling Menglu was confident he would never forget the place they had agreed to meet. To prevent herself from misjudging, Ling Menglu had subtly hinted at it to the boy several times at school. But the boy still didn't react, so, for the first time, Ling Menglu hardened her heart. She used defilement to separate Lu Yenyue and the boy. After breaking up the childhood sweethearts, she conducted a second test. She personally drove the boy in her sports car to the agreed-upon place for a drive. And the boy, just like before, showed no reaction. At this point, Ling Menglu finally realized a substitute was ultimately just a substitute. A tool used to comfort her. If it worked, she'd keep it; if it didn't obey, she'd destroy it. Lu Yenyue, who had just fed the boy a mouthful of soup, had an indescribable chill in her eyes. If you're obedient, keep you. If you're disobedient, kill you and make you a specimen. After all, that face is the most important thing. Ling Menglu said ruthlessly in her heart. The boy was unaware of Ling Menglu's thoughts. He only saw that she was daydreaming again. Su Xiao felt this was a test from his senior, and he couldn't let her down. Forcibly channeling his energy into his dantian, the boy spoke to Ling Menglu in a tone brimming with anger. What are you daydreaming about? Don't you know I'm still eating? Feed me now. And as punishment, you have to carry me back later. No driving allowed. Seeing Su Xiao's words becoming increasingly suggestive, Ling Menglu suppressed her excitement and continued feeding the boy. 3 days passed quickly. During these days, Su Xiao had been constantly thinking of ways to torment Ling Menglu. Not only to satisfy his senior's strange-sounding hobby, but also to vent his frustration. He remembered not long ago when he was lying pitifully on the mountaintop, while Ling Menglu was carrying Lin Shu in a prince's arms. However, Ling Menglu later redeemed herself by rescuing him. But the boy thought it was a bit strange. Putting aside the time factor, did his senior have that much stamina if he rescued Lin Shu first and then went back up to rescue him? Lost in thought, the boy contemplated his future and blushed deeply. Ling Menglu, sitting nearby, seemed to sense Su Xiao's confusion and immediately started spouting nonsense. "Don't you know I've won a climbing competition? Climbing 2 mountains was a piece of cake, wasn't it? Xiao Xiao." Su Xiao, realizing Ling Menglu had seen through his little scheme, instantly became a little annoyed. "How dare you talk to me like that, Ling Menglu?" Seeing Su Xiao gradually becoming accustomed to this style of speaking, Ling Menglu smiled subtly. "That's good. I was wrong, but Xiao Xiao, do I really have to carry you home? You know, our home is 1,000,000 miles from the hospital." Ling Menglu's softened expression tempted Su Xiao, but the boy was afraid she was bluffing, so he decided to remain adamant. "No. You have to carry me back. Even if we're surrounded by onlookers on the street, it's not okay." The boy shook his head firmly. This was the only thing he wouldn't budge on, not just to accommodate his senior's hobby but more because the thought of Ling Menglu carrying Lin Shu still infuriated him. Even though it was to save someone, he still couldn't forgive her. Seeing Su Xiao's unyielding attitude, Ling Menglu covered her mouth and chuckled. There was no other way. Carrying the boy back to his house would be exhausting for Ling Menglu. Then she might as well not go back to Su Xiao's house. A deeper meaning flashed in Ling Menglu's eyes. "Are you really sure?" "Yes. You have to carry me back." Ling Menglu nodded. "Well, so be it." Half an hour later, the boy, having finished tidying up, looked at Ling Menglu somewhat shyly from his bed. This was the first time he'd ever let his senior carry him. Given no chance for regret, Ling Menglu easily lifted the boy into her prince carry as if he were a chick. Feeling his entire body suspended in mid-air, the boy's previously calm expression froze. Before he could say anything, Ling Menglu started running while still carrying him. Soon, the two left the hospital. As soon as they came out, countless people cast envious glances at them. But the girls' gazes were even more intense. Their eyes seemed to want to kill Ling Menglu. Such stunning beauty, even if they hadn't possessed her, just seeing her simply held in another woman's arms made them feel incredibly lucky. Is this what they call a femme fatale? Looking at Su Xiao and Ling Menglu's arms, the girls sighed helplessly. Why couldn't it be their turn? If they had such a beauty at home, their motivation at work would increase tenfold. Compared to those girls driven by lust, Ling Menglu seemed much more composed. Running swiftly down the street with the boy in her arms, she felt as if she had rediscovered that old feeling. The girl was brimming with energy, running incredibly fast despite carrying Su Xiao. One reason was that the boy wasn't heavy, and another reason. She couldn't wait to continue pushing her plan forward. To ensure the boys' continued and comfortable cooperation, Ling Menglu went to great lengths. Dealing with her two old parents had taken her quite a bit of time. Their daughter only wanted a happier life, so why couldn't she cooperate willingly? Fortunately, with her persuasion, they reverted to their former selves, the parents Ling Menglu knew from her childhood. That's better this way, the substitute could understand her family situation just like him, thus performing better, pleasing her more, and allowing this tool for satisfying her to last longer. Holding Su Xiao, Ling Menglu's face suddenly flushed crimson, though the boys didn't notice. Right now, the boys only cared about one thing. Where was Ling Menglu taking him? He was certain Ling Menglu was heading away from his home. Hey! Ling Menglu, where are you taking me? This isn't the way to my house. Ling Menglu smiled when asked. Who said we were going there? Can't we go to my house? Chapter 105: The Coerced Spiritual Father and Mother. Upon hearing that his senior was taking him to her house, the boy, who had been enjoying the breeze in Ling Menglu's arms, suddenly widened his eyes. Going to his senior's house? That means he's meeting her parents? Su Zhao's heart pounded faster and faster. He wasn't ready at all. He was about to tell Ling Menglu to stop, but the boy keenly sensed her unusual behavior. His senior's heart was pounding just like his. That agonizing rhythm seemed to symbolize her nervousness. Su Zhao swallowed back the words he was about to say. His senior was looking forward to it too, wasn't she? How could he just extinguish that girl's anticipation? But the boy quickly changed his mind. Ling Menglu, like Lu Yenyue, lived in a high-end villa district. However, judging solely by the exterior of each villa, Lu Yenyue's villa district was superior. But it was precisely because of this slightly older appearance that it further demonstrated the Ling family's strength. This was the premier villa district in Su Zhao's city. And not only that, even the surrounding security was several levels stronger. The security guards at the main entrance of the villa district even stood at attention, exuding a sense of solemnity and seriousness. Even the boy, who hadn't yet undergone military training, could sense it. These were probably a group of genuine soldiers with considerable service time. At the same time, the security guards also turned their gazes towards them. They immediately spotted Su Zhao in Ling Menglu's arms. This was a completely unfamiliar face they'd never seen before. According to procedure, to enter, they needed to verify his resident status first. The new security guard was about to step forward to investigate when the security captain stopped him. The security captain gestured for the newcomer to check if anyone else was moving. The rookie security guard looked around and, sure enough, no one had moved. Master, what's going on? Looking at this girl who had served in the army for several years but was still so clueless, the security captain shook his head. If this girl wasn't related to him, he wouldn't bother with her. Being a security guard in this villa area was a good job. The monthly salary was quite substantial. The security captain even considered kicking people out so he could squeeze in a few relatives, but the remaining security guards were all seasoned veterans. Not only were they militarily strong, but they were also well versed in the rules of society, leaving the captain helpless. Looking at his naive niece, the captain sighed. Remember that face, remember it perfectly. She's a real madwoman with power. Whatever she does, just pretend you don't see it. I'm emphasizing this again, remember it well, or it won't be as simple as just losing your job. Following the captain's instructions, the rookie security guard deeply etched Ling Menglu's face into her mind. But she also had some doubts. Could such a young girl be so terrifying? Is this your house, senior? It's so big. At this moment, the boy had asked Ling Menglu to put him down. The boy, now unloaded, looked around at Ling Menglu's villa. There's not much to say about the two-story house. The most important thing is that Ling Menglu's villa has a private garden. Right now the garden is filled with all sorts of flowers. Amidst the colorful blossoms, some still in bud, a peculiar fragrance wafts into the boy's nostrils. This fragrance is somewhat familiar to the boy. Isn't this his own body odor before he used air freshener? Thinking of this, the boy lowers his head shyly. Is he really that destined to be with his senior? But this body odor, he's really too embarrassed to tell his senior. He'll tell her this secret when she proposes. Shaking his head vigorously, the boy forced himself to stop thinking about these things. The most important thing now was to figure out what to say to his senior's parents when they met for the first time. The boy walked across the garden, lost in thought. But the commotion ahead made him look incredulously at his senior, who had arrived at the villa entrance ahead of him. What are you doing? What have you been doing these past few days? This brat, doesn't he know how tired your mother and I are? He never lets us have a moment's peace. Look at the Li family's child next door. They've all gone abroad to study, while you're still wasting your time at this small university. Have you ever thought about how we feel? We're doing this for your own good. A middle-aged couple continued their incessant nagging in front of Ling Menglu, who was looking down. This middle-aged couple was quite good-looking. The man's looks, if he were young, would have been on par with Lin Shu's. While the woman was older, her gentle features were strikingly similar to her senior's, and her overall demeanor was extraordinary. However, these two good-looking people were now showing ferocious expressions towards their child. "Why aren't you saying anything? Playing dumb. We raised you with so much hardship and all you do is neglect your work. Don't you think about how to repay us? I think you don't need to inherit the company anymore." Just as the two were still exchanging barbs, Su Xiao, unable to bear it any longer, rushed forward and shielded Ling Menglu behind him. "What are you doing? Can't you see that your senior is already in pain?" Seeing Su Xiao suddenly appear, the two didn't seem angry. Instead, they exchanged glances and began to size him up. A breathtakingly beautiful aura, a flawless face, and shoes that were the kind of shoes a wealthy person would wear to conceal their status. The couple, who had been hurling insults at Ling Menglu, suddenly changed their tune dramatically. "Oh my, this child is so handsome. Can you tell us, uncle and aunt, which family's prince are you? What's your relationship with our Ling Menglu? And what are you standing there for, good daughter? Quickly take him inside and have a seat." With that, the couple shoved the boy into the room. After the boy was completely inside, Ling Menglu, who had been keeping her head down, finally raised her head. Her face was indescribably cold. Seeing this expression, the couple were immediately startled. Ling Menglu ignored them, only mouthing the words. "That's it, how you treated me when I was little. You have to act it all out, perfectly recreate it. If you can't do it, or if you give yourself away." Ling Menglu pointed to where her biological father was pointing. This caused a flicker of unspeakable terror to appear in her father's eyes. Chapter 106: The Situation of the Ling Family. Unaware of the commotion outside, the boy who entered the room kept looking around his senior's house. However, to his surprise, the entire room lacked any sense of luxury. The furniture was made of ordinary wood, clearly not any expensive material. The floor was covered in yellowish-brown tiles lacking the heavy, solemn feel of marble, instead giving Su Xiao a soft and comfortable feeling. To put it bluntly, his senior's house made him feel very comfortable. But precisely because of this, the boy felt a little strange. The ferocious look on Ling Menglu's parents' faces kept flashing through Su Xiao's mind. The boy couldn't believe that those parents would choose this kind of decorating style. Just as the boy was pondering this, the door opened, and Ling's parents pushed Ling Menglu, whose eyes were slightly red, inside. Seeing Ling Menglu like this, Su Xiao immediately became anxious. He rushed forward and snatched Ling Menglu from her parents. "Senior, are you all right?" Ignoring the ingratiating looks from Ling Menglu's parents, Su Xiao anxiously checked Ling Menglu's entire body. Only after finding no injuries did he breathe a sigh of relief. "Let's go, senior. Let's go inside." Ling Menglu nodded and obediently followed Su Xiao slowly towards her room. Logically, the boy's actions were somewhat impolite, but Su Xiao wasn't oblivious. The social standing of Ling Menglu's parents was all too easy for a young person to discern. Therefore, the boy, concerned for his senior, naturally sided with Ling Menglu and didn't give her parents a friendly look. But what the boy didn't know was that as soon as he left, Ling Menglu's parents' ingratiating smiles immediately changed. Guilt and worry constantly surfaced on their faces. The boy's face reminded them of something. It seemed, or rather, it was the same person. Ever since the child disappeared when they were young, their daughter had completely changed. She became unpredictable and utterly insane. However, they were also partly to blame, but by the time they realized it, the 13-year-old Ling Menglu had silently usurped their power. Then, on the very day they lost power, their own daughter broke off one of their fingers as a warning. Thinking of their daughter's state, Ling's parents were already worried about the boy. But they were helpless. Ling Menglu had no one to stop her now. The fact that they were alive was already the limit of Ling Menglu's tolerance. Sigh, what a tragedy. Ling's parents sighed, deciding to continue playing along with their good daughter's act. It was just a pity about that boy. "Is this the place, senior?" The boy frowned, looking at the door, which appeared dented and uneven from being hit by a heavy object, and asked Ling Menglu. Ling Menglu nodded. Without hesitation, the boy pushed open the door. But Ling Menglu's room made the boy's pupils shrink abruptly. It didn't resemble a young woman's room at all. A lifeless atmosphere filled the room. The game consoles, basketballs, and figurines found in Lu Yenyua's room were completely absent from Ling Menglu's room. In their place were a pile of highly professional-looking books. How to manage a century-old enterprise. What should a qualified leader possess? Business models and risks. These books left Su Xiao stunned. He randomly picked one up and opened it. Ling Menglu's densely packed notes appeared on it. However, sometimes a person's handwriting can directly reflect their mood. Ling Menglu's words gave the young man only one feeling: suppression, a deep, oppressive feeling. The boy's face turned pale. Under Ling Menglu's gaze, he flipped through every book in the room. Without exception. Senior, you. Ling Menglu gave a broken smile, a smile unlike the gentle one she usually showed to the boy. Behind the facade lay a broken heart. Let me tell you, Xiao Xiao. Seeing his senior's desire to reveal something, the boy straightened his expression and sat down opposite Ling Menglu. After Su Xiao sat down, Ling Menglu began her story in a low voice. Our family is a family with a long and distinguished history. A century of accumulation means that even if a good-for-nothing were in power, it would be difficult to shake the foundations of the family. And coincidentally, my parents were the kind who lacked ability. Back then, my mother insisted on abandoning the childhood sweetheart chosen for her by my grandmother, and instead chose my father, a young man with little ability. The result was, after my grandmother passed away, no one in the family could stand up for her, and the family was already on the decline. At this time, my mother thought of her childhood sweetheart, but by then, he had already married. And I was born during a time of family turmoil and my parents' discord. They pinned all their hopes on me, subjecting me to a high-pressure education from a young age. To be honest, Xiao Xiao, you think I'm strange, right? I might have developed some PTSD from my parents' treatment, and I prefer you speaking to me in that assertive tone. Of course, it's not just that although I've taken over part of the family business, a large portion is still in their hands. And they want my boyfriend to come from a family at least on par with the Ling family. Therefore, I used what little business I control to fabricate information about you, Xiao Xiao. Judging from their reaction, I think I succeeded. But there's one crucial point, Xiao Xiao, you can't show any weakness. The more spoiled and assertive you are, the more my parents will think you're intimidating and have a powerful background. So, Xiao Xiao, can you help your senior? Ling Menglu poured out her years of grievances and innermost feelings, even shedding a few small tears. The boy, seeing his senior's expression, already had tears in his eyes. What strength, what domineering presence! Those attitudes at school were probably all an act. A sharp pain shot through his heart, and the boy decided to help his senior overcome and escape his rebellious parents. Therefore, even if he himself felt very uncomfortable, he would do his best. Chapter 107: The Acting Skills of the Spiritual Father and Spiritual Mother. Shaking his head, the boy rushed forward and hugged his senior. He patted her back, and as Ling Menglu's emotions gradually calmed, the boy channeled all his strength into his dantian. Hurry up! Get me some fruit, I'm getting hungry. Seeing Ling Menglu's eyes already red from tears, Su Xiao deliberately acted spoiled, his voice loud enough for Ling's parents downstairs to hear. Ling Menglu smiled, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Su Xiao. Then, Ling Menglu slowly got up and walked downstairs. The boy followed closely behind, hiding around the corner on the second floor, wanting to see how Ling's parents would react. Aren't you going to hurry up? Didn't you see she said she was hungry? Oh my god! That tone and demeanor, whose prince is this? Ling Menglu, if you miss this opportunity, I'll teach you a lesson. You absolutely must seize this chance. We can't entrust the family business to an incompetent guy like you. But if you can win over that boy and his family, giving you power isn't out of the question. After all, the Ling family's rule is to give power to those with ability, or those who can bring help to the Ling family. You have no ability, then you'd better grasp the second point, or I'll have no face to face your grandmother. Watching Ling's parents relentlessly berating their senior, Su Xiao clenched his fists tightly on the second floor. He never knew parents like this existed. Even though they were from the same prominent family, Uncle Lu and Aunt Lu were so kind and well-mannered. It seems these parents really were just as his senior had described. The boy gritted his teeth, he had to act as convincingly as possible. His senior had gone to great lengths to secretly alter his background without her parents' knowledge. Although he didn't know how she managed to keep the news from spreading at school, he couldn't betray her trust. If she ever gained power, should he become her secretary? The boy pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with determination. In short, he absolutely couldn't reveal anything to his parents. Ling Menglu. Hurry up! Why are you so slow? Hearing the voice, his parents recognized the familiar voice and their eyes filled with fear as they looked at their daughter. A suspicion formed in their minds. Would their daughter be using that white moonlight substitute tactic? This was a living, breathing boy with flesh and blood, with his own feelings. As for whether the boy was the real white moonlight, a term of endearment for a past relationship, Ling's parents were certain it wasn't. Because that white moonlight had lived with them for a while, it was unlikely she wouldn't remember them at all. Seeing Ling's parents lost in thought, Ling Menglu, standing beside them, had veins bulging on her forehead. She smiled and made a 3 sign to her father. This gesture seemed to trigger some unpleasant memory for her father. Although he was quite old, at this moment he still showed an indescribable look of terror. The words he had prepared were stuck in his throat. No other reason than that he was terrified of their daughter, who was now almost driven mad. Seeing her husband's reaction, Ling's mother quickly gave Ling Menglu a pleading, ingratiating look. But Ling Menglu remained unmoved. Instead, as her husband's face grew increasingly pale, she extended her 3 fingers to 4. Finally, before Ling Menglu extended the last finger, the two, whose minds weren't quite clear, came up with their lines and began to cooperate with her. Hurry up! What if our prince goes hungry? Remember this. Take good care of him. If this big fish gets away, see how we deal with you. Seeing her parents acting, Ling Menglu finally smiled. Just when Ling's father thought the matter was over, Ling Menglu simply turned her 4 fingers back to 1. Ling's father almost fainted. He was actually terrified and on the verge of collapse. But thinking back to what he and Ling's mother had done to Ling Menglu when she was little, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. It hurts, so be it if this makes his daughter more comfortable. She took a plate of fruit from Ling's parents. Ling Menglu turned and headed upstairs, but then, a sudden thought struck her, and she laughed like a madwoman. Under the incredulous gazes of Ling's parents. Slap! Ling Menglu slapped herself hard, leaving a clear red mark on her pretty cheek. Her lips formed the shape of study hard, and Ling Menglu squinted as she walked upstairs. Leaving Ling's parents collapsed on the floor. Upstairs, Ling Menglu's room. The boy forcibly dragged Ling Menglu under the chandelier in the room. He carefully examined the red mark on Ling Menglu's face. He gently touched it, and Ling Menglu cooperated by feigning pain. These 2 old guys, how can they treat their own child like this? Ling Menglu looked at the boy stroking her cheek, her eyes filled with longing. It's okay, I'm used to it, Xiao, I've always been like this since I was little. As soon as Ling Menglu finished speaking, a hint of indescribable heartache appeared in the boy's eyes. However, Ling Menglu gave him a sharp look and gestured with both hands towards Su Zhao's locked room door. The boy immediately understood. Hurry up and feed her, senior. You're too slow. Sorry, Xiao, I'll hurry up and get going. Never mind, you should rest. I can do it myself. You look tired too. The boy said to Ling Menglu in a nonchalant yet classic, spoiled tone. Before Ling Menglu could react, there was a knock at the door. Standing up, Ling Menglu opened the locked door. Her parents glared at her fiercely outside. Then, they came in with ingratiating smiles. Little student, are you settling in well here? If Ling Menglu dares to bully you, don't worry, tell your aunt and uncle, and we'll definitely teach her a lesson. Also, may I ask where you live now? Your aunt and uncle will come over and bring you some food later. Seeing that the 2 guys still couldn't hold back, the boy inwardly marveled at his senior's foresight, knowing she had already told him how to answer. I live in that newly built villa area now. My dad came here on some business, so he just bought a place to make do. Make do? You have to understand, that newly built villa area is notoriously expensive. Chapter 108: The Fearful Spiritual Father. Ling's parents exchanged a glance, their smiles widening. They glanced at Ling Menglu out of the corner of their eye, just out of Su Zhao's sight, and said kindly, "We two old folks won't disturb you young people's courtship, you two chat, you chat." After saying that, Ling's parents left the room, not forgetting to close the door behind them. After the two old men left, Su Zhao looked at Ling Menglu worriedly. "Are you really sure everything's alright, senior? Even if those two are stupid, they wouldn't completely ignore it. What if your preparations are exposed?" Ling Meng's lips curved into a smile, her face radiating a tenderness Su Zhao had never seen before. "It's alright, at least for your carefree future, Xiao Xiao. Your senior will absolutely not fail. It's just that it'll be tough on you. This is a long battle. Your parents will probably be willing to relinquish control soon, but it will be gradual. The transfer of power will take time. Therefore, Xiao Xiao, you'll probably need to maintain this state for about 2 years." The boy listened intently to Ling Meng's words, his eyes filled with determination. "It's just 2 years. Even if it's 20 years, he'll persevere." There was no answer, the boy's expression said it all. Thus, Ling Menglu, who had witnessed everything, could finally declare the modification a success. All her effort in creating a toy that helped her endure these difficult days had been worthwhile. Ling Menglu still clearly remembered he said he would come to find her later. But because Ling Menglu was too young then, she hadn't heard the rest of his words. Now, Ling Menglu suddenly remembered. He said he would come to find her in 16 years. She would only be 5 years old then, and now she was 19. For some reason, Ling Menglu remembered those words, and she felt an indescribable excitement, but also increased anxiety. 2 years, it was too agonizing. Before remembering that phrase, Ling Menglu had already resigned herself to the fact that he would never come looking for her. Therefore, she planned to use gentler methods to turn Su Zhao into a permanent toy. But now 2 years is enough. Ling Menglu's eyes were filled with coldness and ruthlessness. Of course, she had read many stories, and she wouldn't be like the foolish women in those stories, regretting her actions for a substitute. From beginning to end, she had only treated the boy as a tool. "Alright, Xiao Xiao, are you sleepy?" Although the boy's eyes were now determined to help his senior, his heavy dark circles couldn't be hidden. Despite sleeping for so many days in the hospital, the boy's face was etched with an unyielding weariness. But the boy forced himself to stay awake. Having seen what Ling Menglu's parents were like, he didn't want his senior to face it alone anymore. "Alright, don't worry about it. We need to conserve our energy so we don't give them any openings, right? Besides, they're counting on me to take you down so they won't go too far." Ling Menglu's words made sense. Seeing her resolute attitude, the boy didn't argue. "Then I'll go to sleep. Just let me know if you need my help." Yawning, the boy didn't hesitate and plopped down on Ling Menglu's bed. It has to be said, both Ling Menglu's and Lu Yenyue's beds smelled nice, unlike the messy, foul-smelling beds of other girls online. But how did he know the smell of Lu Yenyue's bed? How strange! Thinking this, the boy drifted off to sleep. Seeing the boy's adorable panting, Ling Menglu quietly approached him and took a closer look. Once she was sure Su Zhao was completely asleep, Ling Menglu's feigned gentleness vanished. She slowly walked out of the room, using a mechanism to lock it securely, ensuring that even if Su Zhao woke up, he couldn't leave. Having done all this, Ling Menglu, her delicate feet shuffling in slippers, began to walk downstairs. Seeing her father trembling in the living room, Ling Menglu smiled gently. "Are you that afraid of me, Dad? I remember when I was little, you used to whip me with your homemade willow branches and slap me in public. You were so majestic back then." With each word Ling Menglu spoke, her father trembled. Under Ling Menglu's gentle smile, her father didn't dare to speak, only allowing Ling Menglu to recount his past misdeeds like a Khan reviewing his troops. At this moment Ling's mother finally couldn't bear it any longer. "Xiaolu, it's all my fault. Please forgive your father. He was just a clueless young boy back then. It's all my fault. Your father was just anxious. He made a mistake." Looking at Ling's mother defending her father, Ling Menglu looked at the woman's face, which bore a resemblance to her own, and felt no pity whatsoever. Under their terrified gazes, Ling Menglu stretched out her right hand, turning the one she had just promised her parents into 3. Seeing this, Ling's father finally broke down. Tears streamed down the face of this man nearing middle age. Ling Menglu simply watched all of this coldly. Finally, as Ling's father stopped sobbing, Ling Menglu yanked him up. "Let's start with you today." "No." Unable to bear watching, Ling's mother watched as Ling's father was forcibly dragged away by Ling Menglu. The two left the house and arrived at the garden in front of the villa. "These flowers are so fresh, aren't they, and the fragrance is enchanting, isn't it?" Ling Menglu asked Ling's father with a hint of interest, but he was trembling with fear and didn't answer. "Never mind how boring." Seeing that her father didn't answer, Ling Menglu didn't mind. She went to the middle of the garden and lifted a bunch of artificial flowers. "Go in. The sooner you finish your punishment, the sooner you can rest, right? Or do you want me to kick you down like before?" Ling Menglu's words made her father resign himself to his fate and go down. After he went down, Ling Menglu followed him. "Ugh. Very good, you didn't make a sound today, then 3 kicks will finish." Chapter 109: The Suffering Boy. I have. The boy, half asleep, was jolted awake from Ling Menglu's bed. He thought he'd hallucinated. What was that scream? Su Xiao shook his head, looked at the empty bedside, and nimbly rolled out of bed. "Senior." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, the boy called out to Ling Menglu, but received no response. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Su Xiao, and he rushed to the door. Click, click. He tried to open it, but found it locked for some reason. "Hello? Is anyone home?" Su Xiao's loud voice immediately startled Ling's mother, who was trembling in the living room. Seeing that Ling Menglu hadn't finished punishing Ling's father, Ling's mother was at a loss. She anxiously looked around, but couldn't find a solution. Just as this middle-aged woman was at a loss, Ling Menglu, radiating coldness, finally returned. Glaring at Ling's mother with eyes full of murderous intent, Ling Menglu lowered her voice. "Go over there and wait obediently." Ling Menglu's commanding words didn't anger Ling's mother. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was given the ritual, that was enough. Faced with Ling Menglu in her current state, Ling's mother really didn't dare to move. She took out a medical kit from the living room and obediently went to the secret basement to keep Ling's father company. After witnessing her mother's departure, Ling Menglu withdrew her murderous aura. She exhaled, forced a smile, and slowly walked up to the second floor, activating a mechanism. Once the mechanism was activated, the boy tiptoed out. After observing for a while and finding that Ling's parents were not present, the boy unceremoniously hugged Ling Menglu, completely unlike his previous spoiled self. However, Ling Menglu didn't appreciate it. Instead, she frowned. This puzzled the boy. Why did his senior look so unhappy? Surely, with Ling's parents gone, they didn't have to interact like that, right? But then, having watched many short videos, Su Xiao seemed to remember something. He cautiously looked around and, in a small corner of the second-floor corridor, Su Xiao saw a small, faintly glowing object. The boy approached and looked a pinhole camera. His heart pounded, and his face paled. Could Ling's parents be perverts? Ling Menglu walked to the boy's side and smiled indifferently. They've always been like this, like madmen. I discovered this camera before and broke it, so you don't need to worry this time, but who knows what will happen in the future. In the Ling family, being kind and easy to talk to means being bullied. Conversely, the more unruly you act, the more they'll fear you and dare not lay a hand on you. So just bear with it a little longer, Xiao Xiao. Just 2 years. After 2 years, I can strip them of their power and let the two of us live happily ever after. Until then, Xiao Xiao, you'd better stay like this. The boy nodded, his face pale. If he were exposed, wouldn't his senior's plan be implicated and fail? At that time, Ling's parents would definitely not let his senior off the hook. The boy absolutely could not allow that to happen. Therefore, he would persevere. He took a heavy breath, and the boy reverted to his spoiled self. Come on. Take me shopping, Ling Menglu. Okay. The two figures slowly disappeared, leaving only a silent corridor. Ling Menglu's house, the secret basement in the center of the flower bed. Not a ray of light penetrated, only endless gloom and oppression. The ancient stone bricks symbolized the place's long history. The damp air was indescribably nauseating. "Hiss, be gentle." The father, suppressing his urge to shout, whispered to the mother. The mother, seeing the blood streaming from her father's fingers, shed a single tear. "We are her biological parents, this is too much." Seeing the mother on the verge of losing control, the father shook his head, his eyes filled with guilt. "Don't forget how we treated her when she was little. Locking such a young girl in this dark, sunless basement. Shallou's pain back then must have been far greater than mine. It's all our fault." The father's words made the mother feel guilty as well. "Yes, it's all their own doing, isn't it? If it weren't for that boy, Ling Menglu probably would have lost the will to live long ago." Ling's parents' eyes were filled with complex emotions. They didn't want their daughter to end up like this, but some mistakes are ultimately irreversible. Not far from the villa area, on a rather upscale commercial street, a strikingly handsome young man was trembling all over on the brightly lit street. Even so, the young man still acted arrogantly. "What kind of garbage do you sell here? It's awful. How dare you keep operating?" The young man went against his own conscience, hurling insults at the part-time girl who was about his age. Because Ling Menglu told him that this place was full of Ling father and Ling mother's spies. Everything that happened here would be known to them. There was no other way for his senior. Su Xiao was forcing himself to do things he hated, despite his discomfort. The girl being scolded and harassed by the boy was almost bursting with tears. She was just a girl from an ordinary family who had come here part-time to sell snacks because she heard the pay was high. But who would have thought that on her second day of work, she would be harassed by this incredibly handsome boy in expensive clothes? A crowd watched, but because of the security guards' watchful eyes, no one dared to take out their phones to take pictures. The owners of the surrounding stalls also watched the show with amusement. "I'm sorry." "What's the use of being sorry?" Seeing the girl's vagina already producing vaginal discharge, Su Xiaoqiang suppressed his guilt and discomfort, glanced around, and discovered that there were indeed quite a few plainclothes officers secretly observing the area. The eyes and ears of the spirit father and spirit mother. The boy gripped his hand tightly. He buried his apology to the girl in front of him deep in his heart. Chapter 110, 2 years as a tool. Half a minute later. The part-time girl looked helplessly at the handsome boy with a fierce expression. The situation was at a standstill. At this moment, the manager in charge of the commercial street finally came out. Seeing Ling Menglu, the manager was immediately startled. Then he glared at the employee whose eyes were already red and swollen. "What are you standing there for? Apologize right now." The girl gritted her teeth. What had she done wrong? Why should she apologize? She was a newbie, she wasn't familiar with the work, but this was too aggressive. Seeing the girl remain silent for so long, the manager glared at her, then smiled apologetically at Ling Menglu and Su Xiao. "Don't worry, you two, I'll fire her right now. We absolutely will not tolerate this kind of thing happening here." The boy glanced at the manager indifferently, said nothing, and pulled Ling Menglu away by the hand. After watching the two leave, the manager glared angrily at the tearful part-time girl. "Do you know who those two are? You don't need to work for me anymore. Take your wages and get out of here." Hearing the manager's pronouncement, the girl's nails dug fiercely into her pretty little hands, leaving faint traces of blood. She knew she was just an ordinary person, with no room for struggle or rebuttal. It was just a pity to lose such a good job. Following the manager's instructions, the girl collected her wages from the personnel department. Because of her bad mood, she slowly walked towards a deserted alley. However, just as she entered the alley, a mysterious person shrouded in a black robe forcibly shoved a card into her hand. The girl was about to say something when the mysterious person vanished. Looking at the information on the card, the girl's pupils contracted. "Take this as an apology for what just happened. Don't make a fuss." Yes, the mysterious woman in black robes was Yi Xiling, who had been hiding in the shadows all along. She was cleaning up after him according to Su Xiao's instructions. However, the boy seemed to have anticipated this situation. Ling Menglu seemed completely seen through by the boy. Yi Xiling shuddered, but quickly smiled sweetly. She's still kind at heart, but only I know that. He. In a good mood, Yi Xiling hummed a cheerful tune, intending to continue protecting the boy in the shadows. Meanwhile, the boy who had spent half the day shopping with Ling Menglu was trembling all over. He was in so much pain. But when he thought of Ling's parents, those two crazy people who would install hidden cameras in their house, the boy strengthened his resolve. He couldn't let Ling Menglu get caught up in their mess. Forcibly defying his inner kindness, the boy adopted the persona of a wealthy young master whom Ling's parents feared. The effect was remarkable. When the boy and Ling Menglu returned to the Ling family villa, Ling's parents at the door were both excited. Look at Ling Menglu. That's the demeanor of a rich kid. That's right. Xiao Xiao isn't like you, only good for embarrassing others. Show some backbone, daughter. Coldly watching the two of them, their performance like a charade. The boy spoke in a chilling tone. You're spying on me? And Ling Menglu is my girlfriend, you're not allowed to talk about her like that anymore. If you need to hit or scold her, I'll do it, understand? Startled by the boy's tone, Ling's parents, who weren't very educated, immediately put on a fawning expression. Yes. Uncle and aunt were wrong. Poof. With a cold snort, Su Xiao pulled Ling Menglu back, ignoring Ling's parents, and walked coldly towards the door. After the boy left, Ling's parents deliberately whispered in a voice the boy could hear. This child's family must be powerful and influential. And when we scolded that unfilial daughter before, this child was willing to stand up for her. Oh my, I don't know what kind of luck our stupid daughter has had. Old woman, you must make sure you get along well with him in the future, follow the Ling family rules and give the family business to Ling Menglu, then we won't have to worry about anything. The two whispered amongst themselves, openly discussing their relationship right in front of Su Xiao and Ling Menglu. After Su Xiao entered the house first, Ling Menglu turned and glanced at her parents. She mouthed to her mother. Your punishment will be waived today, good acting. Having done this, Ling Menglu walked into the house with a smile, leaving behind a surprised and delighted Ling's mother and a happy Ling's father. Half a month later. The boy had been at the Ling family home for half a month. Having finished his final exams, he now needed to act in front of Ling's parents every day with Ling Menglu. All this was to solidify the two uncultured old men's stereotypes about Su Xiao. To this end, Ling Menglu even hired several servants and luxury cars to help Su Xiao. And so the two of them fooled Ling's parents for over half a month. But today the boy finally couldn't hold on any longer. The image of the girl he had made things difficult for while doing day labor was still vivid in the boy's mind. Su Xiao remembered the difficult days he had spent doing day labor. Just as he was about to cry, he inadvertently glanced at his senior, Ling Menglu, beside him. Ling Menglu's eyes were also a little red. The boy clenched his fists tightly. Yes, his senior was a kind person too. To deal with those damned Ling's parents. The boy had actually asked Ling Menglu's opinion. Why not abandon the Ling family and run away with his senior to another place? But the senior student explained that her parents were ruthless, truly insane capitalists who would stop at nothing. Although not very bright and not highly educated, they possessed a ruthless streak. If they really did this, there would definitely be huge trouble afterwards. Even if they fled to another place, they would be intercepted by Ling Menglu's parents. Therefore they had to complete this lie now. Until Ling Menglu completely gained power 2 years later. The boy clenched his teeth tightly. He had endured so many years without his parents. Just 2 years, he could endure it. But why did he feel a strange, stabbing pain in his heart? A look of confusion crossed the boy's eyes. Ling Menglu, out of Su Xiao's sight, coldly watched him. Useless can't even last a little over half a month? You know, he won't be back for another 2 years. Without this tool, Ling Menglu didn't know how she would survive these 2 years. Chapter 111 Sudden Change Fork in the Road. So, let's give this tool a break a little. After all, she still needs this tool to help her get through these past 2 difficult years. Xiao Xiao, remember the restaurant I took you for a drive after you were discharged from the hospital? I'll arrange for a driver to take you there for a meal later. Su Xiao paused, glancing anxiously at Ling Menglu. What about you, senior? Don't you need to relax? Ling Menglu gave a wry smile, then forced a calm expression. I won't go, those two have already started me getting involved in some core business. Besides, aren't you the one suffering the most? My kind-hearted boy. As she spoke, Ling Menglu gently stroked the boy's alluring ear. The boy, instantly turning into a tomato-like red, glared at Ling Menglu. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of your parents? Before the boy could finish speaking, Ling Menglu hugged him tightly. It's okay, it's safe here, but it's too small. Ling Menglu pointed to the small room the boy lived in at the Ling family home. Later, I'm going to turn the whole house into a place where we can talk freely. The girl's smile was as gentle as a spring breeze, filling Su Xiao's heart with an indescribable surge of emotion. The boy nodded vigorously. Let's do our best, senior. The boy, now full of energy again, made Ling Menglu smile. Well, you should go and get some rest before that. I'll handle those two old guys. Half an hour later. Standing arrogantly at the entrance of the Ling family villa, the boy looked down at his fawning parents and Ling Menglu, who was smiling at him from behind. I'm going to eat. Make yourselves at home. After saying this, the female driver, dressed in a black suit and wearing sunglasses, elegantly opened the car door for the boy. Remembering her employer's instructions, the female driver approached Ling's parents. Our young master is grateful for your care. It's nothing, we were just doing our duty. Su Xiao, already in the car, watched the scene with amusement. Ling Menglu's parents were being completely outmaneuvered by the driver hired by his senior. But his senior was really amazing, she had arranged everything so perfectly for her parents. At the same time, the young man felt a pang of heartache. What had she gone through to develop such shrewdness at such a young age? If only he could go back to when his senior was a child. The young man's thoughts wandered. While Su Xiao was lost in thought in the car, the driver finally finished his performance as instructed by his employer. Adjusting his sunglasses, the driver gave Ling Menglu a meaningful look before getting back in the car and speeding away. With the driver's far superior driving skills compared to Ling Menglu, the car quickly left the city and arrived at the country road where Ling Menglu had previously taken the boy on a speeding ride. The boy waved, signaling the driver to open the window. It was the height of summer, opening the window was practically asking for trouble, wasn't it? But since the boy was one of her employers, she couldn't very well disobey. With a puzzled look, she opened the window. The driver's expression instantly turned to shock. A cool breeze was blowing and not a hot breeze at all. Looking at the sun high in the sky and listening to the cicadas chirping by the roadside, the driver was incredulous. How could this be? The boy covered his mouth, noticing the driver's reaction. He remembered the same reaction when he came with his senior, but his feelings were completely different these past two visits. Last time, he was excited and full of hope for the future when he first met his senior. But now, because of his spirit parents, the boy wasn't as happy as he had been when he first arrived. His gaze swept over the surrounding scenery with a somber expression, and he suddenly rubbed his eyes. Driver, stop the car. Although he didn't know what was going on, the driver, who was paid to do the job, obediently stopped the car. After the car came to a smooth stop, the boy's eyes were filled with surprise. He clearly remembered that last time he came here there were no forks or side roads along the way. But now, there was definitely a side road. The driver watched the incredibly handsome boy scrutinizing the side road, looking somewhat troubled. This young master's curiosity might be getting the better of him and he'd want to go inside and investigate. She just wanted to finish the job quickly, get paid, and leave. This employer is truly insane, threatening her family's lives to ensure the task doesn't go wrong. Shaking his head, the driver tried to dissuade him, but the boy's eyes were filled with an unyielding determination. He had a feeling there was something here that could help his senior. Driver, please, take this side road. Sighing helplessly, what could she do? She had to obey, after all, her family's lives were still in Ling Menglu's hands. Following the boy's instructions, the car slowly drove towards the side road. But as they drove, things changed. The scenery along the roadside changed from the initially normal rural fields to a scene that should never have happened here. Is that snow? The usually composed driver's voice trembled. She pointed incredulously at the snow-covered landscape outside, a vast expanse of white. This scene in summer. The driver's eyes were fixed on the unbelievable sight outside the window. But the girl's eyes didn't show shock, only a deep-seated longing. Let's turn around and go. This is too. Swallowing hard, the driver pleaded with the girl, intending to report this phenomenon as soon as she got back. This scene was completely against science. The girl didn't speak, but instead gestured for the driver to check their escape route. The driver looked back hesitantly. Sure enough, the retreat route was blocked by a blizzard. Driving was impossible in these conditions. Keep going. The boy's tone suddenly became calm and collected, his entire demeanor completely different from before. His composed and calm voice gave the driver a sense of strength and confidence. There was no other way. Keep going. Chapter 112, Taichi Shrine in 14 years ago. Clenching his teeth, the driver pressed the accelerator again. But they hadn't gone far when a blinding white light enveloped them. After a moment of dizziness, Su Xiao opened his eyes. The driver beside the boy was nowhere to be seen. The boy knew the driver was all right. He looked up at the ancient building before him. The peach-colored beams had faded with age. The two-storied building presented a paradoxical scene. Sharp yet rounded tiles pillars that, though not tall, seemed to soar into the clouds. The tiles, arranged in a staggered pattern on the roof, yet possessing an air of order. The plaque above the entrance bore the inscription: The Center of the World Taichi Shrine. In this situation, the little system, which had been hiding all along, finally couldn't hold back anymore. Its tone was filled with deep sorrow. Xiao Xiao, you really are. The boy smiled, reminding her. Have you forgotten that I'm still acting? Whatever your guesses, you'd better shut your mouth. Hearing the boy's words, the little system instantly fell silent. Originally, she thought Xiao Xiao wouldn't have any bad memories, at most she just knew the script, but now it seemed that the sins they committed in their past lives had come with her boy. Su Xiao could clearly sense the little system's profound sorrow. But so what? He slowly walked to a corner outside the shrine. The boy looked at the gardenia that had bloomed sometime during the day and smiled. He touched the still damp soil beneath the gardenia. How many tears must have been shed to nurture such a flower? Under the watchful eye of the little system, the boy made no attempt to hide the overwhelming rage in his eyes. He was just an actor here for revenge. Leaving the gardenia, the boy pushed open the shrine's gate. The shrine wasn't empty. An old man with wrinkles etched on his face looked at Su Xiao and slowly spoke. The four of you are here again. The boy smiled just as he had guessed. The little system was formed from the reunion of Lu Yenyu, Ling Meng Lu, and that guy. Is it regret? Madam, don't you think those three are ridiculous? They did such things to me in their past lives, yet they followed me here on their own, only to become lowly accessories by my side. Without answering the boy's question, the old lady continued her inquiry. What are you doing here? The boy paused, then his smile and demeanor vanished, replaced by the naive and innocent Su Xiao once more. Madam, where is this? And is the driver all right? Seeing the boy still unable to leave, the old lady sighed and began to explain in a cooperative manner. This is Tai Shrine. Only those with great fortune can enter. The driver is all right. Here, everything can be reversed, including the normal world, as long as the price is right. Turning the world into a male-dominated world isn't impossible. The center of the world, truly deserving of the name. Speak your request, young man. A flicker of excitement crossed the young man's eyes as the old woman explained. No, Xiao Xiao. Please at least let yourself be at peace. Ignoring the little system's exclamation, Su Xiao spoke his request with an excited tone. I'll offer my virginity as the price. This should be the most precious thing a young man has, just to return to his childhood. I want to save my senior. Have you thought it through? Yes, please, old woman. A long-lost complex expression flashed across his aged face, finally settling on a single, definitive question. Are you sure? You don't want to use this opportunity to save your parents. The boy nodded, then suddenly smiled with relief. Aren't they already living a good life in that place? They shouldn't have to suffer again. Upon hearing this, the old woman finally confirmed that this was the boy who had caused her heartache before the world reversed. But was this second life merely for revenge? But she was just an observer, she had no right or reason to criticize him. Sigh. As you wish. No. You can't, I disagree. Ignoring the little system's frantic roars, the old woman sitting in the center of the shrine waved her scepter. Time began to rewind. The boy's body gradually shrank. Time returned to 14 years ago. And the boy felt something flowing out of his body. Remember, you only have 1 month. Stopping waving her scepter, the old woman glanced at Su Xiao, who had become a 5-year-old child. You bastard, I'll kill you, you old bastard. The little system, having witnessed everything, roared madly at the old woman before her, forgetting that her birth was solely due to this unassuming old man. Shut up. It's just a boy's chastity, haven't you always been indifferent? Su Xiao, now a 5-year-old, mocked the little system in a childish voice. The boy's words were directed at the little system, which made her, who had been yelling, stop. Seeing that it was finally quiet, the boy was about to leave the shrine when the old lady reminded him. In this world of 14 years ago, you cannot reveal your identity. Everything about you is unknown to the people of this world, remember that. A hint of joy appeared in the boy's eyes as the old lady spoke. In other words, her background couldn't be traced, right? That way, he could pretend to be a paper tiger to intimidate his spirit father and spirit mother in advance? His senior could be saved from a young age. Under the pained gaze of the little system, the boy disguised as the naive and innocent Su Xiao hummed a song and skipped out of the shrine. The shrine returned to its tranquility. The old lady, who was about to close her eyes to rest, was interrupted by a voice. I can't bear to watch anymore, please. What else can I sacrifice? Just let this end our lives. Let Xiaoxiao live happily. Looking at Lu Yanyu, Ling Meng Lu and the female CEO in professional attire in the little system's illusory form, the old lady shook her head under their despairing gazes. Chapter 113 Cooperation. 14 years ago. A boy, now a 5-year-old, walked out of Taichi Shrine. Enveloped in a white light, the boy was transported away from the shrine. When he opened his eyes again, a vast expanse of yellow wheat rushed towards him. The intoxicating scent of wheat had an indescribable freshness. The boy looked around at the sparsely populated, desolate wilderness, his eyes filled with unparalleled joy. It really did happen, that's wonderful. At first, the boy thought it was some kind of variety show, that the old lady was a veteran actress hired by the production team. But when he saw the rolling sea of wheat, the boy knew it was all real. He had the chance to save his senior. As for why he was certain this was 14 years ago, the answer was simple. The air quality spoke for itself. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with starlight. The azure sky and leisurely floating white clouds symbolized his current mood. But the boy, regaining his senses, didn't have much time for joy. He only had 1 month. If he couldn't fool his spirit father and spirit mother before then his senior sister would. However, this raised another problem. He could feign a spoiled attitude and noble demeanor, and according to the old lady, his identity in this world wouldn't be discovered at all. But could his still young spirit father and spirit mother really be fooled? The boy felt it couldn't be that simple. He needed to make some preparations. After a moment of mental activity, Su Xiao came up with a good plan. It has to open for business. Su Xiao prayed silently. After a while. Little boy. What are you doing here all alone? An old farmer, his face tanned dark by the scorching sun, stopped his tractor in front of the boy. His simple face was full of concern for the boy. Honestly, who carelessly left such a young child here alone? Come on. Get on Uncle's tractor. I'll take you home. Looking at the old farmer's invitation, a hint of hesitation flashed across the boy's face. This small expression did not escape the old farmer's notice at all. Ha ha ha. Good boy. You know you shouldn't get into a stranger's car. But I'm a good person. Look at this desolate place. If I wanted to kidnap you, I would have just done it, wouldn't I? Hearing the simple old farmer's words, the boy felt a warmth in his heart. Of course, he knew this, but he also knew very well the price of engine oil in this era. Giving him a ride would cost the farmer 2 trips to the fields. Farmers didn't earn much to begin with. But the boy ultimately decided to get in the car. Time was running out, he only had 1 month left. At worst, he could ambush the farmer on this road before he left and return the money. Seeing that the 4 or 5-year-old child was finally willing to get in the car, the old farmer softened his tone. "Where are you going, child? I'll take you there right away." Su Xiao thought for a moment, then asked hesitantly, "Do you know a restaurant nearby called Ping Ping Wu Chang's Farmhouse Stir Fry?" Upon hearing this, the old farmer paused, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes as he looked at Su Xiao. He continued to scrutinize the fair-skinned child, then smiled. "Of course I know. Do your parents eat there?" Su Xiao nodded. Having understood, the old farmer said nothing more, driving his rumbling tractor towards the ordinary farmhouse restaurant. "Thank you for your help." Looking at the familiar farmhouse, the boy politely bowed to the old farmer. The old farmer waved his hand, asking for nothing in return, and drove off on his tractor. After watching the old farmer leave, Su Xiao turned his gaze to the restaurant his senior liked. He scanned the surroundings and sure enough, it was filled with luxury cars. It seemed this farmhouse restaurant really had something special. But none of this mattered to him. The young man wasn't there to eat, he had another purpose. Entering the courtyard, the young man was about to find a waiter when a middle-aged woman with a world-weary look in her eyes stopped him. "Child, what are you doing here? Are you here to eat?" Su Xiao shook his head, carefully scrutinizing the middle-aged woman. Having seen many wealthy people with Ling Menglu, he immediately recognized this man as extraordinary. With no intention of hiding his purpose, the young man went straight to the point. "I'm looking for the manager here. Do you know her?" The middle-aged woman slowly glanced at the young man. "What do you want with her, kid?" "To cooperate." Hearing this, the middle-aged woman laughed, reaching out to vigorously ruffle the boy's hair. "Hey! Kid, are you playing house?" Without replying, Su Xiao's eyes held an indescribable determination and persistence. This look made the middle-aged woman pause, because it reminded her of herself when she was young. "Tell me, what do you have to offer? Are some unheard of culinary concepts enough? Are some sufficiently innovative recipes enough?" The middle-aged woman looked at Su Xiao with amusement. "You? What does a kid like you know about cooking?" Su Xiao smiled meaningfully. He did indeed only know a little, but don't forget, his phone came with him. The boy had stored over 100 recipes on his phone that would later win him the World Culinary Championships. For any chef, that's an irresistible fortune. Seeing the boy's confident demeanor, the middle-aged woman's teasing gaze vanished, replaced by a hint of seriousness. "I'm in charge here. Tell me a recipe if I find it interesting. How about we collaborate?" "Just one recipe?" The boy was perfectly fine with that. Because once the recipe caught her eye, she wouldn't risk falling out with Su Xiao for it. Instead, she'd choose to collaborate and obtain the rest of the recipes. These were all taught to him by his senior. The boy chuckled, thinking Ling Menglu was truly impressive. "Listen carefully, this recipe." 5 minutes later, the middle-aged woman looked at Su Xiao with an incredulous expression. Is this the kind of idea a child could come up with? But that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that she's already itching to try the unknown recipes that follow. "I promised the boy, so tell me, what do you want from me?" Chapter 114, Ling Menglu's Dim Childhood. Looking through the glass at the guests eating, the boy smiled sweetly. "Nothing, just wanted to use your connections to put on a show. That's it. Of course, that's all. Tell me, why did you lose this point? Tell me." Inside a relatively new, brightly lit villa, a man was furiously yelling at a 7-year-old girl. A strikingly beautiful woman sat expressionlessly on the sofa beside him, snatching the report card from the man's hands. The woman glanced at him, her face burning with barely suppressed rage. Losing a point in math? How shameful. Bring that thing here. Hearing that thing, the 7-year-old girl trembled. She stared at her father with pleading eyes. But the man showed no pity. Seeing the girl didn't move, he strode towards the room. A minute later, the man returned carrying a small willow branch covered in thorns and handed it to the head of the household. The woman took the branch and held up a 5-finger gesture to the 7-year-old girl. Seeing her mother's 5 fingers, the 7-year-old girl trembled uncontrollably. Please, Mom, I can get a perfect score next time. Ignoring the girl's pleas, the woman changed her gesture to a 6. Seeing her mother's indignant attitude, the 7-year-old girl, fighting back tears, stretched out her small, delicate hand. The woman, without any hesitation, used all her strength to slap the girl's fingers hard. Ugh! With a resounding slap, the little girl couldn't control herself, and tears involuntarily slid down her cheeks. Seeing this single, glistening tear, the woman's cold gaze intensified. I told you! Members of the Ling family cannot shed tears because of pain. As punishment, 3 more slaps. Slap. 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 Only when the little girl's delicate hand was covered in blood did the woman stop. Instead of immediately tending to the wound, she picked up the discarded test paper and examined where the point had been deducted. How many people are in this picture? Following the woman's gaze, she saw Tang Sanzang and his disciples from Journey to the West. The little girl's answer was 2 and the teacher marked it with a red X. The funny thing is, just as the woman finished reading, a message popped up in the parents' group chat on her phone. Math teacher, the answer to this question can also be 2. It was a mistake on my part in grading. Parents, please correct your children's scores. The teacher's message made the woman's pupils shrink. She looked at her daughter in disbelief. The little girl also saw the message, stubbornly staring at her mother, seemingly waiting for something. But the woman didn't give her what she wanted. Why are you looking at me like that? You're not happy, are you? You know we're doing this for your own good. Apologize. The little girl roared at her mother for the first time, only to be met with a cold stare and a slap. Slap. The man watching from the side slapped the little girl hard across the face. What are you doing? How dare you talk to your mother like that? Go over there and react properly. After saying that, the man grabbed the little girl's hair and left the villa. The two went to the center of the villa's garden. Get down. Daddy, I was wrong, I'll never disobey mommy again, please no, it's so dark and dirty there, I'm so scared. Get down, don't make me say it twice. There are bandages inside. Remember, you're a child of the Ling family, this is nothing. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Seeing her father's once handsome face contorted with grotesque contortions in the moonlight, the little girl gave a bitter smile. Enduring the pain from her bleeding hands, she laboriously lifted the lid of the secret basement leading to the Ling family's residence. She shuffled her small body down the ladder. Only after confirming the little girl was completely inside did the man close the basement door and lock it from the outside with a heavy iron chain. After doing all this, the man finally took a step and slowly walked away. Meanwhile, the little girl, now in the basement, looked around at the moss-covered stone bricks. Squeak! Ah! Startled by the sudden squeaking sound, the little girl lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. Ignoring her scraped knees, the little girl stared in terror at the large rat with its red eyes gleaming. Gritting her teeth, she mustered her courage, grabbed a shovel, and frantically began swatting at the rat. Ugh ugh! Half a minute later, the little girl squatted on the ground, vomiting. Before her lay the rat's carcass, smashed into minced meat. With her vomiting, the already poorly ventilated basement filled with an unpleasant stench. Amidst tears and blood, the little girl clenched her fists tightly. Who can save her? It's been 3 hours, let's let her out. Inside the villa, the man who had just been verbally abusing the little girl was now sitting shyly on the woman's lap, eating grapes that she had fed him. Glancing at the bright living room light, the woman, comfortably being served by the man, squinted her eyes. Go and let her out. Check her condition. If it's too bad, take her to the hospital. The man nodded, his eyes showing no pity for his daughter. Since marrying into the Ling family, his mind had become increasingly twisted. He knew his daughter was destined to become the future head of the Ling family. They, the two of them, were incompetent and already branded as a disgrace to the Ling family. But they were unwilling to accept it. Therefore, they were determined to make their daughter, who had passed the high IQ test, prove them wrong. Of course, this was also for her own good. Therefore, she absolutely could not be so weak. The man stood up from the woman's lap, his expression returning to its cold, indifferent one. He walked slowly to the basement entrance, unlocked the chains, and lifted the lid. A little girl, reeking of a foul odor and with lifeless eyes, appeared before him. The man disgustedly covered his nose and waved his hand dismissively. Go take a shower. Did you wet yourself in fright? How embarrassing. Hearing this, the little girl, like a robot, stiffly crawled out of the basement. Chapter 115. A 5-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl. The sound of dripping water filled the air. The little girl stood silently in the bathroom. Not because the water had stopped hurting her wounds, but because her tears had run dry. The bathwater, mixed with blood, slowly flowed down the drain. The little girl hugged herself helplessly. Even then, her eyes remained fixed on the bathroom door. She couldn't let her parents see her in this vulnerable state, the little girl knew it all too well. Otherwise, she might get another beating. She shook her head pitifully, then deftly finished washing the rest of her body, timing it perfectly. No other reason than her parents forbade her to bathe for too long. As a child of the spirit family, she had to be quick. The little girl, having finished washing, went alone to her room and took out her Chinese textbook. Her mother would randomly select articles from the textbook later. If she couldn't recite them, she might be locked in the basement again. And her mother wasn't just demanding the articles listed in the syllabus, but the entire book. In her mother's view, the more articles by famous authors she memorized, the better. The more she memorized, the better she could write. Suppressing her grievances, the little girl slowly walked downstairs with her Chinese textbook. The woman in the living room glanced at the hesitant little girl, her tone icy. Hurry up! Is there any article you haven't memorized? Feeling guilty? Then I'll test you all today. Hearing her mother's words, the little girl's mind was filled with sadness. She had no interest in memorizing the text. Every time she tried to recall its content, the image of the dead rat would appear before her eyes. But the woman didn't care about the little girl's mental well-being and snatched the textbook from her hands. Start with the 4th lesson. The little girl tried desperately to remember, but every time she tried, the image of the rat's mangled corpse appeared before her eyes. Ugh! She couldn't hold it in and vomited in front of the woman. A splatter of yellowish filth even landed on the woman's expensive nightgown. Under the little girl's horrified gaze, the woman pulled out a willow branch. Your mouth is so foul, you might as well just give it up. Just as the willow branch was about to strike, a clear, youthful voice rang out. Hey! Ling Menglu! Get down here! Not only was the little girl, Ling Menglu, extremely surprised, but the woman, Ling's mother, was equally astonished. She glared fiercely at Ling Menglu. You good for nothing, you actually dared to flirt with a male classmate, I'll see. I'll give you 1 more minute. Everyone in this house, get out here or you'll face the consequences. Ling's mother's forehead creased with exasperation. This was the first time she'd ever seen anyone dare to cause trouble at the Ling family home. She tossed Ling Menglu a piece of clothing. Come on, come out with me. I want to see who's got a death wish. A minute later, Ling's parents, their faces radiating arrogance, dragged Ling Menglu out. The young man, who had been waiting at the entrance of the Ling family villa, immediately spotted the little girl following the couple. Although she hadn't fully blossomed yet, her delicate features already hinted at the future stunning beauty of her senior. Young yet possessing an unwavering spirit truly worthy of being called her senior. However, her face was now filled with sorrow. Ignoring the shouting Ling parents, the young man's gaze swept over Ling Menglu's entire body, finally settling on her scarred hands. The young man's gentle demeanor instantly turned cold. He stared intently at the arrogant Ling parents. "I'll give you a chance. Explain yourself." "Ha ha ha ha, who do you think you are? A presumptuous brat? You think we can explain ourselves?" Looking at his new parents, who were exactly the same as they had been 14 years later, Su Zhao's eyes were indescribably cold. He waved his hand. Under the incredulous gazes of his spirit parents, a man in black carrying a fully automatic rifle slowly stepped forward. "Young master, are you going to kill them all?" The boy feigned thought, then gestured. "Never mind, just a little scare. I quite like this little girl." While the boy was loudly plotting with the man in black in front of them, his spirit parents were still disdainful. In this gun-banned country, getting a handgun was already a stretch. Even in a powerful family, a fully automatic assault rifle shouldn't be an option. But soon, a barrage of fire slapped them in the face. The man in black pulled out a silencer, attached it, and, under the horrified gazes of Ling's parents, began firing indiscriminately. Under the dense barrage of fire, all the flowers in the Ling family villa's garden were destroyed. Smelling the thick smell of gunpowder, Ling's parents screamed in terror. "Ah-ah-ah-hev." A yellow liquid even gushed from beneath Ling's father. Seeing that the threat had been sufficiently intimidated, the boy waved for the man in black to stop. Looking at the ruined Ling family garden, the boy ignored Ling's parents, who were slumped on the ground. He slowly walked to Ling Menglu, who was watching him curiously. The boy adopted a tough and domineering demeanor. "From now on, you'll be serving me. Any objections? Can I not get beaten?" Ling Menglu mustered her courage and asked softly. The boy, 2 years younger than her, nodded. "Sure. But you have to be obedient. Now, take me to your room." Ling Menglu obediently nodded, looking at the boy before her who made her heart flutter. Her previously cold heart now felt a surge of warmth. The sun had shone through the girl's long, gloomy days. "Ah, it feels so good. What are you standing there for? Hurry up." "Okay. I'll take you there right now, but can I ask your name?" The boy thought for a moment, knowing he couldn't tell his senior his real name, so following the advice of the shop manager he worked with, he chose a surname from an extremely mysterious family. "My surname is Zhu. As for my given name, I won't tell you." Ling Menglu wasn't disappointed at not being asked her name, but instead introduced herself, not even noticing that the boy had called her by her name from the start. "I'm Ling Menglu. Tisk, who cares what your name is? Just take me inside." Chapter 116, The Blank Room. Ling Menglu glanced at her parents, who were paralyzed with fear on the ground, then looked at the most handsome boy she had ever seen in her life. Suddenly Ling Menglu, who was often locked in a dark room by her parents, broke into a smile. "Okay. I'll take you there." The girl was about to step forward and take the boy's hand, but she paused. Looking at her bandaged hand, Ling Menglu smiled shyly at Su Xiao. "Sorry." The boy simply stared at Ling Menglu for a moment, without making a move. His future senior had told him he must never show any tenderness in front of Ling's parents. Any concession would only result in those two old folks taking advantage of him. If the boy showed Ling Menglu unreserved concern, his future senior was certain that her parents would use it to severely manipulate Su Xiao. On the contrary, the more ruthless she appears, but with a hint of concern for her belongings, the more likely her parents will back down. Like now. "Hey! What did you two do to her? Don't you know those are mine?" The boy pointed at Ling Menglu's injured hands, speaking coldly to her parents who were still smiling apologetically. After the boy finished speaking, the bodyguard in black also adjusted his gun, pointing the cold muzzle at the still bewildered Ling Menglu's parents. With truth pointing at them, Ling Menglu's parents were sweating profusely. They looked at Su Xiao with pleading eyes, but the boy remained unmoved. Seeing that they couldn't persuade the little boy, Ling Menglu's parents turned to their daughter with a pleading look. It was the first time her parents had looked at her like that, and Ling Menglu was somewhat at a loss. She tugged at Su Xiao's small clothes. Let's go in, okay? The boy glanced back at Ling Menglu, then gritted his teeth. He couldn't listen to his senior. If his parents knew Ling Menglu could persuade him, they. Shaking his head, the boy, wanting his former senior to have a better life after he left, hardened his heart and waved to the black-clad bodyguard. A moment later, the sound of fists pounding on flesh rang out. Stop hitting us. We were wrong. Hearing Ling's parents' screams, Su Xiao ignored them and turned to look at Ling Menglu, who was standing at the villa entrance with her head down. What are you standing there for? Come in. The urging voice snapped Ling Menglu out of her daze. She was very curious. The boy was so gentle he helped her parents escape from there. And even taught them a lesson. Such a good person, why did he speak so coldly? Did he really just see her as his possession and toy? The little girl felt a little disappointed, but her hands began to move. She opened the villa door and led Su Xiao inside. After passing through the living room, the boy arrived at Ling Menglu's childhood room. A room with nothing but white walls, a bed, and a desk. The only color in the empty room was the neatly arranged textbooks on the floor. Ling Menglu smiled apologetically at the boy. I don't have any snacks here, I'm sorry. Su Xiao froze for a moment at Ling Menglu's words. The situation stirred up memories. When his parents passed away, he had also invited Lu Yenyue to his house. And back then, he had said the same thing. Lu Yenyue's reply was, "No? Why didn't you go buy some? You're so lazy." Now, his senior was saying the same thing to him. Would he reply the same way? Su Xiao really wanted to hold Ling Menglu in his arms. He really wanted to comfort her for all the grievances she had suffered since birth. But he couldn't. The current senior wasn't the future senior. She might easily lose her composure when his parents tried to probe her. And the result would be Ling's parents would realize his feelings for her and think they could use her, even her life, to blackmail him, and his senior would return to that dark and hopeless life. No, absolutely not. The boy forced a cold look in his eyes, staring intently at Ling Menglu. 7-year-old Ling Menglu was startled by his gaze and took a large step back. Snacks? What high-end stuff could you possibly have? Questioned by Su Xiao, Ling Menglu lowered her head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Her parents never gave her pocket money, and of course, they never bought her treats. The best she'd ever had was a spicy snack she'd secretly asked her classmate to bring her back for 5 cents. All right. Be my little follower from now on. I'll show you the world. Don't embarrass me. Looking at the arrogant boy before her, Ling Menglu felt as if the entire galaxy was reflected in his eyes. She thought the boy would laugh at her after all, that's what all her classmates did. But unexpectedly, he was going to show her the world. Was it to eat something delicious? Ling Menglu touched her heart so warm, the warmest she had ever felt since birth. Okay. I'll be your little follower. Seeing her senior readily agree, Su Xiao couldn't help but smile. But then, the boy's face hardened again. Ling Menglu, on the other hand, protested, pointing at Su Xiao's face. You smiled. You clearly smiled. I saw it clearly. What? I said I didn't smile. You want to be my little follower. As the boy spoke, he walked over to Ling Menglu and gave her a hard slap. Touching her arm, red and swollen from the boy's pinch, Ling Menglu didn't look like she'd been hit at all. Instead, she smiled foolishly at Su Xiao. The boy was about to say something when he saw Ling Menglu tenderly touching the spot where Su Xiao had pinched her. The boy, about to explode, stopped. Senior. All right, that's fine. The boy looked gently at the small Ling Menglu before him, no longer uttering harsh words. A little rest would be good, wouldn't it? Ling Menglu shared the same thought. After stroking his arm for a moment, Ling Menglu gave the boy one last look. After a while, looking at Ling Menglu fast asleep on the bed, the boy covered her with a blanket. Chapter 117: The Spirit Mother's Considerations. The next day. Ling Menglu's lips twitched awkwardly as the sunlight streamed directly onto her face. The warm sunlight made the still drowsy Ling Menglu feel incredibly comfortable. But she quickly snapped out of it. Her small, slender body sprang from the bed as if by reflex. Looking at the rising sun outside, Ling Menglu's eyes were filled with indescribable terror. Before Su Xiao, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, could say anything, Ling Menglu murmured repeatedly in a pleading tone. "I was wrong, Mom, I shouldn't have slept in. Even if it's the weekend, I should study hard. Please don't hit me, it hurts." Ling Menglu's terrified expression left Su Xiao, sitting on the edge of the bed, stunned. Then, a tremendous pang of fear gripped the young man's heart. After the initial shock came an indescribable pang of heartache. He desperately wanted to hug his senior. Suppressing his emotions, the young man clenched his fists tightly, only to let them fall limply in the end. His relaxed brows furrowed, and he gave Ling Menglu, who was still begging for mercy, a sharp flick on the forehead. "Look closely. I'm not your mother." Feeling the fleeting warmth on her forehead, Ling Menglu turned her neck in a daze. Until that beautiful face appeared before her eyes. Ling Menglu suddenly realized it wasn't a dream. In other words, there really is a warm-hearted angel. The little girl couldn't stop smiling, she wanted to just run up and hug him. But she was just a follower right now. And did she really deserve it? From childhood, no matter what she said, her parents would always tell her. Use your brain and think about it, are you worthy? Over time, even Ling Menglu herself felt she didn't deserve to be loved. Su Xiao stared at the dazed Ling Menglu and, without hesitation, flicked her forehead again. Seeing that Ling Menglu still didn't react, Su Xiao, knowing that her parents were eavesdropping outside, hardened her heart. Ignoring Ling Menglu's wishes, she grabbed her ear. Feeling the pain in her ear, Ling Menglu had no choice but to submit to the boy's strength. And so, the boy, pulling Ling Menglu's little ear, walked towards the bedroom door. He kicked open the door, and seeing Ling's parents standing outside with fawning smiles, the boy gave them a disdainful look. Then, to their horrified gaze, he grabbed their daughter by the ear and dragged her down. Throughout the entire process they didn't dare utter a single word. Only after the boy's figure had completely disappeared did Ling's father slowly speak. "It seems you only treated this unfilial daughter as a toy, but in the future, you can't just touch this unfilial daughter as you please." Ling's mother looked at Ling's father incredulously. "What do you mean by that?" Ling Menglu is, after all, the future head of the Ling family. Even if she's dead, you can't insult her like this. Looking at his wife, who was even more foolish than himself, Ling's father shook his head helplessly and began to explain. "Are you really stupid? I investigated this boy's background yesterday, but do you know what the result was? A blank slate. Do you know what a blank slate means? With the size of the Ling family, they couldn't even find a single clue. This means the power behind them is at least 2 or 3 levels stronger than the Ling family. You should think carefully about how you're going to treat that unfilial daughter." With that, Ling's father turned and left, preparing breakfast to appease Su Xiao, leaving Ling's mother standing there, her face dark and uncertain. "What's this?" A luxurious commercial street, filled with countless stalls. The boy, who had left the Ling family early that morning with Ling Menglu, planned to take his senior sister out for some fun. At this moment, the senior sister stopped in front of a white stall cart, pointing curiously at a round toy with string wrapped around it and asking. Su Xiao examined it carefully, then introduced it to Ling Menglu. "This is a yo-yo. You're such a country bumpkin, don't you even know what this is?" Ling Menglu lowered her head in embarrassment. She'd never even read a single extracurricular book in her life, let alone toys. While Ling Menglu was still feeling shy, Su Xiao had already bought the yo-yo. "Here. Consider it a reward." Taking the yo-yo Su Xiao tossed her, Ling Menglu suddenly couldn't hold back anymore, large tears streaming down her face. "You-wah." Seeing the tearful girl, Su Xiao tossed her a tissue. Then her voice was extremely cold. "Don't cry. Do you hear me? Girls need to be strong, otherwise it's embarrassing." As he spoke, the boy feigned a look of disgust. Seeing his expression, Ling Menglu panicked. She didn't want to be disliked, so she hurriedly reached out and frantically wiped her tears. The boy, watching from the side, felt a pang of sadness, but had to maintain a cold expression. Are you stupid? The tissue is right there in your hand. Reminded by the boy, Ling Menglu looked at the tissue in her left hand, her face turning bright red. What was she thinking? Would the boy be disliking her because she was so stupid? Awkwardly wiping her tear-streaked face with the tissue, Ling Menglu forced herself to appear strong. I'm okay, I'm not crying, I'm very strong. Ling Menglu's feigned strength made the boy unable to help but laugh. Alright. Let's keep going. The boy shook his head, indicating that Ling Menglu should continue shopping with him. Su Xiao spent the entire morning with Xiao Ling Menglu in the shopping street. It's worth mentioning that the young man wasn't simply showing his senior a life experience. He also suppressed his discomfort and acted like a spoiled young master several times. Meanwhile, the spies in the shopping street didn't disappoint, reporting the situation to Ling's mother. Upon fully realizing that Su Xiao acted without regard for consequences or morality, only caring about his own thoughts, Ling's mother, who had been wavering, finally became afraid. She was already a good-for-nothing. The Ling family had declined day by day under her management. She couldn't afford to make any bigger mistakes. The Ling family couldn't be ruined in her hands. It seemed Ling Menglu was no longer a possibility. Ling's mother knew very well the consequences of touching a toy belonging to a boy who was only about 5 years old. Chapter 118 Greenhouse. Coo coo coo. The sun was high in the sky, and a trembling sound came from behind. The boy looked around in confusion, his gaze finally settling on Ling Menglu, who seemed a little embarrassed. Did you eat dinner last night? Ling Menglu hesitated for a moment, then replied to the boy in a barely audible voice. Yes. Tell me the truth. The boy's loud shout startled Ling Menglu. But Ling Menglu still firmly insisted that she had eaten. She was actually terrified of eating because her parents always criticized her during meals. The food she ate, amidst their hurtful words and snarling faces, felt like rotting garbage. Especially when eating out, Ling Menglu only experienced excruciating discomfort time and time again. Therefore Ling Menglu feared eating. She was even more afraid that the boy who had saved her was like a monster, reverting to his true form before she even ate. Seeing the barely concealed terror in Ling Menglu's eyes, the boy frowned. He remembered having had this experience too. Ever since his parents left, he had developed a fear of eating. No one served him food, no one talked to him, only the empty loneliness of being alone. Now that the boy had moved on from that grief, he naturally understood how much pain a person must endure when eating is a scar. Why are you scared? Are you afraid I'll eat you? The boy decided to see if he could comfort Ling Menglu, at least get her to agree to go to the 2 restaurants he wanted to take her to. But as soon as he asked the question, under his incredulous gaze, Ling Menglu forcibly suppressed her fear. In Ling Menglu's eyes, the anticipation of eating with that boy helped her overcome those unpleasant memories of the past. She decided to trust the boy. After all, from the moment they met until now, all she had felt when she was with the boy was the warmth of the sun. The pain of the past seemed to have been smoothed out by this warmth. I want to go with you. Seeing Ling Menglu boldly and directly make her request, a smile flashed in the boy's eyes. However, his tone instantly turned cold. You used that tone to ask me to eat with you. Ling Menglu struggled internally for a moment, gritted her teeth, and abandoned the last shred of her dignity as a strong woman. Please, I'm hungry. Not bad, little follower. I'll take you to get something delicious right now. Not far from the country road leading to Taichi Shrine, a luxury car slowly pulled up in front of a magnificent building. The building soared into the clouds, seemingly out of place in this era before the 14th. Countless people from various backgrounds, dressed in suits and formal attire, walked elegantly towards the brightly lit entrance of the building. The revolving doors made of tempered glass were no longer sufficient to handle such a large flow of people, so 2 other smaller doors leading directly through the building were opened. The young man stepped out of the black luxury car, his gaze sweeping over the building with uncertainty until he saw the sign on the side. Greenhouse. Ling Menglu, wearing the little dress Su Xiao had bought for her, uttered the word, but the little girl quickly frowned. A green room? It doesn't look like one at all. Su Xiao completely agreed. Compared to the two-story building he grew up in, filled with various unique plants, the greenhouse, this restaurant was truly a misnomer. Just as Su Xiao was frowning and examining this restaurant where his future senior had once been with him, a loud shout rang out. You still think that waitress is elegant? You're hopeless. Remember this, we're going to be programmers, teachers, doctors. That's how you make big money and earn respect. Understand? And even if you become a waiter, what makes you think you can become a manager or team leader? A father in a slightly worn suit was lecturing his child. The reason was simple, this child actually wanted to be a waiter. He had just thought the waiters in the restaurant were really handsome. Su Xiao was stunned when he saw this, or rather, stared at the little boy's face. What a coincidence! Isn't this the top waiter who will serve him and his senior in the future? Fate sometimes works out just like that. Su Xiao still clearly remembered the top waiter's abilities. She had no weaknesses in any aspect, and her skills and service attitude were impeccable. Moreover, through her conversation with Ling Manglu, Su Xiao learned that as a waiter in this super large restaurant her monthly salary wasn't less than that of a programmer at a big company. It was a respectable profession. Seeing the father still scolding his child, Su Xiao finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward to block the waiter. What are you doing? Just as he was about to curse at the suddenly appearing brat, the father saw two men in black appear behind Su Xiao. The men in black stared intently at the father with cold, sharp eyes. The father, feeling the intense gaze, swallowed hard. Before he could speak, Su Xiao slowly said, "If he wants to become a top waiter, let him try. If he doesn't succeed, I'll compensate you for all the losses you consider to be yours, how about that?" With that, Su Xiao waved his hand, and the bodyguard in black behind him immediately understood, taking out his phone to show the father his bank balance. The string of zeros dazzled the father, who quickly added the bodyguard's WeChat. Meanwhile, the boy behind Su Xiao stared intently at him, his eyes shining, as if trying to imprint his face in his heart. To this, Su Xiao simply replied, "Good luck. I'm looking forward to seeing you." Having resolved this minor matter, Su Xiao returned to Ling Manglu's side. However, he didn't expect that Ling Manglu, who had witnessed everything, felt a slight ripple in her heart. So he was someone with such an outward appearance yet possessed boundless gentleness within. The boy was unaware that Ling Manglu had memorized his traits, which would ultimately lead to his downfall more than a decade later. Come on. Let's go inside and eat. Otherwise, your stomach will rumble again, how embarrassing. Hearing this, Ling Manglu clasped her hands together, smiled, and nodded. Chapter 119. A similar scene. On the top floor of the greenhouse. A secluded room was surrounded by dazzling glasswork. Even the walls of the room were adorned with jade-carved Chinese dragons. Under the chandelier on the ceiling, colorful light refracted and shone on the faces of the boy and girl. Delicious. Delicious. Watching his younger senior devour her food, Su Xiao narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected his younger senior to be so adorable. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Manglu's delicate face was already smeared with oil, but even while enjoying her meal, she didn't forget to look up and ask the boy, Aren't you hungry?" Su Xiao shook his head, his tone somewhat stiff. "I'm already tired of this. You should eat yours." Hearing the boy say this, Ling Manglu stopped talking and focused all her attention on the feast before her. However, when she finished the first small dish and started to devour another small dish of bright red food, Ling Manglu's left hand, wrapped in bandages, twitched. Forcibly suppressing the discomfort, Ling Manglu used her only remaining right hand to reach for the bright red dish. Ouch! After taking a bite, cold sweat poured down Ling Manglu's forehead, and her bandaged left hand trembled slightly. Although his facial movements were subtle, Su Xiao keenly observed that Ling Manglu had just slightly furrowed her brow. Suddenly the boy seemed to remember something. Ignoring Ling Manglu's protests, he reached for the small dish in front of her with his chopsticks. He picked up a bright red piece of food and put it in his mouth. The boy's expression changed drastically. He finally understood why his future senior had reacted that way. Seeing his beloved force herself to eat such spicy food while feeling uncomfortable, who could feel good about that? Why are you eating it? If you know it's spicy, just spit it out. The boy's small hands gripped Ling Menglu's sleeve tightly, his eyes already bloodshot. As the boy tightened his grip, Ling Menglu didn't resist at all, only smiling foolishly. Seeing his senior's reaction, Su Xiao felt a sudden drain of strength, releasing Ling Menglu's hand and sternly admonishing her. Don't eat anything that makes you uncomfortable, understand? Little follower, remember this, it's an order. Ling Menglu's big, watery eyes were filled with the boy's domineering presence. She nodded her little head, indicating she understood. After confirming the little one had taken it to heart, Su Xiao returned to normal, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating with Ling Menglu. The two children didn't eat much, so they quickly finished their lunch. Because the dishes were all small portions, there was no waste. Looking at Ling Menglu's round belly from her hearty meal, Su Xiao thought for a moment, then asked her. You're familiar with this area, do you have any recommendations for places to go? Seeing the boy's words, Ling Menglu began to frantically think. She remembered a place. It was a local legend that this lake possessed magical power. The Lake of Purity. Just as Ling Menglu was about to mention the location, a strong pang of anxiety surged through her. Touching her heart, which was beating erratically, Ling Menglu took several deep breaths. She had a feeling that in this place she and the boy before her shared a tragic and regretful story. But Ling Menglu was still young, and she dismissed it as a mere illusion. Shaking her head, after this experience, Ling Menglu decided not to mention the pure lake. While that lake was naturally formed and extremely famous, there were more fitting places. How about we go to the Lake of the Heart? After saying this, Ling Menglu kept twirling her fingers, her gaze fixed intently on the boy, seemingly waiting for his reaction. The Lake of the Heart? What kind of place is that? Su Xiao looked at Ling Menglu with some curiosity. He had never heard of this lake in all these years. Could it have appeared many years ago? Tell me about this place. Since it was Ling Menglu who suggested it, the young man figured she must know something about the lake. And indeed, after a moment's hesitation, Ling Menglu, who had been fidgeting, finally spoke. This is a man-made lake. It's called Heart Lake because when they dug the pit to create it, they shaped the lake into a heart. I heard many parents like to take their children there to play. After saying this, Ling Menglu nervously looked at Su Xiao's expressionless face. She didn't actually tell him the whole story. She was afraid that if the boy knew her little secret, he would dislike her and find her disgusting. However, after thinking for a moment, under Ling Menglu's delighted gaze, the boy agreed to her request. There was no other reason. Su Xiao was simply quite interested in this lake he had never seen before. Let's go. Let's hurry. We don't have much time this afternoon. Ling Menglu suppressed her joy. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in her heart. This was the first time she had gone out to play with another child, something she had never even dared to imagine before. So, were they already friends? Ling Menglu gazed at the boy's handsome profile, imprinting his flawless face deeply into her mind. People never forget the first ray of sunshine that illuminated their lives. Inside the city center. Years ago, the city center was nothing compared to the city center after its rapid economic development. Sitting in the back row with Ling Menglu, Su Xiao looked around at the scattered high-rise buildings. Compared to many years later, high-rise buildings were still far too few. Most were low-rise buildings. This is understandable, given the smaller population and lower demand for indoor offices compared to the future, so fewer high-rise buildings are to be expected. But that's not the point. The point is, weren't they supposed to be going to Lake of the Heart? Why is the car heading towards the city center? The boy's face was full of confusion as he asked the driver. Miss Driver? Are we sure we haven't taken the wrong route? Chapter 120 Lake of the Heart. Hearing his employer's voice, the driver replied in a meticulous tone. Absolutely no wrong turn, young master. As a top-notch driver, I wouldn't make such a basic mistake. After saying that, the driver even adjusted her sunglasses. Seeing the driver's professional demeanor, Su Xiao said nothing more, but instead scrutinized the smiling Xiaoling Menglu beside him. "Are you sure that Lake of the Heart is a lake?" Xiaoling Menglu tilted her head, looking curiously at the boy who had questioned her. "It is a lake." After taking one last look at Xiaoling Menglu, Su Xiao was certain the little one wasn't lying, but why was the lake in the center of the city? 15 minutes later. Su Xiao looked speechlessly at Ling Menglu, who was wearing a little yellow duck pendant. The Lake of the Heart was indeed a lake. It was just a lake for children. Located inside the children's water park, it was very popular with kids. Not only that. This lake, less than a meter deep, even had many small fish. The fish swam happily in groups around the heart-shaped lake. Looking around, Su Xiao noticed that this lake, roughly the size of a basketball court, was now completely filled with children. Their faces were full of childlike energy, and many children darted into the lake. Ling Menglu was no exception. Wearing her little yellow duck pendant, she plunged into the shallow lake, less than a meter deep. Seeing Su Xiao still on the shore, Ling Menglu mustered her courage, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed directly at the boy. The boy, slammed head-on into the water, glared at her fiercely. But before he could react, Ling Menglu grabbed his foot and dragged him down. Su Xiao, already enraged, grabbed Ling Menglu's head and unleashed a barrage of water. "You smiled, it's so pretty." Su Xiao, who was about to give Ling Menglu a good scolding, froze. But before he could say anything, Ling Menglu continued. "I noticed you were unhappy, so I thought this place was fun." A wave of sadness washed over Su Xiao. This guy, he actually needed such a young senior to comfort him. Although Ling Menglu didn't know he could only stay for a month, for kindness the boy was touched. As expected, a senior is always a senior. "She's so gentle." Meanwhile, Xiaoling Menglu stared at the slightly dazed boy, feeling a little uneasy. She knew this spot would make him laugh. But his smile is so handsome, much better looking than that guy in our class named Lin Shu. Xiaoling Menglu's gaze seemed unwilling to leave the boy for even a moment, but she knew she couldn't or she'd be disliked. So for now. If it could last forever, that would be even better. The Lake of Hearts is only open until 6 p.m. Seeing the already dimming sky, Su Xiao grabbed Xiaoling Menglu's ear, who was still splashing water on him. "Stop playing. It's getting late, time to go home for dinner. By the way, do you want to eat out, or go home?" Xiaoling Menglu felt a pang of displeasure at the boy's joke. Go home? Go home and be disgusted by her parents? Xiaoling Menglu felt that if she were facing the boy's face, she could easily eat 3 large bowls of rice. But if she were facing her parents' sour faces, she probably wouldn't even have the appetite for 1 bowl. But even so, she didn't dare to disobey the boy. She was afraid that if she did something wrong, the boy would cruelly abandon her. Given the boy's consistently spoiled and unruly demeanor, Ling Menglu was honestly a little scared. But along with the fear, she also somewhat enjoyed it. It was a feeling no one had ever given her before. Even when the boy spoke to her harshly, Ling Menglu felt a sense of family in his voice. Looking at the boy with pitiful eyes, Su Xiao finally relented. "Fine. I'll take you to another good place. Just don't embarrass me." Hearing this, a different light gradually shone in Ling Menglu's little eyes. She solemnly straightened her clothes, forcibly correcting her posture and manners, leaving Su Xiao, who wasn't from a wealthy family, completely bewildered. The boy coughed and pretended to straighten his tie, but his attempt backfired, making it even more tangled. Ling Menglu burst out laughing at this scene. "Let me help you." Without asking Su Xiao's permission, Ling Menglu walked to the boy's side, obediently bending down to straighten his tie. Seeing how much taller the senior was than him, Su Xiao clicked his tongue. This guy is quite reassuring both as a child and as an adult. Su Xiao watched with a smile as Ling Menglu straightened his tie. He couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Feeling the warmth on her head, Ling Menglu paused for a moment, then her movements became even more efficient. All done. A minute later, Ling Menglu clapped her hands, her face full of satisfaction with her masterpiece. The boy looked even better with the neatly straightened tie. In an ordinary, rundown farmhouse restaurant, the proprietress who partnered with Su Xiao hadn't had a break in a long time. Her large, dark-circled eyes were fixed intently on the menu before her. She felt she owed that boy so much. The price she had paid was insignificant compared to what the boy had given her. And she was a grateful person. Just as she was thinking about how to repay that young man, a text message arrived. Upon seeing the message, the proprietress's pupils contracted sharply. He was bringing people to eat at her restaurant? I must give it my all. At least when it comes to food, I absolutely can't let that little kid down. Holding a large white radish in her hand, the proprietress called out. Son, today is your first day as a waitress. Hearing his mother's voice, a spirited young man rushed in, accompanied by an equally spirited young woman. Chapter 121 The Still Energetic Waiter. Leave it to us. Looking at her son's classmate who had been working summer jobs since middle school, the landlady had some appreciation. This girl is really good. Although her looks and demeanor are quite ordinary, her positive attitude and hard-working spirit are just like her own when she was young. She gave her son a deep look, signaling him to figure it out himself, and then prepared to start cooking. The boy, glanced at by his mother, scratched his head curiously. Then looked at the girl beside him. I'm sorry, my mom is sometimes just like that. The girl shook her head, her ordinary face filled with extraordinary gentleness. No, auntie is a very nice person, cough cough cough. Seeing the girl he got along well with in class start coughing halfway through her sentence, the boy asked with some concern. Are you all right? Is your old ailment still not better? A complex look flashed in the girl's eyes. She gave the boy a deep look, then forced a smile. I'm fine, it's just an old ailment. But you, a boy who doesn't focus on studying, instead spends all his time playing basketball like a girl, is that really okay? The boy blushed instantly at the girl's words. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, the boy said anxiously. What's wrong? On the contrary, you're a grown girl, you don't exercise, and you're always coughing, how come you're so weak? The girl, taken aback by the boy's words, then smiled calmly. Yes, I'm nervous, but that doesn't matter. Look behind you. Following the girl's words, the boy stiffly turned his head and saw his mother glaring at him angrily. He gave an awkward smile. Mom, I'll go get to work right away. Evening, the country wind carried a chill. In the thick darkness, it was difficult to even see the golden wheat in the fields. On the country roads with their scarce streetlights, even a top-notch driver would struggle to control the vehicle. It wasn't that the top-notch driver was incompetent, but rather that she wanted to be perfect in every way, ensuring her employer experienced not even the slightest bump. Unlike the driver, who was focused on his work, Xiaoling Menglu in the back seat was much more cheerful. Looking at the pitch-black darkness outside the car window, Xiaoling Menglu's eyes darted around. She leaned closer to Su Xiao. I heard that a long time ago there was a monster in the darkness, whose bodies were covered in terrible, smelly cysts. They fed on cute little boys. They would extend long tentacles to push the little boys out of the car. Then the little boys dragged out would be crunched and eaten. Xiaoling Menglu's somber tone made the boy frown. Without any politeness, he reached out his little hand and grabbed Xiaoling Menglu's ear. Do you know what you did wrong? Xiaoling Menglu stubbornly shook her head. Seeing that the little one was unrepentant, Su Xiao tightened his grip. Just as Xiaoling Menglu was about to beg for mercy due to the excruciating pain in her ear, the car suddenly slowed down. Sensing the movement, the boy released his grip on Xiaoling Menglu's ear and looked ahead. In the heavy darkness, a sign surrounded by colorful lights emitted a kaleidoscope of colors from the shadows. Like a lighthouse guiding ships through the night. Just some ordinary stir-fry from a farmhouse? What a strange name. Ling Menglu, who had narrowly escaped the boy's clutches, looked at the restaurant, so out of the way, with curiosity. She thought the boy was going to take her to some fancy restaurant again. Could this farmhouse-style restaurant really be any good? Xiaoling Menglu was a little doubtful. As if reading her mind, Su Xiao ruffled her hair. If it's not good, I'll grant you 3 requests I can make, how about that? Hearing this, Xiaoling Menglu, who had been listless because of the darkness, instantly perked up. 3 requests, and she could ask for anything the boy could do. Then she would never make such a request. Xiao Ling Menglu made up her mind even if it was unbelievably delicious, she would say it wasn't good. She was determined to do everything she could for those 3 requests. While Xiao Ling Menglu was extremely excited, the car slowly stopped in front of the restaurant. Su Xiao and Xiao Ling Menglu got out of the car together. As soon as they stepped out, 2 waitresses carrying lanterns greeted them at the door. "Welcome. Thank you for dining here so late. Cough, cough, cough." Looking at the waitress who coughed after speaking, Su Xiao felt a strange sense of familiarity. That gentle, intellectual feeling, how come it's somewhat similar to the demeanor of her future senior? While Su Xiao was staring blankly at this plain-looking but exceptionally elegant waitress, Xiao Ling Menglu, who had been watching Su Xiao closely, clenched her fists tightly. It was the first time she had seen a young man stare at a girl for so long. A feeling of inexplicable jealousy welled up within her. Xiao Ling Menglu memorized the waitress's aura. Isn't this it? She can be like that too. Unaware of Xiao Ling Menglu's thoughts, Su Xiao began observing another equally energetic-looking male waiter. This waiter's face also looked very familiar. Not in terms of demeanor, but simply in appearance. Su Xiao thought for a moment, and finally remembered. He clearly remembered the scene when he and his future senior first came here. That waiter with extremely dark circles under his eyes, who often talked to himself inexplicably, looked exactly like him. But what had happened to him to become like that? Su Xiao was somewhat curious. "Ahem, it's getting late. Guests please please go in and have your meal as soon as possible ahem." Seeing that the waitress seemed to have a sore throat, Su Xiao knew it wasn't good for her to stand outside any longer. She gestured to Xiao Ling Menglu behind her, and the 2 followed the 2 waitresses to their reserved table. "This is it, sir. We'll bring the food right away. Please have a drink first." With that, the waitress pulled the silent waiter away. Chapter 122 this month. After watching the 2 waiters leave, Su Xiao carefully re-examined the restaurant. It was almost identical to what it would be like a decade or so later. The only difference was the people thinking about how that vibrant young man had become such is a difficult word to translate directly, but it implies a state of listlessness, apathy, and a lack of motivation. Figure a decade later, Su Xiao's mood soured. Xiao Ling Menglu, with her keen perception, noticed the boy's low spirits and, like a caring older sister, took his small hand in hers. "You let go." Feeling the warm touch of her hand wash over him like a tidal wave, a surge of heat flowed from his limbs to his brain. But then, the boy, his face flushed, shook off Xiao Ling Menglu's hand. Glaring at this audacious fellow, Su Xiao punched her lightly, as if venting his frustration. Ling Menglu, who had just been brutally beaten by the boy, simply smiled foolishly. After all, the boy's strength was no different from a massage to her. Just as Ling Menglu was preparing for the boy's next attack, expecting Su Xiao to continue being angry with her, Su Xiao didn't attack. Instead, he spoke to Ling Menglu in a low voice. "Hey, remember this. I really like this restaurant and I also really like some of the dishes here. Don't forget." Su Xiao's inexplicable words startled Ling Menglu. She didn't quite understand what the boy meant. While she was still pondering, several steaming dishes were brought over by the 2 waiters. "Please enjoy your meal, dear guests, we won't disturb you any longer." With that, the young waitress pulled the still-dazed waiter away, leaving Su Xiao and Xiao Ling Menglu to examine the dishes before them. Looking at the familiar dishes, Su Xiao felt a pang of nostalgia. These were all the dishes his future senior had brought him to eat here for the first time. Unexpectedly, they all suited his taste perfectly. And his senior had said these were her favorite dishes too. Sometimes coincidences are like that. Seeing Xiao Ling Menglu still examining the dishes, Su Xiao didn't hesitate and directly lifted the glass covers over the food. "What are you looking at? Eat." After receiving Su Xiao's approval, Xiao Ling Menglu finally picked up her chopsticks and reached for the squirrel fish in front of her. The soft, tender fish meat entered Xiao Ling Menglu's small mouth, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. However, she quickly hid her unusual expression and flashed a big smile at Su Xiao. "It's delicious." Seeing that her senior really liked it, Su Xiao smiled. Just like her future self, she really enjoyed it. "Well, since you like it, don't be shy. I'm joining the battle too." After the boy finished speaking, Xiaoling Menglu forcefully held her nose, trying to seal off her taste buds. She paused again, her chopsticks hovering over the fish, but didn't hesitate for long before picking up a large piece of fish and putting it in her mouth. Half an hour later. So good. Shall we come here to eat every day from now on? The boy, his belly round and full, stared at the equally round-bellied Ling Menglu in front of him and asked. Ling Menglu, forced to smile at the boy's question. Okay. This restaurant is delicious, I like it too. I'm glad you like it. Su Zhao's lips curled up slightly, and he took Ling Menglu's hand. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back and rest. Ling Menglu's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Go back to that house. After saying that, Xiaoling Menglu swayed slightly, looking a little awkward. Looking at Xiaoling Menglu's expression, the boy couldn't help but chuckle. Of course I won't go back to that house, I don't want to see your disgusting parents. Hearing this, Xiaoling Menglu's previously gloomy face immediately lit up with a bright smile. As long as those disgusting parents weren't there and with this boy by her side. Even if it was a stinking ditch, even if it was a dilapidated, drafty house, it would be a warm home for her. Xiaoling Menglu had never had a home before. But after meeting the boy, she had everything. If this was a beautiful dream, she hoped she would never wake up. Xiaoling Menglu's eyes were filled with Su Xiao, who seemed like another sun rising in her eyes. Can we go to another children's playground tomorrow? Xiaoling Menglu asked expectantly. Su Xiao gave her a strange look, then his tone became somewhat firm. Where we go is up to me. Just listen to me. However, if the place you mentioned is interesting, I might consider it. Xiaoling Menglu heard the boy's answer, which was almost exactly what she had expected. A warm current that made her tremble ran through her slender body. Okay. Thank you. Finally, Xiaoling Menglu said. A month had almost passed in the blink of an eye. Today is the last day of the countdown. The boy standing at the entrance of the Ling family villa gazed at the sun in the sky. Tomorrow it won't rise for him anymore. This past month has been quite fulfilling. He's been traveling everywhere with Ling Menglu, and he's even arranged quite a few face-slapping monsters for him, just to show his spoiled nature and let his parents know he's not to be trifled with. That way, after he leaves, his senior sister can have an easier time. What are you thinking about? Thinking about where to go tomorrow. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Menglu had silently moved to the boy's side, gazing at the sun with him. After a month together, the corners of Ling Menglu's mouth, which rarely curved into a smile, were now filled with warmth. Her once somewhat cold and despairing heart had long since warmed. Ling Menglu lowered her head, no longer looking at the sun, but fixing her gaze firmly on the boy beside her. This silly boy. When they went out together before, he insisted on explaining many things to her, even though he didn't really understand them. But Xiaoling Menglu didn't want to embarrass the boy, on the contrary, she enjoyed it. At least in some areas, she was more knowledgeable than him and could help him. That's what Xiaoling Menglu thought, her eyes filled with an inseparable enthusiasm as she looked at Su Xiao. Chapter 123. Farewell and see you 16 years later. The sun is shining brightly today. Su Xiao said abruptly, and although Xiaoling Menglu didn't understand the implication, all she had to do was nod. It's so sunny, it'll be very hot, you should go back inside. I have something to tell your parents. Tell her parents, who had been driven to their wits' end over the past month. Xiaoling Menglu was a little confused, but she was always incredibly obedient to Su Xiao. Nodding her head, Xiaoling Menglu went back inside, looking back several times. Only after confirming that Xiaoling Menglu was completely out of his sight did the boy's demeanor suddenly change. He waved to the bodyguard in black standing nearby. Call them over here. The bodyguard in black nodded. A moment later, after a whole month, the spirit parents, having fully grasped the power behind Su Xiao, smiled obsequiously and jogged to the young man. Without waiting for them to speak, the young man cut to the chase. My mother and I are leaving after all, the business here is almost finished. However, I'm quite interested in your daughter, she seems like a nice toy. So, before I return here to inherit the family business, you'd better not touch her, of course, there will be a reward for good behavior. Hearing about the reward, the spirit parents, who had been trembling, instantly perked up. Based on their understanding of this young man, the reward he offered could easily propel the Ling family forward significantly. We agree. I declare Xiao Lu to be the new ancestor of the Ling family. Seeing that Ling's parents had readily agreed to his request, the young man smiled calmly. I hope you can do it. Alright, you can go now, I have a few last things to take care of. Hearing this, Ling's parents hurried away. After finishing his last tasks, the young man slowly walked into the Ling family villa. As soon as he entered, he saw little Ling Menglu sitting quietly in the living room, waiting for his return. He waved to the little girl. Little Ling Menglu immediately understood and followed Su Xiao. Without saying much, the young man simply gestured for the bodyguard to open the door of the luxury car parked in front of the Ling family villa. Watching the young man silently get into the luxury car, Xiaoling Mengla suddenly had a bad feeling. She quickly followed him into the car. After they were both in, the young man said to the driver, "Let's go to that place." Upon hearing that place, Xiaoling Menglu's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly raced. That ominous feeling intensified. She wanted to grab the young man's hand, begging him not to go there. But she knew, what right did she have? What right did she have to bind the young man to her side now? As the car sped along the familiar country road, the young man gestured for the driver to open the window. As the car window slowly rolled down, a gust of wind, as biting as a winter's chill, blew in, much to the disbelief of the driver and Xiaoling Menglu. The car moved slowly until another luxury car appeared ahead. The luxury car Su Xiao was in stopped behind that car. The boy gestured for Xiaoling Menglu to drive, and without any resistance, Xiaoling Menglu obediently complied. After getting off the bus, Xiaoling Menglu, led by the boy, walked towards a small grove of trees. Until they were completely out of the driver's sight. Su Xiaokai slowly spoke. Have you had a happy month? The boy's words made Xiaoling Menglu's slender body, so delicate it seemed a gust of wind could topple her, tremble. Forcing a smile, he said, "Happy. Good that you're happy." After saying that, Su Xiao paused for a long time, so long that Xiaoling Menglu thought things might be turning around, before the boy ruthlessly shattered her illusions. I'm leaving, my parents came here to do business. Now that the business is settled, they're taking me away. But you're someone I can somewhat relate to. Let's make a promise. 16 years from now, let's meet here again. I hope you'll be different then. With that, Su Xiao looked up at the sky. He had originally wanted to say 14 years, so he could meet his senior sister as soon as he returned, but the thought of them still wresting power from their spirit father and spirit mother in the future made him stop himself from that idea. The future senior said she'd succeed in 2 years. So, he'd surprise her after she'd completely succeeded. The boy's brow relaxed just as he was about to say a final goodbye to his senior. Xiaoling Menglu finally exploded. You can't do this. You can't do this, I. The still young Xiaoling Menglu, faced with this farewell scene, became somewhat incoherent. Her limbs trembled uncontrollably. Finally, Xiaoling Menglu mustered her courage. You're not allowed to be with anyone else. Your little follower can only be me. After shouting it out loud, Xiaoling Menglu grabbed the boy's hand. If you don't promise me, I won't let go of you. Looking at the determination in Xiaoling Menglu's eyes, the boy smiled helplessly. Won't this girl fall for someone else in the future anyway? After all, she had no idea that the handsome boy in her future was her childhood playmate. Clearly, the boy didn't know about the white moonlight trope. He simply assumed that his senior had come out of her hiding place, and that his childhood self was merely a benefactor to her. Okay, I promise you. I won't take on any other followers. Seeing the boy's affirmative answer, Xiaoling Menglu finally smiled again, though the smile was somewhat forced. You must come find me in 16 years. Xiaoling Menglu spoke in a slightly low voice, and the boy returned her a genuinely gentle smile, unlike his usual stern one. I will. 10 minutes later, the boy watched with some reluctance as Xiaoling Menglu was picked up by another luxury car. Sighing, the boy looked at the driver beside him and said, Let's go too. The driver, whom the boy had mentioned, was somewhat confused. Go? Where to? Just keep going along this road until you see a fork in the road. Chapter 124 Lu Yanyu goes to the Ling family. Compared to the initial shock, the boy was now accustomed to the ancient and rustic aura of the Tai shrine. He slowly walked inside and asked the elderly woman in the center. Is the driver sure he'll be safely delivered and forget everything? The old woman nodded, casting a shrewd, yet murky gaze upon the boy. A second life just for revenge to go to such lengths. Is it really worth it? The wicked have already suffered the most severe torment, and in this life, they are merely ordinary people connected to them. Ignoring the old woman's strange words, the boy's eyes were filled with anticipation. He bowed deeply to the old woman. Thank you for giving me the chance to save my senior. Can I go back now? Gazing at the boy's theatrical performance, the old lady knew there was no need to persuade him further. The pain the boy endured in his past life, thinking about it, it makes sense. How could he so easily let it go? Without another word, the old lady waved her staff. A galaxy of countless brilliant stars seemed to appear before Su Zhao's eyes. The stars rapidly shifted. Time returned to 14 years later. Seeing his body grow back to its original size, the boy looked deeply at the old lady, another wrinkle appearing on her already aged face. Under the old lady's surprised gaze, the boy bowed deeply to her from the bottom of his heart. I'll be leaving now. After bidding farewell to the old lady, the young man turned and left without hesitation. The old lady, left behind, watched the young man's retreating figure and took out the small system she had bound since the young man returned to the past. You three have truly committed a sin. Go back to his side and atone for your sins. With that, the old lady tossed the dimly lit small system aside and closed her eyes again to begin healing the damage accumulated in her body from multiple time reversals. 14 years later. The young man has been missing for a full month. Not only is Ling Menglu searching frantically, but even more frantic are Lu Yenyue and Yi Xiling. They simply cannot understand why their young man has vanished when the driver was clearly asleep in the car. The Lu family villa. Lu's father and Lu Yanyu paced back and forth in the living room, which was piled high with various documents and papers. Lu Yanyu, who hadn't slept for 2 whole days, seemed to have thought of something. She clapped her hands. Father, you said that Ling Menglu's parents weren't good people, right? Lu's father, whose dark circles were equally heavy, nodded. He didn't understand why his daughter was asking this. Lu Yanyu's thoughts were simple. Her Xiao Xiao disappeared in the Ling family's car. Lu Yanyu remembered very clearly Ling Menglu's rabid, indiscriminate behavior, so it shouldn't be related to her. The only driver involved claimed to remember nothing under the lie detector test. Lu Yenyue felt that her parents, Ling's family, must know something. She wasn't afraid of offending anyone anymore. She had already used her skills to leave her parents a large sum of money overseas, enough to ensure their comfortable retirement. Lu Yenyue could proceed with confidence. Gritting her teeth, Lu Yenyue told her father and rushed to the Ling family villa without stopping. Meanwhile, inside the Ling family villa, Ling's father and mother were tending to their hands, which had just been whipped by their daughter with willow branches. Looking at their bloodied hands, neither of them felt any resentment. After all, what they had done to their daughter when they were children was far worse. You think Xiaolu became like that, is it because that young man who looked so much like that childhood friend disappeared? Seeing Lu's father's question, and recalling how Ling Menglu had taken her anger out on them ever since the boy who resembled Xiaolu's childhood friend disappeared, Ling's mother was about to nod, but then shook her head frantically. Xiaolu went crazy a long time ago, didn't she? After that boy left when we were little. Ling's mother's words made Ling's father nod in agreement. The two began to recall those memories. After the boy left, Ling Menglu returned to a normal life, just like before. However, there was a difference: she no longer had to endure the abusive upbringing her parents provided. And so Ling Menglu, who had always lived an ordinary life. Unbeknownst to many, she suddenly usurped her parents' power when she was 10 years old. After that day their hell began. Ling Menglu seemed to think that they were the ones who had caused the boy's departure. So, Ling Menglu began to use the same methods they had used on her before. Only after experiencing it firsthand did her parents truly realize their past mistakes. A profound sense of guilt rekindled their love for their daughter. But Ling Menglu could never go back. She only wanted one kind of love. Just as her parents were still repenting for their past, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ring! Ring! The frantic ringing of the doorbell signaled the urgency of the person at the door. In the Ling parents' memory, only their daughter would ring the doorbell so frequently. The Ling father trembled with fear until his wife grasped his hand. "Don't worry, I'll go open it. Let Xiaolu vent her anger on me." Looking at his wife, who had shown such strength in this crucial moment, the Ling father, under his wife's moved gaze, spoke through immense fear. "I was also very wrong. I can't let you bear Xiaolu's anger alone. Let's go together." The Ling couple grasped each other's hands, now wrapped in bandages, and walked resolutely towards the villa's entrance. Walking slowly to the door, Ling's mother flung it open, then, under Ling's father's incredulous gaze, blurted out. "It's all my fault, Xiaolu. Hit me if you want. Your father's health isn't good, he's almost at his limit." Standing in the doorway, Lu Yenyue, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, stared intently at the middle-aged couple whose hands were wrapped in bandages. Suddenly, she smiled coldly. "Looks like Ling Menglu isn't such a gentle thing after all." Chapter 125 Lu Yenyu learns the truth about the substitute. Without the girl in front of them, the spirit father and spirit mother carefully examined the man who had immediately berated their daughter. A face as youthful and beautiful as their daughter's. Her slender figure gave her a more mature air. Her clothes were all designer brands, suggesting her family background was not simple. The only flaw was perhaps the aftereffects of a month of worry and searching, a deathly pale complexion and a deep weariness in her eyes. In this respect exactly the same as their daughter. The Ling family's parents exchanged a glance and extended an invitation to Lu Yenyue outside the door. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" Lu Yenyue rested her chin on her hands, thinking for a moment before nodding with a smile after confirming there were no problems. Ling family villa living room. Lu Yenyue sat awkwardly on a brown leather sofa stained with red spots. She glanced around the messy living room and the piles of takeout boxes on the floor. Lu Yenyue smiled disdainfully, lightly tapping the red spots on the brown sofa with her hand. She then brought the scent to her nose and sniffed. After smelling a metallic odor, Lu Yenyue stared at her parents sitting on the other side of the sofa. "Is this your blood?" Upon being asked this by Lu Yenyue, the two middle-aged men seemed to recall their daughter's horrific appearance over the past month and shook their heads. "Why can't it be Xiaolu's blood?" The spirit mother, who had been silent all along, suddenly retorted. Seeing the spirit mother still trying to conceal the truth, Lu Yenyue's temperament darkened, and she gave the spirit mother a hostile look. "Ling Menglu's blood? You're really joking. I believe no one knows Ling Menglu's current situation better than you. You could even call her a complete madwoman." Hearing Lu Yenyue's words, the spirit father and spirit mother sighed. This young woman truly knew the true nature of their daughter hidden beneath her gentle and intellectual exterior. But how did she have the opportunity to glimpse the mystery deeply hidden beneath the iceberg? The spirit parents knew that only the matter of that boy could force their daughter to reveal her true colors. They frowned, beginning to speculate whether Lu Yenyu had any connection to the boy their daughter had previously brought back who resembled that boy. "What's your relationship with that ridiculously handsome boy Xiaolu brought back?" Unable to figure it out themselves, the spirit parents simply asked Lu Yenyu directly. There wouldn't be any problems. "A relationship? Does childhood sweethearts count?" Lu Yenyu replied, a flicker of struggle in her eyes. Childhood sweethearts Xiao Xiao probably wouldn't acknowledge her now, but Lu Yenyu was still proud of this established fact. Upon hearing the words childhood sweethearts, the spirit parents suddenly trembled. They wondered if their daughter and that arrogant boy had also been childhood sweethearts. In other words, their daughter, in order to reminisce about her childhood sweetheart relationship, has ruined another couple's relationship? Over the years, Ling Menglu's parents, having endured inhuman treatment, had come to understand many things. They knew right from wrong. A tremendous sense of guilt arose in their hearts. No matter what, they were undoubtedly the culprits. The boy's departure was merely the fuse that ignited Ling Menglu's twisted heart. The true cause, without a doubt, was the irreparable harm they had inflicted on her when she was a child. Now the evil they had sown was finally beginning to harm others. Ling Menglu's parents had initially thought that their daughter would return to normal after the boy's return. But now it seemed they wouldn't live to see the boy's return. Ling Menglu had completely gone mad. She was willing to harm a boy completely unrelated to that boy, willing to break up a childhood sweetheart pair. But they were powerless to change anything. Sitting opposite them, Lu Yenyue clearly saw the constant struggle and shifting expressions on Ling Menglu's parents' faces in that short minute, and knew the best opportunity had arrived. "Can you tell me everything about Ling Menglu? I promise I'll spare her life after I know the truth, how about that?" Seizing on the weakest point in Ling's parents' hearts, Lu Yenyue stated her request directly. To hasten their breakdown, Lu Yenyue also specifically said she wouldn't harm their daughter's life. At this moment Ling's parents were completely moved. Wasn't this person also a victim of Ling Menglu? Their childhood sweetheart was stolen by their mad daughter. It must be incredibly painful. Especially for the sensitive Ling father, whose temperament had been distorted by Ling Menglu's education over the years, turning him from a volatile man into an incredibly perceptive one. With reddened eyes, looking at Lu Yenyue's pale face, Ling father began to slowly recount his story. "When she was little we treated Xiolu very badly, you could even call it abuse. Until that day, that boy came. Finally, after that boy left, Xiaolu was like a completely different person. We even advised her to go to the hospital, but all we got in return was repeated punishments." After Ling father finished speaking, Lu Yenyue's brain completely shut down. Is that all? Just because someone looked like her white moonlight, she and Xiao Xiao were ruined? But her white moonlight wasn't Xiao Xiao at all. Back then Xiao Xiao was playing with her, okay? Lu Yenyue's eyes were murderous, and she gasped for breath under the terrified gaze of Ling Fu. She had initially thought Ling Menglu was just a yandere. At most her way of liking Xiao Xiao was a bit outrageous. Now it seemed she had fooled herself. What kind of yandere is this? Xiao Xiao is just an insignificant substitute in her eyes? Then why did she let go so easily? She just wanted the boy who loves Ling Menglu to live comfortably and receive preferential treatment in her life. Now it seems she was too naive. Under the horrified gazes of Ling's parents, Lu Yenyue pulled out the sharp knife she always carried. Chapter 126 Sudden Change. Lin Shu's intrusion. The cold blade reflected the sunlight, casting a chilling glow. The light, almost airy feel of the blade hinted at its thinness and, more subtly, its sharpness. Lu Yenyue had made up her mind. She would stab Ling Menglu to death right here. Rather than let Xiao Xiao discover the truth herself, she'd rather take Ling Menglu's life with a single blow. A short, sharp pain was better than a long, drawn-out one. Besides, Xiao Xiao hadn't yet repaid her debt to her father, so even knowing Ling Menglu's death, she shouldn't take her own life. In conclusion, Lu Yenyue decided to fight. She absolutely wouldn't allow her Xiao Xiao to suffer another heartbreak. Seeing Lu Yenyue holding the sharp blade before her, Ling's parents, though filled with terror, slowly stepped forward, trying to stop her. After all, they owed their daughter far too much. Even if it meant risking her life, it would be paying for that debt. The approaching spirit father and spirit mother, oblivious to their impending doom, made Lu Yenyue frown. She realized these two old men seemed to know the truth about the white moonlight as well. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Lu Yenyue decided to go all in and eliminate everyone who knew the truth. Just as she was about to swing her blade at the defenseless spirit father and spirit mother, the sudden sound of a door opening interrupted her. "Stop!" A familiar voice rang out. A young man, dressed in dusty clothes, pushed open the gate of the Ling family villa with a complex expression. It was Su Xiao, who had just returned. Upon returning, the young man used the last of his money to take a taxi back to the Ling family. He didn't want his senior to worry about him. Fortunately, the security guard at the villa entrance recognized his face and easily let him in. But upon returning to the Ling family villa, Su Xiao found an unexpected person standing at the door. "Lu Yenyue, what was she doing here?" Driven by curiosity, after Lu Yenyue and Ling's parents entered the house, the boy secretly used the key Ling Menglu had given him to open the door a crack. Thus, he overheard their conversation. But it was precisely because of this that the boy's world collapsed. "Senior, she's using me as a substitute." The boy didn't know how he would react after learning this. Would it be disappointment? Or despair? But more than anything, he felt bewildered and lost. He didn't understand why would his seemingly wonderful senior become like that. If someone who looked like him appeared, would Ling Menglu still go to such lengths to hurt him, just to commemorate the me from his childhood? The boy's heart felt as if it had been pierced by countless silver needles. It wasn't just pain but an excruciating chill that followed. Remembering how the senior's gentleness had been fake, the boy forced himself to stay upright and prevent himself from fainting. His fate with Ling Menglu was like a tragic paradox, its beginning unclear. But the boy understood from this moment on, a great obstacle would forever separate him and Ling Menglu. Just as the boy was wondering how to face Ling Menglu, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lu Yenyue pulling a weapon from the house. Seeing the unspeakable hatred in Lu Yenyue's eyes, the boy thought that Lu Yenyue must have completely returned to normal. Having heard about his ordeal, his childhood friend felt indignant on his behalf. But it was no longer necessary. So the boy uttered, "Stop." That familiar voice caused Lu Yenyue to drop the knife from her hand. The girl turned around in disbelief, seeing the boy's eyes filled with utter despair. A tear rolled down her cheek. Under the boy's strange gaze, Lu Yenyue rushed forward and hugged him tightly. I am so scared, Xiao Xiao." This was the first time Lu Yenyue had cried out loud in front of Su Xiao without regard for her image. Besides the joy of regaining what she had lost, Lu Yenyue, as if suddenly realizing something, also felt an indescribable worry. Her keen mind had already noticed many things. Her mind seemed to become incredibly clear the moment she hugged Xiao Xiao. The sound of Xiao Xiao turning the key and unlocking the door was very soft, but she still caught it. But she didn't have the courage to ask. Frantically inhaling the boy's fragrance, Lu Yenyue felt conflicted. A mix of anxiety and anticipation flickered within her. Could the boy forgive her? But clearly, she was overthinking it. The boy's gaze had never been on her, but rather on the sharp knife lying on the ground. Noticing where his gaze lingered, Lu Yenyue, whose mood had been softening under his embrace, immediately broke free from his arms like a madwoman. She quickly bent down and reached for the knife. Only when she grasped the hilt did Lu Yenyue breathe a sigh of relief. She was truly terrified. However, the boy didn't seem to be doing what she wanted. He began frantically grabbing at the knife in her hand. Looking at the boy who might have overheard her being a substitute, Lu Yenyue threw the knife at her still stunned spirit parents. Using her feminine strength, she subdued the boy. 5 minutes later. Seeing the boy gradually stop struggling, Lu Yenyue breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the boy calmed down slightly. He comforted himself. After all, his senior had always liked more than just him, hadn't she? She had never liked anyone else. But as he spoke, a tear rolled down his cheek. Lu Yenyue wanted to comfort him, but being tongue-tied, she didn't know what to say. She could only gently stroke the boy's back with her warm hand. Just when Lu Yenyue thought things would end there, an unexpected figure entered. The figure was very slender, but the face, covered in blood and filth, was completely unrecognizable. The most terrifying thing was the figure's entire right arm had vanished. The fingernails on its left hand had also been completely ripped off. Seeing the figure still bleeding, Lu Yenyue quickly covered Su Xiao's eyes. She stared coldly at the figure before her, who seemed to have undergone torture. The figure grinned, revealing its scarlet lips. "You don't recognize me so quickly, Lu Yenyue." Chapter 127: The Boy Who Unsealed His Memories. A familiar voice rang out, and Lu Yenyue immediately recognized who it was. Lin Shu. Why had he become like this? As if sensing Lu Yenyue's question, Lin Shu's bloodshot eyes glanced at Su Xiao, whose eyes were covered by Lu Yenyue and who was trembling uncontrollably. Sitting down opposite Lu Yenyue, Lin Shu pulled a bandage from his remaining arm, stopped the bleeding, and said in a low voice, "Do you know how crazy Ling Menglu was in finding the guy you were holding down?" Just because she thought I was suspicious, she cruelly chopped off my arm and pried open my fingernails, one by one. Finally, after confirming that I really didn't know, she pretended nothing had happened and let me go. Ha 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 ha. Lin Shu burst into maniacal laughter. He was just a boy. He couldn't believe he had done anything to wrong Ling Menglu. He even hurt the innocent childhood sweethearts before him in an attempt to repay a debt of gratitude. Now it all seems like a joke. So he has nothing left to hide. Grinning his scarlet lips at Lu Yenyue, Lin Shu tried to reveal the truth. But by the time Lu Yenyue realized something was wrong, it was too late. You probably don't know, Su Xiao, those thugs who defiled you back then were hired by the necromancer Menglu. Ha ha ha, she really loves you. Before she could stop Lin Shu, Lu Yenyue looked worriedly at the unresponsive boy on the ground. 1 minute later. Lu Yenyue breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the unpleasant memories, unlike those from the Lu residence, weren't so easy to recall. Just as Lu Yenyue was about to release Su Xiao and deal with Lin Shu, who had revealed her deepest fears, the boy she was controlling suddenly unleashed a tremendous force. Caught off guard, Lu Yenyue was thrown off balance by this force. After freeing herself, the boy clutched his head in pain. A dark alley. A contorted face. Lu Yenyue coldly walked away. And her own broken body. The boy screamed helplessly, frantically banging his head against the ground. Lu Yenyue quickly used her soft hand to separate his head from the ground. Looking at the stunned Lin Shu, Lu Yenyue's bloodshot eyes were filled with murderous intent. Call an ambulance right now. If anything happens to Xiao Xiao today, I won't let anyone related to you get away with it. Hearing Lu Yenyue's words, Lin Shu thought of his father, who often looked at him with kindness. Without hesitation, he dialed the emergency number. Why? Why is it all a lie? Why is everyone who gets close to me like this? Ling Menglu, I hate you. After repeatedly banging his head against Lu Yenyue's hand, which was propping him up on the ground, the boy felt a moment of dizziness. His eyes glazed over as he glanced at Lu Yenyue, who wore a concerned expression. He gave her a smile Lu Yenyue couldn't understand, and then fainted. Looking at the fallen boy, Lu Yenyue felt an indescribable heartache. But even more so, she felt fear and confusion. He knew the truth. Lu Yenyue wasn't even happy that Xiao Xiao had discovered Ling Menglu's true form. She preferred to maintain the facade as long as her boy could live happily. But all these changes piled up in one day. To be honest, Lu Yenyue was truly at a loss. Her eyes were glazed as she looked at the hand the boy had nearly ruptured with his head. Looking at the purple veins, Lu Yenyue didn't utter a sound of pain. What should she do? If she had confessed to the boy back then, none of this would have happened. Why can't time be turned back? Lu Yenyue glanced blankly at Lin Shu, who was anxiously talking to the emergency doctor on the phone, and the still clocking clock in the living room. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She gasped for breath, but the symptoms didn't improve. And so after the boy. Lu Yenyue finally succumbed and fainted. The sound of an ambulance siren. The familiar aroma of food. The still warm sunlight. The quiet surroundings all too familiar. But this time the boy had no hope. He recalled those unbearable memories. Lu Yenyue and Ling Menglu, whom he had gone to great lengths to save in the past. They were both born scum. And he, like a joke, became his own substitute. Thinking this in the void, the boy suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The violent laughter startled Ling Menglu, who was watching over the boy. She had received a call from her two old men at home. So, without even asking what had happened, she rushed to the hospital. And now the boy's behavior had exceeded Ling Menglu's expectations. Something's not right. Ling Menglu knew she couldn't ask directly, so she feigned an expression of half worry and half surprise. Xiao Xiao. You're awake. Hearing the familiar voice, the boy turned his head and, seeing it was Ling Menglu, smiled even more broadly. I'm so happy, Senior, you got here so quickly. Ling Menglu felt something was off about Su Zhao's words. However, she glanced around, then leaned down and whispered in Su Xiao's ear. Xiao Xiao, have you forgotten? There might be my parents' spies here. The boy paused, then his eyes flashed with a look Ling Menglu couldn't decipher. I understand. Then I order you to take me home immediately. I want to go somewhere to play. Somewhere? Ling Menglu didn't know why she felt a strong pang of anxiety when she heard that word. However, to cooperate with the boy as before, she nodded. I understand, Xiao Xiao. But let's eat something first. It's not good to go out on an empty stomach. With that, Ling Menglu picked up a dish and held it to the boy's lips. One bite, and Su Xiao immediately realized it was a dish made by the landlady he had worked with before. The familiar yet even more delicious taste made Su Xiao's gaze towards Ling Menglu even more strange. Chapter 128 Ling Menglu, My White Moonlight. How was it? The food at this restaurant wasn't bad, was it? Even taking it to go didn't lower the quality at all. Ling Menglu smiled gently at the boy who was devouring his food, speaking softly. The boy ignored her, continuing to eat silently. Only after finishing his food, bite by bite, did Su Xiao stare intently at Ling Menglu. Ling Menglu had never seen such a look before. How to describe it? Like a black sky adorned with countless stars. After the stars fade, only endless, deep darkness remains. Ling Menglu felt a chill run down her spine under that gaze. It was the first time she couldn't understand what this tool boy was thinking. Let's go, senior, let's go out. I'm actually fine, there's no need to stay in the hospital. As he spoke, Su Xiao began changing his clothes in front of Ling Menglu. But when the boy pulled open his collar, Ling Menglu almost reflexively turned her head away. This scene was clearly seen by the boy. As expected, she knew. She clearly knew this body was tainted. Shouldn't she have been forbidden to know? The boy had initially been skeptical of Lu Yenyue and Lin Shu's words, but now, didn't Ling Menglu's reaction explain everything? Senior, it was all a lie all along. The person I saved as a child grew up to become the murderer who defiled me. Ha! Suddenly, the boy's lips curled into a smile, his eyebrows slightly raised, and before Ling Menglu could react, he grasped her hand. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Ling Menglu stiffened instantly. But before she could say anything, the boy spoke first. What are you afraid of, senior? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend? Aye. Okay, I know you're just a little shy, senior. Don't worry about it too much, you'll get used to it. Ling Menglu didn't know how to react to these words, so she could only nod awkwardly. 30 minutes later. Ling Menglu looked at the surrounding countryside scenery, a huge feeling of unease welling up in her heart. Her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Ling Menglu couldn't understand why the boy had come here. Until the car stopped at the spot Ling Menglu would never forget, she belatedly looked at Su Xiao. The usually composed girl's eyes didn't show any panic or fear. Her legs were trembling involuntarily. For the first time, Ling Menglu felt that the chirping of crickets and cicadas in the fields could be so annoying. As Ling Menglu's heart grew increasingly agitated, the boy finally spoke. Get out of the car, I have something to tell you. After uttering those words, without giving Ling Menglu a chance to object, the boy opened the car door, stepped out, and slowly walked to the shade of the tree, much taller than it had been 14 years ago. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. There was no movement from the driver's side door. A strange sense of sorrow arose in the field. Amidst the incessant chirping of cicadas and crickets, Ling Menglu mustered her courage, straining against her still supporting thighs, and laboriously stepped out of the car. As soon as she stepped out, Ling Menglu saw the boy sitting under the tree, his pretty little hands rubbing the soil. The boy's flawless features, the towering tree behind him, and the yellow countryside fields created a perfect picture. But there was one thing worth mentioning because the boy was no longer innocent. How could the picture be perfect then? Stiffly, Ling Menglu walked to the boy's side, managing to force a smile that seemed sealed shut. Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Glancing at Ling Menglu, who still clung to a sliver of hope, the boy's eyes crinkled into a smile. He tossed the dirt he'd dug out onto Ling Menglu's trouser leg. We're all this way and you still can't remember who I am. The boy tilted his head, leaning lightly against a large tree, delivering his final judgment to Ling Menglu. Thump. 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 Ling Menglu's heart pounded wildly, but she refused to admit it. She was terrified, she was truly terrified. This shouldn't be. She had subtly inquired so many times before confirming that the boy in front of her wasn't him. And his surname was clearly Zhu. He wouldn't lie to her, would he? The muscles in her calves began to twitch, and Ling Menglu dared not look directly into the boy's eyes. She dared not continue to confirm if the boy really was him. Then what she said 14 years ago would seem like a joke. She was the one who told the boy not to date other girls, but in the end, she was the one who destroyed the boy's innocence. No, absolutely not. You really are an idiot. Didn't I tell you 14 years ago? I'd come back for you in 16 years. I wanted to come 2 years early to test you and give you a surprise, but why do you look so unhappy? The boy's words finally revealed the truth completely. Like a thunderbolt striking Ling Menglu's forehead. Her mind spun, and countless fears flooded her heart. At this moment, she felt no joy, only endless fear and dread. She was afraid that one day the boy would learn the truth. From the only ones who knew, Lu Yenyue and Lin Shu. Then she couldn't imagine how the boy would view her, whether he would simply abandon her as his little follower. No, she had to get rid of them both. Seal the secret forever. Ling Menglu desperately tried to think of a way to salvage the situation, but everything crumbled when the boy pressed his flawlessly handsome face against hers. Do you like me? Looking blankly at the black mole on the boy's face, which radiated an abyss-like aura, Ling Menglu couldn't control her facial muscles and blurted out. You are my white moonlight. Chapter 129, a frivolous lie that must be believed. White moonlight? Pft, ha 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 ha. When did you start doing that kind of thing? The boy moved his face away from Ling Menglu's, which was about to touch, and leaned against a tree, bursting into laughter. Ling Menglu realized what she had just blurted out, and felt as if she had been swept away by a blizzard in an extremely cold place. Cold, piercing. Forcing a smile, Ling Menglu made a decision. She would completely hide the truth. The boy probably doesn't know anything right now. As long as she dealt with her parents and those who knew, like Lu Yenyue and Lin Shu, she could maintain this kind of life forever. Then, with the help of the top medical team abroad, she believed they could heal the boy's broken body. After that they could have a baby of their own. Never to be separated again. Ah! What are you thinking about? Looking at the silent Ling Menglu, the boy slapped her wrist. Awakened by the sting, Ling Menglu quickly put on the gentle, intellectual expression the boy liked best. But this time it didn't work. You're not behaving like that at all, senior. That waitress's smile was genuine, by the way. How's she doing? Is she still working there? Seeing the boy instantly see through her expression, Ling Menglu was momentarily at a loss for words. But she had to bite the bullet and answer the boy's question. That waitress resigned a long time ago. I don't know where she went afterward. Really? Things have really changed. The boy sighed, but then changed the subject. You probably didn't know I was that little boy surnamed Zhu from your childhood, so why did you come looking for me? Although I don't object to you having romantic relationships, but you told me not to date anyone else, yet you couldn't resist yourself. How cunning. Is it because I'm too beautiful that you couldn't resist? As he spoke, the boy pressed his fair cheek against Ling Menglu's face again. Smelling the fragrant scent emanating from the boy's face, Ling Menglu finally understood what it meant to be slowly tortured. She let 3 scumbags defile the person she loved most. I can't answer? Then you have to accept the punishment for your wrongdoing. The boy, seeing Ling Menglu's hesitation, didn't press further. Instead, he slowly walked to the big tree and squatted down. He scooped up a handful of soil he had just dug up and held it to Ling Menglu's lips, his eyes smiling. They say those who break their promises have to swallow 1,000 silver needles, but I'll lower the bar a bit here. Just eat this soil, how about it? I dug this up myself, consider it a meal I made for you. No sooner had the boy finished speaking than Ling Menglu snatched the handful of soil from his hands like a madwoman. Looking at the soil before her, Ling Menglu, almost without hesitation, stuck out her tongue and began to swallow. The boy's expression instantly changed. A chill emanated from his body. Snap! The boy slapped Ling Menglu hard across the face without hesitation. Because this chapter came so suddenly, Ling Menglu lost her grip on the dirt in her hand. Seeing the dirt scatter across the ground like petals, the boy continued. Find it and then eat it. After Su Zhao's second command, Ling Menglu, whose mind was already in a state of confusion, almost without hesitation knelt down and began searching. You really are disappointing. The boy's eyes were filled with a chilling coldness that could freeze a person. He extended his delicate white foot from his Crocs and kicked Ling Menglu across the face without any politeness. Although the boy's strength was not great, the kick still knocked Ling Menglu to the ground. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Ling Menglu wiped it away without caring, and like a lapdog, stubbornly crawled back to the boy's feet, trying to search again. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. He kicked her down again, but Ling Menglu stubbornly got up. This repeated many times before the boy, exasperated, finally grabbed her hair and pulled her up. Looking at her cheek, where she had kicked and scraped the skin, the boy tapped it a few times with his finger. Ling Menglu simply stared at the boy before her, her eyes filled with sorrow and confusion. She felt that the boy must know that she was playing the substitute game. She no longer asked for the boy's forgiveness, she only wanted to stay by his side. However, there was one thing to be thankful for: the boy had lost his tainted memories and he also didn't know that she was the culprit. While Ling Menglu felt relieved, she was also terrified. She didn't know how the boy would treat her after learning the truth. She didn't want any unknowns in her relationship with the boy. But the turning point came very suddenly. What are you thinking? I'm just angry at you. How can you possibly win against your dad and mom like this? Do you want to be treated like your parents were when you were little? Let me tell you, I'm not as rich and powerful as we were when we were kids. From now on, if we want a comfortable life, it's all up to you. I've even given up being a pampered son, but you haven't improved at all. It's truly disappointing. After my family fell on hard times, I ended up using the identity of Su Xiao and even arranged for someone like her, a childhood sweetheart, thinking that would spur you on, but I didn't expect you to still be such a useless piece of trash. The boy's long string of information stunned Ling Menglu. So the boy already knew about her? Was his entanglement with Lu Yenyue merely a way to spur her on? And she didn't realize it, instead arranging for someone to defile the boy? Ling Menglu didn't doubt the boy's words, she treated it all as a bizarre tragedy. However, now it seems things have taken a turn for the better. Xiao Xiao seems to know nothing about the concept of a white moonlight. Chapter 130. Won't you get jealous? Ling Menglu's usually gloomy eyes brightened slightly. She seemed to have lost her mind in front of the boy, believing him without even a shred of logic. Her mind raced, trying to figure out what to do next. Under the boy's meaningful gaze, Ling Menglu slowly and steadily walked to his side. I'll improve, I'll try my best. I swear I can definitely bring down my parents within 3 months. Looking at Ling Menglu's determined gaze, still putting on an act, a hint of disappointment, barely perceptible even to Ling Menglu, flashed in the boy's eyes. She was actually thinking of hiding the truth at a time like this. What if you can't do it? It's up to you, Xiao Xiao. The boy nodded, his attitude shifting as he pulled several bandages from his clothes. Go lean against that big tree. Ling Menglu was puzzled, but she did as she was told. Looking at the obedient Ling Menglu, the boy frowned. To Ling Menglu's incredulous gaze, he kicked her in the stomach. Feeling the blow to her abdomen, Ling Menglu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Why? Because you're too obedient. Ling Menglu couldn't understand, she was only following the boy's orders, why was she being hit? You look puzzled. The answer is simple: because you don't look like a strong woman at all. You think I like it when you're completely subservient to me? How can I believe you can beat your parents? Even Lu Yenyue dared to throw a tantrum and raise her voice at me, why don't you? Don't become a piece of trash even worse than Lu Yenyue. Under Ling Menglu's pained gaze, the boy boasted about another woman in front of her. Seeing the boy's eyes light up when he mentioned Lu Yenue, Ling Menglu didn't know how to feel. Although she knew the boy didn't like Lu Yenue, it felt like a thorn was stuck in her chest, causing her unparalleled pain and helplessness. What? Why are you looking at me with such a wronged expression? Don't you want me to heal your wounds? As he spoke, the boy pressed the band-aid firmly against Ling Menglu's face. When the boy's hand accidentally brushed against Ling Menglu's cheek, the girl felt even the warm touch on that corner was intoxicating and mesmerizing. Watching the boy's figure gradually overlap with the cold-faced but warm-hearted figure from her childhood, a tear involuntarily rolled down Ling Menglu's cheek. God is so kind. He's actually willing to give her another chance. Ling Menglu felt she could even see tangible hope ahead. After everything they've been through, they can still be together. Isn't this a blessing from heaven? Ling Menglu thought this, and at the same time, the boy finished applying all the band-aids. Looking at the still dazed Ling Menglu, the boy gave her a light tap on the forehead. The wound is all treated. What are you standing there for? If you like being out in the middle of nowhere, then stay here by yourself. I'm getting in the car. As he spoke, the boy didn't even glance at Ling Menglu, walking straight past her to the car door. Seeing the boy pull open the car door and get in, Ling Menglu snapped out of her reverie about the wonderful life that was about to begin. She ran to the driver's seat and got in after the boy. Sensing that the boy was getting impatient, Ling Menglu quickly started the engine, and with a roar, the sports car sped off towards the road ahead. The rural scenery gradually faded, and the skyscrapers of the city, constructed of reinforced concrete, came into view. After glancing over one skyscraper after another, the boy suddenly spoke to Ling Menglu. Give me 5 million, I need it. Upon hearing this, Ling Menglu immediately slowed down, her heart filled with turmoil. This was the first time the boy had asked her for money. She was curious about what he planned to do with it. But Ling Menglu knew she had no right to ask so many questions. All she needed to do now was unconditionally support whatever the boy wanted to do. No problem, Xiao Xiao. I'll go with you when I get back. Seeing Ling Menglu agree so readily, the corners of the boy's mouth slightly turned up. However, judging from the curve of his lips, it wasn't a sign of happiness but rather blatant malice. Unfortunately, Ling Menglu didn't see any of this. Oh right, I won't be going back to the Ling family. Could you take me to Lu Yenue's house? I have something to do there. The mention of Lu Yenue in the boy's mouth caused Ling Menglu, who was still driving, to panic. But thankfully, she knew Lu Yenue very well. This girl probably wouldn't bring up the boy's unpleasant memories of being violated, because that would only cause the boy further harm. Ling Menglu knew that Lu Yenue was deeply in love with the boy. She was concerned about anything that might cause further harm to the boy's mental health. There's a very high chance she won't tell. What Ling Menglu was truly hesitant about was the fact that Lu Yenue liked her boy. What woman could bear to send the person she liked to her rival? Ling Menglu simply couldn't. She lacked the courage to refuse the boy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with painful struggle, but hearing the boy's dissatisfied grumbling beside her, Ling Menglu gave up. I understand, I'll come pick you up as soon as you need to leave. Seeing Ling Menglu's resigned expression, the boy suddenly asked inexplicably. Aren't you jealous? Ling Menglu thought for a moment, realizing the boy wanted her to be more assertive, and confidently said. I'm confident I'm more charming than that Lu Yenue. And of course, I'm more capable than her. Ling Menglu's confident words made the boy tremble. A strange light flashed across his eyes. The boy patted Ling Menglu on the shoulder, like praising a puppy. Not bad, you've got some spirit. I'm starting to believe you can beat your parents. For the first time, Ling Menglu blushed in front of the boy after receiving the praise. She shook her head frantically, then focused her attention back on driving. Chapter 131, Heading to the Lu family. Unlike before, Ling Menglu drove very slowly this time. The reason was simple. Feeling dizzy, Ling Menglu followed her instincts. She just wanted to spend more time with the boy by any means necessary. But this slow pace was still noticed by Su Xiao. Looking at the scenery slowly passing by the window, the boy frowned in displeasure. He stretched out his small hands and, without any hesitation, slapped Ling Menglu, who was driving. Slap! A crisp sound rang out, mingling with a stinging pain in her mouth, but Ling Menglu didn't complain, continuing to focus on driving. The young man stared intently at Ling Menglu's profile, then smiled strangely. Don't you have any dignity as a woman? Ling Menglu's hand on the steering wheel paused for a moment, then she said, as if she were a child. I'm just your little follower. This doesn't seem like an insult to me. Hearing this, the young man's smile widened. Is that so? We're here. Looking at the Lu family villa, which was newer than her own home, a flicker of struggle crossed Ling Menglu's otherwise calm face. When she learned Xiao Xiao's true identity, Ling Menglu didn't react with the same rage as Lu Yenyue. Since the facts can't be changed, then timely remedial action is the top priority. Ling Menglu planned to immediately contact the best doctor she knew to treat Xiao Xiao's body. Ideally, she wanted to restore Xiao Xiao's body to its original state without anyone knowing. Alright, I'll go in first. Remember to transfer the money. After giving Ling Menglu his final instructions, the boy didn't even glance at her before walking towards the Lu family villa. Meanwhile, inside the Lu family villa. Dad, let me go, I need to see Xiao Xiao. Because of that bastard Lin Shu, Xiao Xiao has recalled those terrible memories. I'm afraid he might try to kill himself. Looking at Lu Yenyue, who was tied to the sofa with rope and unable to move, Uncle Lu sighed helplessly. Although he was worried about Xiao Xiao, he wasn't a fool. In his eyes, Lu Yenyue's life was paramount. Thinking back to the hospital, to Ling Menglu's bloodshot eyes and murderous aura, Uncle Lu couldn't help but shudder. That madwoman, she really could kill. If his foolish daughter really did rush in, Uncle Lu was genuinely afraid of the risks. Normally, Lu Yenyu secretly protected Su Xiao, but facing the nearly insane Ling Menglu, Uncle Lu felt he couldn't let Lu Yenyu go unchecked. While Lu Yenyu was hospitalized and unconscious, he consulted the doctor. Confirming she was alright, just exhausted, he quickly moved her home and tied her up securely with rope to prevent her from doing anything foolish after waking up. Sigh. What a tragedy. Uncle Lu, a man nearing middle age and transitioning into old age, sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to try and persuade the persistent Lu Yenyu, a knock came at the door. The most excited person at the sound of the knock wasn't Uncle Lu, but Lu Yenyu, who was bound to the ground. Anyone will do, as long as they help me escape and rescue Xiao Xiao, Lu Yenyu prayed. Glancing at his daughter's excited expression, Uncle Lu shook his head and walked to the door alone. He peeked at the visitor through the small peephole in the glass door, then quickly opened it. Xiao Xiao. Upon opening the door, Uncle Lu excitedly embraced the boy. This was the first time Lu Yenyue had seen the boy she'd watched grow up since she'd done those outrageous things. But then, as if remembering something, Uncle Lu awkwardly released his arms from the boy. I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao, I got carried away. The things Yenyue did I. Seeing Uncle Lu's troubled expression, the boy smiled reassuringly. I don't care anymore, and she told you about me regaining those unpleasant memories. Uncle Lu nodded, his expression becoming even more apologetic. The boy looked at the middle-aged man before him. His temples were now more gray, and his face had several more deep wrinkles than before. Looking at the middle-aged man before him, Su Xiao knew that Uncle Lu hadn't wronged him in the slightest. On the contrary, he was quite grateful to Uncle Lu. After all, after his parents died, only Uncle Lu, with his kind face, had helped him with his mortgage. Alright, Uncle Lu, where did Lu Yenyu go? I need to talk to her about something. Hearing that the young man had come to see Lu Yenyu, a hint of surprise flashed in Uncle Lu's eyes. He had thought that after what had happened, the young man would never again take the initiative to contact Lu Yenyu. But now it seemed things might be taking a turn for the better. Although Uncle Lu was being honest, if Aunt Lu had walked away with another man when he was about to lose his virginity, he probably would never have forgiven her. But Xiao Xiao was different. She was prettier than him, kinder than him. And Lu Yenyu was far more difficult and unruly than Aunt Lu had been. After struggling to clear these chaotic thoughts from his mind, Uncle Lu sighed and led the boy towards Lu Yenyu in the living room. Upon arriving in the living room, the boy's handsome brows furrowed in displeasure. The floor was littered with takeout bags and trash. After scanning the pile of trash, the boy finally noticed Lu Yenyu, who was bound like a dumpling. Staring at Lu Yenyu, who was struggling excitedly upon seeing him, the boy suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. A pleasant, melodious laugh, but to Lu Yenyu and Uncle Lu, for some reason it carried an undercurrent of extreme repression. Uncle Lu, could you please step outside for a moment? I'd like to speak with Lu Yenyu alone. The boy narrowed his eyes, asking Uncle Lu, who was slightly hunched over behind him. Chapter 132, A heart-to-heart talk with Lu Yenyu. After hesitating for a moment, Uncle Lu gave Lu Yenyu a warning look, then nodded to the boy. Xiao Xiao, you talk to her if she dares to say anything outrageous, tell me, and I'll teach her a lesson. After saying this, Uncle Lu left the living room, leaving the boy and Lu Yenyu, who was tied up like a dumpling. After Uncle Lu left, the boy plopped down in front of Lu Yenyu's cheek. Looking down at the immobile Lu Yenyu, the boy suddenly smiled. He pulled a folding knife from his pocket. To Lu Yenyu's incredulous gaze, the boy unfolded the knife, the sharp blade only centimeters from Lu Yenyu's eye. That is to say, if the boy had slipped, Lu Yenyu might have faced the risk of blindness. You said if I gouged out your eyes, then besides those three beasts, wouldn't no one else know how I was so humiliated and defiled that day? Lu Yenyu stared intently at the knife tip so close to her face. She didn't close her eyes, but instead kept her eyes fixed on the boy's trembling hands. I was so foolish before I believed the rumors. But Xiao Xiao, what kind of person are you? Shouldn't I, who have grown up with you since childhood, know you best? Before, I was a beast. But now I won't let you down. Xiao Xiao, put it down, your kindness will prevent you from doing it. Looking at the confident Lu Yenyu before him, the boy suddenly curled his lips into a smile. You saw through me, but you guessed wrong. Before Lu Yenyu could understand the boy's words, she saw him thrust a sharp knife towards his own eye. Seeing this, Lu Yenyu's heart skipped a beat. Stop. I can grant you any request. Please don't hurt yourself anymore. Seeing Lu Yenyu finally utter these words, the knife aimed at his eye stopped in midair. Isn't this better? Actually, Xiao Xiao, you don't have to do this. I'll grant you any request. Lu Yenyu's words startled the boy. If only she had said those words sooner. Then he wouldn't have been hurt by Ling Menglu. But it's too late. No, making direct requests is only possible between family and lovers for us, we can only be casual friends at best. And between casual friends, if you want to ask for a difficult favor, then this is the only way. The boy's words plunged Lu Yenyu into an icy abyss. Although the meaning was difficult to grasp, Lu Yenyu understood. The boy meant their relationship could only ever be that of casual friends. Anything more was absolutely impossible. Lu Yenyu suddenly understood the boy already knew about her little thoughts, that's why he came to dispel her idea. The complex expression on Lu Yenyu's face made the boy chuckle softly. Looks like you figured it out. You can't keep dwelling on me, Lu Yenyu. Uncle Lu has been kind to me, I can't just watch the Lu family line die out. Besides, although I don't really care about my health anymore, you can come with me, but it'll be difficult to have children. Boom! A thunderbolt struck Lu Yenyu's heart like a thunderclap. What did the boy just say? Don't care about his health anymore? Have children? Lu Yenyu's eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the boy. No, if it were the original boy, he wouldn't have said such things so calmly. Lu Yenyu had initially thought that knowing the boy would at most restore that unbearable memory as for Lin Shu revealing Ling Menglu's past, the boy probably wouldn't believe it. After all, Lu Yenyu knew very well what Lin Shu meant to the boy. But Lu Yenyu overlooked one crucial issue, a fact known only to the boy. Ling Menglu did indeed have a white moonlight, and that white moonlight was none other than the boy himself. Unaware of this, Lu Yenyu still believed that the boy's relationship with Ling Menglu would remain the same. Now it seemed she had been too naive. The boy knew everything. Having grasped the facts, Lu Yenyu felt a nameless fear well up within her, like a starless night. Her gaze was fixed on the boy. He had lost all his family, utterly alone in this world. Betrayed by his childhood sweetheart, seen as a substitute for the white moonlight by the senior who saved him. Putting herself in his shoes, if it were Lu Yenyu, she might have gone completely mad. Emptiness, despair, oppression, as if the entire world had lost its vitality. Lu Yanyu had learned a little psychology. Looking at the boy who was always smiling, she understood the meaning behind that smile. In his eyes, was there still a glimmer of warmth in the world that hadn't been swallowed by darkness? Xiao Yu. Lu Yanyu hesitated before speaking. She didn't know how to comfort the boy, because she was one of the culprits. A principal offender who caused despair. Did the boy have the right to comfort others? Xiao, what do you need me to do for you? The boy saw that Lu Yanyu finally understood and smiled with relief. It's simple. First, help me sell the house. If I sell it myself, I probably won't get a good price. As for the money from the sale, you can use some of it to pay back Uncle Lu. Second, I need you to help me put on an act in front of Ling Menglu. Don't worry, I'll reimburse all expenses during this time. Finally, after all this is over, I'll leave alone. You can handle my withdrawal from university. As for where I'll go after I leave, I won't tell you. If we're destined to meet again, perhaps we'll meet once more. Chapter 133, Nightmare. Alright, that's all. Did you write it down? The boy's eyes crinkled as he looked at the stunned Lu Yanyu. The girl's complexion, which had just regained some color after her hospital treatment, immediately turned deathly pale. What leave? Thump. 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 Her heart pounded, and Lu Yanyu forced a smile. Xiao, you're not joking, are you? The boy returned an even brighter smile. What do you think? Or rather, what makes you think I should stay here? But university courses. Whatever, I can't learn it anyway. The boy seemed to accept his talent, his tone filled with a sense of relief and nonchalance. But Lu Yanyu seemed unable to accept it. The ropes binding her began to tremble. The girl's limbs began to struggle violently. No, I can teach you, Xiao. If you can't learn it, I can teach you. Looking at Lu Yanyu, who was still trying to pester him, the boy delivered his decisive blow. There's no other way. I owe you too much. I asked you to teach me before, but you wouldn't help. Oh right, you were helping Lin Shu then, weren't you? Recalling the image of the girl holding another boy's small hand, kindly explaining a problem to him, Su Zhao's eyes were filled with determination. Let go, Lu Yanyu, if you still consider me a friend. Having clearly heard the boy's words, Lu Yanyu's violent struggles ceased. She glanced blankly at the boy who was smiling at her. Lu Yanyu smiled too. I agree. The next day morning. The first rays of dawn streamed into the Lu family's two-story villa. In a newly renovated beige room, the boy put on his newly bought clothes. After trying them on in front of the mirror a few times, the boy nodded in satisfaction. The boy chose a white top paired with shorts that revealed his smooth thighs. The entire outfit gave off only one feeling. That was purity. He drew back the curtains, and the boy was bathed in the morning light. In the holy sunlight, combined with his pure attire, the boy resembled a newborn angel. Just then, Lu Yanyu, who was about to bring the boy breakfast, was about to knock on the door to signal him to open it when she found the lock was unlocked. And so as soon as Lu Yanyu entered, she saw a scene that could make countless women's hearts flutter. After basking in the sunlight, the boy turned around and found Lu Yanyu standing at the door, stunned, so he smiled at her. It's worth mentioning that Lu Yanyu was currently wearing a bear-patterned pajama set, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Your outfit is so cute, by the way. How about wearing this when you go out later? As he spoke, the boy twirled around in front of Lu Yanyu. Not only was the visual impact powerful, but an unparalleled fragrance also assaulted Lu Yanyu's senses. In this heavenly illusion, Lu Yanyu was somewhat at a loss. Seeing Lu Yanyu still in a daze, the boy pouted in dissatisfaction. Are you stupid? You don't even know how to compliment me. Reminded, Lu Yanyu suddenly realized. Xiao, you're so beautiful. Can't even compliment someone? Repeat after me, word by word. You are truly a flawless angel, your beauty intoxicates me. Why, you are truly a flawless angel, your beauty intoxicates me. Looking at Lu Yanyu, who had copied his words verbatim, the boy patted her head encouragingly. Feeling the warm touch on her head, Lu Yanyu felt like she was dreaming. The atmosphere between them seemed like that of a real couple. However, this slight relief on Lu Yenyue's face didn't escape the notice of the boy who had been watching her. The boy's initially kind smile immediately turned cold. He said in an icy voice, "Don't get too carried away, Lu. You need to know what our purpose is. Don't make me remind you again. Your clumsy performance would probably be immediately exposed in front of Ling Manlu. If you make my plan fail, then we'll see each other for 30 years. The boy's face lit up with a bright smile as he cruelly spoke to the trembling Lu Yenyue. "Alright, seeing how scared you are, you should understand how serious this is. Good that you understand now. Let's go to that newly opened amusement park and have a good time, just like a real couple." A stormy, rainy night. Flashes of light occasionally streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap. Under the torrential rain, in a dark alley, a stunningly handsome young man was being repeatedly assaulted by 3 thugs. Afterwards, a pool of blood remained. But the nightmare wasn't over. The rescued boy didn't escape hell, instead, he fell into another. A cold-faced girl, claiming to be the boy's childhood friend, slowly reached for his small, white hand. "Promise me you won't get close to any other girl, okay?" "Okay." Boom. Awaha. Ling Manglu, lying on the sofa, was jolted awake from a nightmare under the horrified gazes of her parents. Opening her bloodshot eyes, Ling Manglu ignored the discomfort coursing through her body and struggled to climb off the sofa. Noticing her parents watching her with worry, Ling Manglu suddenly unleashed a burst of strength and grabbed her father's neck tightly. Tell me. Tell me. You fucking tell me, where is he now? Hurry!" Ling Manglu roared at her biological father. Only then did she belatedly realize what had happened from the pile of messages she'd received yesterday. Why did she hand Xiao Xiao over to Lu Yenyue? What the hell had she done to her boy, to her moon? The thought of Lu Yenyue, who also loved the boy, being with her Xiao Xiao made Ling Manglu unable to suppress her rage. That bastard wouldn't be spying on Xiao Xiao while she slept, would he? Chapter 134 Amusement Park. The more Ling Manglu thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Her eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, and her father, whose neck she was gripping, grew paler under the immense force. Seeing her father foaming at the corners of his mouth, her mother finally couldn't bear it any longer. She reached out her scarred arms and hugged Ling Manglu tightly. "Please, Xiaolu, your father is dying." Ling Manglu snapped back to reality at her mother's voice. She stared coldly at her dying father, then released her grip. Her father, who had fallen from the air, knelt on the ground, coughing incessantly. Her mother quickly rushed forward, patting his back. Cough, cough, cough. Ignoring her parents, Ling Manglu pondered for a moment before deciding to go check on Xiao Xiao. She was genuinely worried about leaving Xiao Xiao alone in a room with that Lu Yenyue. Grabbing a piece of clothing from the hanger without any intention of dressing up, Ling Manglu hurriedly set off. Thinking of the amusement park. Looking down from the high sky, the entire amusement park was shaped like a heart. Countless vehicles were heading towards the amusement park's parking lot. This bustling scene had led many vendors to call out at the amusement park entrance. Candied hawthorn. Candied hawthorn. Kite. Kites for kids. Amidst the continuous cries of vendors, the young man who had stepped out of the luxury car removed his sunglasses, revealing a flawless face that could make countless women swoon. Beside him followed a similarly meticulously dressed young woman. She wore a light blue casual outfit and jeans that accentuated her incredibly long and slender legs. However, the only flaw was even the most perfect attire couldn't conceal the deep weariness on her face. Those dark circles under her eyes seemed etched into her very features. "Xiao Xiao, would you like some candied hawthorn?" Seeing Su Xiao staring at the vendor, Lu Yenyue forced a smile and spoke softly to the young man. The young man simply smiled back at Lu Yenyue's question, placed his hands behind his back, and nimbly twirled around, his eyes crinkling as he looked at Lu Yenyue. "What do you think?" Lu Yenyue ignored the boy's words, deeply savoring his adorable action just now. She wanted to etch this scene into her mind. She knew that if she wanted to see him do that to her again, it might be in her next life. "What are you thinking about?" Su Xiao tilted his head and glanced at the dazed Lu Yenyue. He had already reminded her, but this girl hadn't made a move. I'll go buy it right now. Finally, Lu Yenyu snapped out of her reverie, gave the boy an apologetic look, and hurriedly ran to the vendor to buy a skewer of candied hawthorns. As the boy and Lu Yenyu spent time together in this strange atmosphere, Ling Menglu, realizing that Lu Yenyu and Xiao Xiao were no longer at the Lu family villa, hurriedly contacted her long-lost informant within the Lu family. The driver's reply struck Ling Menglu like a thunderbolt. Lu Yenyu and Xiao Xiao went to the amusement park? What a joke! How could her Xiao Xiao possibly like Lu Yenyu? Impossible, absolutely impossible. But as Ling Menglu recovered from her immense panic and fear, she suddenly realized the crux of the matter. The biggest grudge between the boy and Lu Yenyu had been forgotten. It was that Lu Yenyu had abandoned the boy alone in the alley while carrying Lin Shu. Of course, this wasn't just a knot in the boy's heart, but also Ling Menglu's greatest wound. She had personally allowed 3 scumbags to taint her moonlight. Her fists clenched tightly. Ling Menglu's eyes were filled with struggle. Finally, she decided to fight. She planned to find an opportunity to eliminate Lu Yenyu, this uncertain factor. If it were the old Ling Menglu, she probably would have directly helped the boy regain his memories, and then silenced Lu Yenyu and Lin Shu, the two who knew the truth, forever. But now, Ling Menglu couldn't bear to let her boy suffer a second blow. So there was only one way, that was to completely erase Lu Yenyu, this person who held a significant place in the boy's past, completely. As for Lin Shu, Ling Menglu had already decided to kill him the moment she confirmed that he had been captured by her subordinate, driver Wang, on the way to the Ling family villa. Ling Menglu wasn't stupid. She guessed that this guy intended to tell Xiao Xiao the truth. A chilling glint flashed in her eyes. Ling Menglu smiled. Sorry Lin Shu, it's time for you to leave the stage too. Tisk, so sweet. The boy, strolling through the amusement park with Lu Yenyu, frowned slightly as he looked at the half-eaten candied hawthorn in his hand. Lu Yenyu, silently watching over the boy, glanced at him cautiously, then, after pondering for a long time, made sure there was nothing wrong with what she was about to say before speaking. Xiao Xiao, don't you like sweet things? I prefer things that are a bit bitter now. I like tea more than drinks. A fleeting look of weariness crossed the boy's face. However, Lu Yenyu, who had been intently watching him, easily caught it. The girl looked at the brightly smiling boy with complicated emotions. What kind of beastly things had she and Ling Menglu done? If only she had realized it from the beginning. If only she had understood her own feelings sooner. Why can't time turn back? Lu Yenyu's expression immediately turned somewhat dejected, and the boy clearly saw her dejected state. Ha 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 ha. To be honest, I'm not used to you being like this anymore, our Miss Lu. I remember before, when you spoke to me, you always stood tall and proud. It's been so long since you were like that. Lu Yenyu, teased by the boy, forced a smile. It's all her fault. Chapter 135, Indirect Kiss. Okay, don't be sad anymore. If your expression isn't right, Ling Menglu will notice. She might be spying on us right now, so do you want to eat this half of the candied hawthorn I have? There might still be my saliva on it. After saying that, the boy winked at Lu Yenyu. Hearing the boy's words, Lu Yenyu involuntarily swallowed. Looking at the crystal-clear candied hawthorn in front of her, Lu Yenyu's heart pounded instantly. She had to admit she didn't even dare to think about actually kissing the boy. But an indirect kiss, the opportunity seemed right in front of her. However, Lu Yenyu glanced at the boy with some apprehension. The girl's pitiful eyes, like a puppy's, seemed to say, "Can she really eat it? Do you despise me?" Staring at the hesitant Lu Yenyu, the boy's tone finally turned cold. The boy's sudden change in tone stunned Lu Yenyu for a moment. In an instant, she understood what the boy hated most about Ling Menglu now was also what he hated most about her. The purity of a young boy. Having figured this out, Lu Yenyu no longer dared to hesitate and snatched the half-eaten candied hawthorn from the boy's hand. Under the boy's smiling gaze, Lu Yenyu began to eat it greedily. At the same time, not far from the two of them, Ling Menglu, who had just arrived, stared wide-eyed at her bloodshot eyes. She clearly saw. That bastard Lu Yenyu indirectly kissed her boy. A tremendous sense of humiliation and jealousy surged into her heart. She truly wanted to kill her. How dare Lu Yenyue? Ling Manglu was about to rush up and beat Lu Yenyue up, but then she stopped herself, remembering something. She couldn't just rush out. If Xiao Xiao found out she was like a bug, constantly stalking him, Ling Manglu was afraid the boy would hate her because of it. But why would Xiao Xiao agree to come to the amusement park with Lu Yenyue? Ling Manglu couldn't understand it. Didn't the boy clearly like her now? Ling Manglu racked her brains but couldn't figure out the reason, but that didn't stop her from continuing to secretly observe the boy and Lu Yenyue's actions. How is it? Is it delicious? Delicious. Is the candied hawthorn tasting better or my saliva? The boy looked at Lu Yenyue's smiling face and tilted his head to ask this question. Lu Yenyue's smile froze instantly upon being asked. She wanted to answer that the boy's saliva was better, but she couldn't. With a broken smile, Lu Yenyue pretended to look disgusted. Of course, the candied hawthorn tasting better. What are you thinking, Xiao Xiao? Lu Yenyue's answer made the boy gaze at her for a moment. Only after confirming there was nothing amiss did he smile with relief. That's good. It's a good thing you can let go of me so quickly. Uncle Lu definitely hopes you can leave behind descendants. Following me will lead nowhere, and becoming a pervert obsessed with everything I do is even less desirable. But it seems you're gradually moving on, Lu Yenyu. Congratulations. After saying this, the boy turned and continued walking forward, leaving Lu Yenyu standing there. A single tear rolled down the corner of the girl's eye. Foolish girl, how could she possibly let go? Lu Yenyu was certain after the boy left, even if she didn't become a pervert obsessed with everything he did, she would still grow old alone. The boy once gave Lu Yenyue his most passionate love. Now, although the boy's love has faded, the bond left by that passionate love is one that probably no one can break through. Lu Yenyue glanced at the boy's retreating figure with a sense of relief, mustered her courage, and quickly followed. This amusement park wasn't very large, but the facilities were quite well designed. In the very center of the amusement park stood a large two-story building. Slight white mist rose from within, attracting countless tourists to it. This was an indoor hot spring. Yes, an indoor hot spring in an amusement park. Do you think the boss is crazy for money? The boy ran to the entrance of the indoor hot spring and said cheerfully to Lu Yenyue behind him. Lu Yenyue, who was being asked the question, didn't know how to answer. Her family had never run an indoor hot spring, nor an amusement park, and she wasn't really sure what kind of business model this was. However, although she didn't know the business model of this indoor hot spring, judging from the customer flow, the amusement park owner's strategy was pretty good. Just as Lu Yenyue was thinking, a male and female voice came from behind. Honey, shall we go in and run around? But it's summer now, isn't it weird to soak in a hot spring under air conditioning? You don't love me anymore. Sigh, never mind, let's go in. You're so sweet, darling. The voice came from a young couple, who, cuddling together, walked affectionately into the hot spring under the envious gazes of Lu Yenyu and Ling Manglu, who was hiding in the shadows. Lu Yenyu's expression dimmed slightly, but she flashed a bright smile when she looked at Su Xiao. Let's go, Xiao Xiao, there are still other places we haven't played. After saying that, Lu Yenyu stepped forward and grabbed the boy's hand. Just as she was about to leave, she found that the boy had stopped in his tracks. Under the incredulous gaze of Ling Manglu, who was hiding in the shadows, the boy instantly brought his perfect face close to Lu Yenyu's. Staring at the beautiful mole on the boy's face, Lu Yenyu's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Want to go in and play too? The boy's eyes were now filled with allure. Lu Yenyu pointed with a trembling finger to the notice board at the entrance. Notice of the inn *, this inn consists entirely of suites. There is no public hot spring. We ensure that each customer enjoys a private space and VIP-like exclusive service. Note, this service is available for an additional fee. The boy glanced at it as well, then shook his head indifferently. What's the problem? It's just a single room, ***. Chapter 136, Indoor Hot Spring. But this looks just like a couple, doesn't it? The boy rolled his eyes at Lu Yenyue, speechless. What are you thinking? Friends can come here too, can't they? Besides, don't overthink it. You were the one who saved me from that cliff last time, right? I was still somewhat conscious then. Consider it repaying you. I'll cover the cost of the indoor hot spring this time. Tell me, do you want it or not? The boy's words stopped Lu Yenue from having any more illusions. For a fleeting moment, she actually felt that the boy still had feelings for her, and at the very least, they could still be good friends. But now it seems the reason the boy brought her here today. One was to get revenge on Ling Menglu, the other was to repay the debt owed at Broken Cliff Mountain. Having figured everything out, Lu Yenue felt completely drained. To be honest, her interaction with the boy at the amusement park had given Lu Yenue a false impression. A false impression that she still had a chance to be with him. But now, the boy had shattered her illusion. It was merely repaying a debt of gratitude. What a cruel phrase. But what more could she possibly hope for? Let's go buy tickets, Xiao Xiao. Looking at Lu Yenue, who had completely understood after his reminder, the boy's eyes narrowed slightly. Okay. After a moment. At the ticket booth, a staff member in a formal red uniform, his eyes gleaming with amusement, looked at the seemingly perfect couple before him and inquired. Would you like VIP service, sir? VIP service? Could you tell us the details? Seeing that these two clearly wealthy customers had taken the bait, the staff member adopted his best demeanor and began to explain earnestly. The VIP service is very simple. We will assign a staff member dressed in a mascot costume to accompany you inside. That staff member will be waiting for your instructions in the indoor lounge. If you have any requests for fruit, drinks, food, or anything else, just tell that staff member. Don't worry, the living room and hot spring area are separated. And there's a tinted glass partition, so we guarantee that staff won't be able to peek at you too. After the introduction, the young man looked at the smiling staff member in front of him with a smile. You guys are quite meticulous. Hearing this, the staff member proudly raised his head and patted his chest. Of course. Everything is for the guest's benefit, everything is done from the guest's perspective. Then we'll have VIP service. Okay, guests. Here are your room cards. A staff member in a mascot costume will be coming to your room shortly. Seeing his sales increase, the red-clad staff member's smile became even brighter. Carefully leading Su Xiao and Lu Yenue to their private room, the red-clad staff member hurried off to arrange for the selection of costumed individuals. However, he had only gone halfway when an uninvited guest blocked his way. The red-clad staff member stared in horror at the man before him, whose murderous aura was practically solidified into ice. Most terrifyingly, the man's gentle, intellectual face contrasted sharply with his overwhelming murderous intent. Such an aura, it was hard not to suspect that the man before him had mental issues. How much is that VIP service? Hearing the icy tone, the staff member quickly held up a 5-pointed stare. 5,000. The staff member nodded. Seeing the staff member's reaction, Ling Menglu suddenly felt a surge of immense resentment. The boy who had just asked her for money yesterday, today he was off having a good time with Lu Yenue. What did that make her? Fighting back tears, Ling Menglu, under the incredulous gaze of the staff, pulled out her phone, quickly swiped through the numbers, and then tossed a card in front of them. Here you go, there's 50,000 in this card. Give me that doll. I'm going in. And you'd better shut up about everything that happened today. Hurry up, I don't want to say those words a second time. As Ling Menglu's gaze grew colder, the staff member shuddered and quickly picked up the bank card from the ground. Miss, please follow me this way. 10 minutes later. The staff member looked at Ling Menglu, who was now dressed in a heavy mascot costume, with a complicated expression, and reminded her again. Miss Terminal, you should know how to use it, right? If those two guests have any needs, just tell me through the terminal. Ling Menglu, wearing a fluffy bear headpiece, nodded with difficulty. Then, she slowly walked towards the room where Su Xiao and Lu Yenue were. Watching the mascot's disappearing figure, the staff member who was supposed to be dressed as the mascot was dumbfounded. Damn, WeChat payment received, 25,000 yuan. Hearing the WeChat transfer sound, the staff member was incredulous and quickly asked her supervisor, who was wearing a red uniform. Not only do I not have to wear a mascot costume to work anymore, but I can also get 25,000 yuan for free. The supervisor, wearing a red uniform, narrowed her eyes and patted the hard-working staff member's shoulder. That's how it is, you don't need to feel embarrassed. These rich people's affairs are not something we can delve into, and you saw what that boy looked like. There's a lot of potential sycophants. After receiving the leader's reply, the girl was somewhat pleased. She got 25,000 for free, the director and the others will definitely be happy. And this way, Sister Fu Xian can relax a bit. Thinking of everyone at the orphanage, a bright smile appeared on the girl's face. Great! I'll continue to work hard today. At the door of Su Zhao's private room, Ling Menglu, dressed in a mascot costume, stood bewildered at the doorway. In her haste, she overlooked something. She hadn't brought a voice changer, and both Su Xiao and Lu Yenyue could instantly recognize her voice. Unfortunately, Ling Menglu didn't have a chance to regret it. The boy, hearing footsteps outside, had already pushed open the door. The boy had changed into light clothing for his hot spring bath. Because the clothing was so thin, the scent of gardenias wafted towards Ling Menglu. Chapter 137. Lu Yenyu, kneel down. Ling Menglu, already dressed in a completely airtight mascot costume, felt her body instantly heat up under the boy's fragrant scent. Countless wisps of steam rose from within the costume. If the hood were removed, one would see that Ling Menglu's cheeks were flushed red, like the sunset. But then, another kind of burning heat, different from shyness, surged into her heart. She wasn't the only one seeing the boy like this. That bastard Lu Yenyue could even more openly admire him. Feeling wronged, humiliated, unwilling, and tinged with fear, Ling Menglu dared not say a word. These intense emotions vanished under her dwindling rationality, leaving only heartache. She nodded stiffly to the boy, then turned her head, covered by the mascot costume, to the side. Seeing this, a strange light appeared in the boy's eyes, and a subtle smile played on his lips. Mr. Mascot, are you shy? That's not proper for a service worker, you know. Come on, let me teach you how to be more comfortable wearing this mascot costume. With that, the boy extended a pair of small, calloused, white hands and began to adjust Ling Menglu's posture. Following the direction of the boy's arms, Ling Menglu was surprised to find that she actually felt a little more relaxed. The teddy bear turned its head, seemingly asking why, as the boy smiled. Su Xiao didn't hold back, sharing his experience. When my family had that accident, I had to go out and find day labor at a very young age to support myself. Back then, I didn't have many skills, so I could only do manual labor. I wore those stuffy teddy bear costumes many times. Air conditioning wasn't common back then. I got better with practice, of course. After that, I developed a bit of a phobia of day labor, although I did it for a while recently, The boy recounted his experience as if telling a story. But Ling Menglu, as the listener, was no less affected than the audience. Tears welled in her eyes, hidden behind her hood. Beast, she really was a beast. She hadn't even known the boy had a psychological trauma related to day labor. She clearly remembered how, to ensure the smooth execution of her plan, she had specifically hired a shady broker to swindle the boy. It felt as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, making it hard for Ling Menglu to breathe, but what happened next made her brain freeze. Lu Yenyue, who had overheard the boy's story, reacted exactly like Ling Menglu, except that Lu Yenyue's identity was now perfectly legitimate. Therefore, Lu Yenyue couldn't control her emotions and rushed forward to hug the boy from behind. Lu Yenyue was wearing the same light clothing as the boy, perfect for soaking in the hot spring. So the boy could clearly feel the rapid pounding of Lu Yenyue's heart and the warmth of her body. Xiao, I didn't know you had this kind of experience. Hearing this, the boy turned back and smiled indifferently at Lu Yenyu. It's okay, it's all in the past, but why don't you let go? Before Lu Yenyu could react, Ling Menglu, dressed in a mascot costume, couldn't control herself anymore. Using the size advantage of her mascot costume, she pushed past Lu Yenyu and walked into the house. Seeing this, Lu Yenyu's eyebrows twitched. Such behavior was highly unlikely to occur from a waitress whose service fee was worth several thousand yuan. So the only explanation could be she sensed who was inside. Remembering the humiliation she had suffered at Ling Manglu's hands, a flush mixed with murderous intent rushed to her cheeks. Back then, Xiao Xiao protected her, but now. Stop right there. Is this the kind of service you're expected to receive? Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? I paid thousands of yuan just to have you give me attitude. If you can't handle this, I can contact your manager to replace you. Now, get right in front of me, bow down, and apologize, do you hear me? Awakened by Lu Yenyue's harsh shout, Ling Menglu, inside the teddy bear costume, screamed in alarm. She lost her temper for a moment. The thought of her beloved boy being held by another woman was unbearable. This level of humiliation was something she had never experienced before. Just as Ling Menglu gritted her teeth, unsure of what to do next, Lu Yenyue continued her relentless pressure. Are you deaf? Get up here right now and apologize. Or I'll arrange for someone else to replace you. Under Lu Yenyue's pressure, Ling Menglu finally broke down. Humiliation is humiliation, it doesn't matter anymore. She simply couldn't bear the thought of Lu Yenyue and her Xiao Xiao being alone in a room together. Therefore, to prevent her from becoming frightened and causing a situation to escalate, she would stay here no matter what. Having come to terms with her situation, Ling Menglu walked to Lu Yenyue's side as if resigned to her fate. Her proud head was lowered in humiliation. Even when she faced her parents' whippings as a child, she hadn't bowed, but now, for a man, she had bowed to another woman her own age. Looking at the submissive woman before her, who was very likely Ling Menglu, Lu Yenyue felt a surge of immense pleasure. She rolled her eyes, and an even more intriguing idea popped into her head. Just lowering your head. Where's the apology I want? Are you mute? Fine, I'll give you a chance. Just kneel down for me. I won't pursue this further, how about it? Kneel down. Ling Menglu, head bowed, instantly turned bloodshot, like a rabbit. Kneel down for Lu Yenyue? How could that be? If she were kneeling for Xiao Xiao, Ling Menglu wouldn't hesitate at all, but kneeling for Lu Yenyue? She. What? Want to be replaced? Lu Yenyue looked at Ling Menglu under the hood with a half-smile. It seemed she sensed that Lu Yenyue wasn't joking. If she didn't kneel, she really would replace her. A huge, unknown fear surged into her heart. She was genuinely afraid that having Lu Yenyue and Xiao Xiao in the same room might spark something unexpected. Amidst the clash of conflicting thoughts, Ling Menglu's concern for the boy ultimately prevailed. Chapter 138: The Humiliation of Ling Menglu. Ling Menglu's expression beneath the mascot was now one of humiliation and rage. Her beautiful eyebrows were now twisted into a grimace. Her delicate hands clenched tightly. Just as Ling Menglu slowly bent her knees, the silent boy finally spoke. Lu Yenyue, you've gone too far. And this waitress, I also want to tell you the last rule of the mascot costume: if you encounter unreasonable requests, you can refuse. With that, the boy ignored the waitress, grabbed Lu Yenyue's ear, and rushed towards the indoor hot spring, leaving Ling Menglu standing there, stunned. After a long while, Ling Menglu, inside the mascot costume, gasped for breath. That's it? She had thought she was destined to be humiliated in front of Lu Yenyue today, but unexpectedly, the boy had stopped Lu Yenyue, for someone who, in his eyes, was a stranger? Ling Menglu shook her head vigorously, the one covered by the bear headgear. She needed to clear her head. She couldn't be too happy too soon. The upcoming scene would be the real test for her. Taking a breath, Ling Menglu walked stiffly into the living room. She glanced around, nothing particularly special. A large LCD TV, a music player, a small refrigerator. Leaving the living room, Ling Menglu's gaze fell on the opaque glass door. She could only vaguely see the figures inside, but no details. It had to be said, the design was quite bizarre. Ling Menglu slowly walked to the glass door, pressing her fuzzy ears tightly against it. Although she couldn't go in and didn't know what was inside, she could still hear some sounds. Meanwhile, inside the hot spring room, Su Xiao and Lu Yenyue. The boy walked briskly around the room, which was constantly emitting white steam. Small, uniquely shaped pebbles also circled the steaming hot spring. Two unidentified indoor trees grew on either side of the hot spring. The fluorescent lights on the ceiling emitted a light like the sun. Yet, despite this environment, there was not a trace of stuffiness. Two air conditioners, one in front and one behind, were constantly working at full power, one dehumidifying and the other cooling, making the hot spring room incredibly comfortable even in the sweltering summer heat. The boy, who had already walked around the room several times, squinted comfortably. Then, to Lu Yenyue's amazed expression, he leaped into the hot spring like a mermaid. After a burst of bubbles, the boy's cute little head popped out of the water. Looking at Lu Yenyue, who remained motionless outside the warm water, the boy's eyebrows curved into a mischievous smile. He stretched out his delicate foot from the hot spring and used it to splash a large wave of water towards Lu Yenyue. Lu Yenyue, who hadn't moved, was splashed with water. Even so, Lu Yenyue remained motionless. The boy, as if reading her mind, suddenly became very calm. In the softest possible voice, ensuring that Ling Menglu outside the door couldn't hear, the boy spoke softly. "Let's play one last time, maybe this is the last time for either of us." Although the boy's voice was soft, Lu Yenyu, who had been hesitant to move forward, heard it clearly. She stared at the boy with pleading eyes, but his expression remained unchanged. Without a response, Lu Yenyu sighed softly, forcibly suppressing her tears and forcing a big smile. Lu Yenyu raised her voice. "Come on, Xiao Xiao. Take this." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yenyu also leaped into the hot spring. She scooped up a handful of water with her perfectly white hands and splashed it at Su Xiao, not to be outdone. "It feels like going back to childhood." The boy muttered something under his breath, then was splashed with water by Lu Yenyue. His face immediately darkened. Lu Yenyue was about to apologize when the boy turned and laughed again. "Just kidding, take this." "Ha ha ha ha. Iya. Lu Yenyu, I'm going to kill you." Ling Menglu, standing outside the door, bit her lip hard, drawing blood. The stinging pain and the sensation of blood barely brought her back to her senses. As if torturing herself, Ling Menglu slumped down, like a cat licking its lip, pressing her ear firmly against the glass door. Hearing the cheerful laughter of the boy and girl coming from inside, Ling Menglu felt like she was going crazy. Why? The boy shouldn't like Lu Yenyue anymore. But now why are they doing things like a real couple? You know, even when Xiao Xiao and she played together at the Lake of Hearts as children, they weren't this happy. Thinking this, Ling Menglu frantically analyzed Su Xiao and Lu Yenyue's past experiences, then forced herself to comfort herself. No, Xiao Xiao wouldn't like Lu Yenyue. Even if they were childhood sweethearts, doesn't that mean Xiao Xiao and I weren't childhood sweethearts? Ling Menglu's breathing became increasingly rapid, and she was almost unable to resist the urge to force open the door and go in. But just as Ling Menglu was about to lose her mind, a boy's clear voice came from inside. "Waiter, are you there? Waiter, if you are, please knock on the glass door." Hearing this, Ling Menglu's almost desperate eyes suddenly lit up, and she stretched out her previously limp arms and hurriedly banged on the door a few times. "Okay. Waiter, could you please bring us 2 glasses of apple juice and also a condom?" Oh, it was 2 glasses of apple juice, but what was that next? A trap? The sword hanging over her head finally fell. In an instant, humiliation, shame, despair, pain, a myriad of emotions surged through Ling Menglu's mind. The thread of reason she had left snapped completely. Just kidding, waitress, don't take it too seriously. Just bring 2 glasses of apple juice. Ling Menglu, who was about to burst through the door, paused, stunned. Phew. A joke? At least it's a joke. After listening for a while to Lu Yenyue chatting happily with the boy inside, Ling Menglu's expression turned as pitiful as a cute little puppy. She turned away, dejected, and went to get some apple juice. Chapter 139, Unspoken Love. 1 minute later. Ling Menglu, having returned with the apple juice, knocked on the glass door. Almost instantly, the boy opened the door. Seeing the boy, Ling Menglu nearly lost her balance, her bare paws holding the tray. Countless water droplets dripped from the boy's body. His thin clothes, soaked through, seemed almost weightless. Having been in the hot spring for so long, the boy's already perfect face was flushed. The black mole on his face amplified his allure. Desperately suppressing her rapid breathing, Ling Menglu respectfully handed him the apple juice, like a true servant. After taking the apple juice, the boy took a large, satisfying gulp. Ah, so refreshing. You're great too, waitress. You managed to stay calm no matter what. The boy winked meaningfully at Ling Menglu, then turned and left, closing the glass door behind him. Leaving Ling Menglu standing there, breathing heavily. Inhaling the boy's fresh bath sent Ling Menglu lick the blood from her bitten lip, lowering her head sadly. The thought of Lu Yenyue openly playing around with the boy and drinking the apple juice he gave her filled her with jealousy and immense humiliation. Staring intently at the steam-filled glass door, Ling Menglu softly spoke. It's okay as long as you're happy, I don't care if I'm humiliated. If only he could spare her a little tenderness. 1 hour. A whole hour. To endure her beloved chatting happily and playing around with another woman. Ling Menglu didn't know how she endured that hour. But she knew very well that it was finally going to end. Just now, she heard the boy say he was going to eat. A small sense of anticipation rose in Ling Menglu's heart. Would the boy really just leave Lu Yenyue behind and go eat with her? Just as Ling Menglu had this thought, the boy ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. Let's go home together for lunch and eat Uncle Lu's cooking. Also, I know you don't want to answer this question, but I still have to ask. Last time at the top of Broken Cliff Mountain you were the one who saved me, right, Lu Yenyue? Although I was a little groggy at the time, I still saw your face clearly. So what are you really thinking? The boy abruptly asked this question amidst the surprised expressions of both Lu Yenyue and Ling Menglu. Lu Yenyue and Ling Menglu's feelings at this moment were completely different. Ling Menglu felt a tremendous fear and dread of losing the boy. Lu Yenyue, on the other hand, felt joy and a small sense of anticipation. Previously, Lu Yenyue hadn't dared to bring this up with the boy. Although Xiao Xiao already knew Ling Menglu's true colors, it felt like she was repaying a debt of gratitude if she spoke of it herself. But now, could it be that the boy was finally willing to give her a chance? Both girls' hearts pounded, but the boy ultimately didn't give an answer. Not going to tell me? Fine, I'm hungry, let's go back and eat. Under Lu Yenyue's disappointed gaze, the boy's words fell silent. However, at least her situation was better than Ling Menglu's, who knew nothing, wasn't it? Lu Yenyue forced a smile. Ignoring Lu Yenyue's current state of mind, the boy yanked open the glass door. And then an awkward scene unfolded. Ling Menglu, dressed in a mascot costume, was slumped limply in front of the glass door, utterly disheveled. Oh? Is the waiter tired of standing? As he spoke, the boy's small feet, clad in open-toed slippers, stopped in front of Ling Menglu. He slowly squatted down, his gentle eyes scrutinizing the teddy bear before him. So you are. Seeing Ling Menglu's increasingly frightened gaze, the boy abruptly changed the subject. So you're hungry. The boy tilted his head, then briskly stood up, his gaze turning unfriendly as he walked over to Lu Yenyue, who was still tidying her clothes. He pinched her cheek without hesitation, his tone somewhat harsh. Hurry up! A grown woman dawdling like this. Can't you see the waiter is so hungry he's sitting on the floor? After scolding Lu Yenyue, the boy looked at Ling Menglu, dressed in her teddy bear uniform, with a smile in his eyes. Alright, you should go eat too. We're fine now. Then, while Ling Menglu was still standing there in a daze, the boy grabbed Lu Yenyue, who had just finished dressing, and left. Lu family villa. Beside the dining table, bathed in strong sunlight. The boy was sitting in a chair, swinging his little feet in the air. He looked at Lu Yenyue with a questioning gaze, then pointed to the table in front of him. When did you change the table? Wasn't the old one very nice? Lu Yenyue didn't know how to answer, but at that moment, Uncle Lu, carrying a steaming plate of food, came out, glared at her fiercely, and then spoke up for her. It's all because of those wicked things your unfilial daughter, Uncle Lu, has done. I was afraid the previous table would remind you of bad memories, so I had it changed. After explaining, Uncle Lu steadily placed the dish on the table, gave Lu Yenyue a warning look, and went back to the kitchen to prepare the next dish. Xiao Xiao I. Alright. When did you become so coy? If you keep acting like this, no boy will like you. The boy looked at Lu Yenyu with a smile in his eyes, but Lu Yenyu suddenly became somewhat firm. But I only like. Shut up. He gave Lu Yenyu a cold glance, forcing her to stop speaking, and then turned his gaze to the dishes in front of him. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu, leaning against the kitchen door, had heard everything that had happened. With a helpless sigh, Uncle Lu continued preparing the next dish with stiff steps. At the same time, Ling Menglu was pacing anxiously in her villa. Chapter 140 Ling Menglu's Fear. She was terrified that the boy would succumb to Lu Yenyue's charms. Thinking of the boy's actions at the hot spring, Ling Menglu felt as if countless ants were crawling on her heart. She was truly afraid after all, her Xiao Xiao was still in the period after losing that memory. Without that memory, frankly, in Ling Menglu's opinion, the conflict between the boy and Lu Yenyue wouldn't have been so intense. As long as the boy didn't remember that memory, there was a possibility that the broken mirror could be mended. The bloodshot veins in Ling Menglu's eyes kept overflowing. Veins bulged on her forehead from time to time. Although she and Su Xiao were childhood sweethearts, it was only for a short month. But with Lu Yenyue? Several whole years. The confident Ling Menglu had lost her former composure. When it came to the person she loved, even the slightest misstep could cause Ling Menglu's mental state to crumble. Do you think Xiao Xiao will abandon me again? Ling Menglu suddenly turned her head, her bloodshot eyes fixed on her parents, who were curled up in a ball on the sofa. Being stared at by their daughter with such eyes would be unbearable for any parent. But more than sadness, Ling's parents were now filled with fear. The last time Ling Menglu stared at them like that was shortly after the boy left when they were children, when Ling Menglu first showed them her fangs. And their fate that time was being locked up in that dark, sunless basement for 3 whole days. You know, to be locked up in a dark room for 7 days and still walk out standing is a feat even in the army, let alone 2 ordinary people like them, whose willpower wasn't exactly strong to begin with. Recalling that deep sense of fear and helplessness, Ling's father quickly comforted Ling Menglu. Don't worry, Xiaolu. That boy definitely won't abandon you, right? By the way, maybe he'll call you to pick him up soon. Looking at her biological father's panicked expression, Ling Menglu suddenly smiled eerily. Really? What if Xiao Xiao doesn't call me? Then I'll leave you locked up there for another 3 days, how about that? As Ling Menglu's words fell, her father trembled, stammering, unable to utter a single word. Just as Ling Menglu slowly reached out to grab her father, the phone rang suddenly. Immediately halting her impending violence, Ling Menglu grabbed the phone, her eyes excitedly fixed on the caller ID. Without hesitation, Ling Menglu pressed the answer button, and a boy's clear voice slowly came through. Hello? Come pick me up, senior. I just finished eating. How was your meal? Do you want me to make some more? Oh, by the way, I found a fun new place. Ling Menglu excitedly rattled off a string of words. Facing the boy she liked, she wasn't as composed as before, but instead displayed a more girlish liveliness. But Su Xiao ruthlessly interrupted her. I went out this morning, I'm very tired today and I've eaten a lot. We can talk about going out later. Come pick me up now. Hearing this, Ling Menglu was a little disappointed, but she still forced a smile. Okay. I'm coming right away. After Ling Menglu finished speaking, the boy hung up the phone. Her hand, holding the phone, froze for a moment. Ling Menglu suppressed her gloomy emotions and forced a smile. It's okay, Xiao Xiao just thought talking on the phone was too troublesome. 20 minutes later, at the Lu family villa. A red sports car sped up and pulled up in front of the villa. Ling Menglu, her makeup unkempt, quickly opened the car door and jumped out. Her eyes darted around frantically. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. At Ling Menglu's flustered voice, the boy, his eyes still sleepy, emerged from the villa. Behind him, Lu Yenyue, dressed in adorable bear pajamas, followed closely like a bodyguard. Seeing Ling Menglu's comical appearance, Lu Yenyue gave her a disdainful look. So even the flawless Miss Ling has this side. Her pants are on backwards and her eyes are bloodshot like a programmer who's been working overtime for years. Focusing on her ankles, Ling Menglu was even wearing mismatched socks. Lu Yenyue chuckled at the thought that Ling Menglu was still unaware that Xiao Xiao already knew her true colors. Although Ling Menglu had been watching the boy closely, she hadn't missed Lu Yenyue's disdainful look either. Combined with the bare pajamas Lu Yenyue was wearing, Ling Menglu instantly recalled her humiliating experience at the amusement park that morning. Her face turned a deep purplish red, and Ling Menglu dug her fingers into her palms. Her unkempt nails, worn for days, had even drawn a small gash into the delicate skin of her palms. But even though Ling Menglu was filled with resentment, the boy in front of her forced her to suppress it. A bright smile appeared on her face. "Let's go, Xiao Xiao. Let's go back." Well, Lu Yenyue, I'll go first, see you later." The boy's words instantly froze Ling Menglu's forced smile. What did he mean by "see you later"? Lu Yenyue wanted to see her Xiao Xiao? Judging from the boy's direct address of Lu Yenyue by her full name, their relationship clearly hadn't returned to what it was before. A myriad of thoughts raced through Ling Menglu's mind, and the girl stood there, stunned. Su Xiao frowned, looking at Ling Menglu, who seemed lost in thought. Without hesitation, she slapped her hard across the back. Smack! As the sharp pain shot through her back, Ling Menglu's thoughts snapped back to reality. "Sorry, Xiao Xiao, I was a little distracted." "It's alright, let's get in the car first." "Okay." A red sports car sped along the city streets. The boy in the passenger seat had his eyes half closed, seemingly asleep. Ling Menglu, who was driving, didn't dare ask anything and focused all her attention on the road. "Were you thinking about your parents just now?" the boy asked abruptly. Chapter 141, Humiliating Foot Massage? Regarding the boy's question, Ling Menglu recalled the lie she had woven to correct his personality, and said somewhat hesitantly, "Yes, they've become increasingly arrogant lately." After a moment's thought, Ling Menglu decided to tell the boy the same thing. Would laying out her pitiful situation give the boy a shred of pity? A small, inexplicable hope welled up in Ling Menglu's heart. But the boy didn't respond after she finished speaking, only the warm tears streaming from his small nose revealed his current mood. Ling family villa. Ling's parents, wearing slippers, paced back and forth in the garden. Looking at the colorful flowers blooming in the garden, the spirit father and spirit mother showed no interest in appreciating them. The intoxicating fragrance of the flowers only fueled their agitation. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads, and the spirit father's legs trembled uncontrollably. "We can't afford to cause any trouble later. We have to maintain our persona, otherwise, Xiaolu will lock us in that basement, darling, do you even understand?" The spirit mother calmly observed the agitated middle-aged man before her. She clearly understood his fear and trepidation. "Don't overthink it. No matter how we behave, shouldn't the person who ultimately decides whether we go into the dark room or not be that boy? Right now, Xiaolu's every emotion is tied to that boy. So there's no use in thinking about it. Let's just focus on getting things done." Reassured by his mother, Ling's father finally calmed down. But his trembling little fingers betrayed him. As time slowly passed, Ling's father nervously watched his daughter's red sports car. Under Ling's father's gaze, a pair of long, snow-white legs stepped out first. Upon seeing this, Ling's father immediately put on a fawning smile and went to greet her in a pretentious manner. "Little brother, you've come. That Ling Menglu hasn't done anything to wrong you, has she? If your uncle can help you, teach her a lesson." Su Xiao, watching Ling Menglu's father putting on an act for her, played along perfectly, ignoring him and turning to walk into the Ling family villa. Ling Menglu, who had just gotten out of the car, saw that the interaction between the boy and her father was exactly the same as before, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems everything is normal." Ling Menglu breathed a sigh of relief and followed the boys back towards the Ling family villa. Before entering, Ling Menglu gave her father a good job look, which made him immediately relax. Ling Menglu's room. The boy didn't stand on ceremony and plopped down on Ling Menglu's large bed. Feeling the softness beneath him, the boy suddenly said to Ling Menglu, who was sitting in a chair in front of him, with a touch of nostalgia, "It's really different now, senior. I still remember how hard your bed was over 10 years ago. And your room wasn't like this either. As he spoke, the boy's gaze swept over the computer and large bookshelf in Ling Menglu's room. Noticing the boy's actions, Ling Menglu's smile faltered, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She quickly regained her composure and flattered him. It's all thanks to the intimidation you brought, Xiao Xiao. My parents have been much nicer to me since you left. At least they don't mistreat me like they used to. The boy listened to Ling Menglu's words, his eyes narrowing slightly, his voice languid. Really? Looks like I'm your hero. Well then. You should repay me. The boy's lips curled into a mischievous smile, then he said in a slightly unfriendly tone. I walked all morning, my feet are a bit tired, could you give me a massage? With that, before Ling Menglu could answer, the boy kicked off his sneakers. Amidst Ling Menglu's heavy breathing, the boy slowly removed his white socks. Unlike the boy's calloused hands, his feet were much more attractive. Long and slender, their perfect curves gave them a powerful and beautiful appearance. A few veins bulged on the instep. The soles of his adorable feet were free of any dead skin. Ling Menglu was certain absolutely no foot massage could compare to the boy before her. Seeing the stunned Ling Menglu, Su Xiao deliberately blinked. With the added effect of the black mole on her face, Ling Menglu suddenly felt a little weak in her limbs. How are you? Want me to massage you? Even though I've walked all morning, I don't smell bad. The boy finished speaking and immediately placed his foot on Ling Menglu's leg, seemingly waiting for her to act. To be honest, Ling Menglu felt she had no reason to refuse. Giving the boy a foot massage didn't feel humiliating at all, on the contrary, she couldn't be happier with this opportunity. The problem was, she remembered the disdainful look Lu Yenyue had given her before she took the boy away from the Lu family. That look pierced Ling Menglu's already dwindling self-esteem. She thought of Xiao Xiao having a wonderful morning playing with Lu Yenyue, while she could only humbly massage the boy's feet. This immense disparity made Ling Menglu's remaining dignity resist. What? You're not going to massage me, senior? Then I'll go find Lu Yenyue later. No. Don't. I'll massage. Under the boy's smiling eyes, Ling Menglu gently cupped the work of art before her and began to slowly massage. A minute later. The boy's face gradually regained its color. Feeling the warmth emanating from the soles of his feet, Su Xiao felt incredibly comfortable. They say the feet have acupoints that connect to the whole body, and that's certainly true. Relaxing completely onto the bed, the boy's drowsiness deepened. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his foot, causing him to frown. His foot reflexively pulled back, but in the process, the movement was too forceful, and he accidentally kicked Ling Menglu in the face. Because the boy hadn't trimmed his toenails, a small cut appeared on Ling Menglu's gentle and intellectual face. Touching the faint blood seeping from her face, Ling Menglu looked at the boy expectantly. Chapter 142 Willow Twig Whipping. Stepping onto the floor, Su Xiao slowly walked over to Ling Menglu, reaching out to touch her face where her fingernails had scratched her. Glancing at the blood trickling between his fingers, the boy simply said, I'm sorry. After he finished speaking, Ling Menglu stared at Su Xiao in disbelief, her previously calm eyes widening like saucers. Ling Menglu couldn't believe it. Why was this the only reaction from the boy? This wasn't what she expected. Xiao Xiao, is that all? Su Xiao stared blankly at Ling Menglu, then clapped his hands as if suddenly realizing something. It was my carelessness, senior, I'll bandage you right away. With that, the boy ignored the collapsed Ling Menglu and began searching the room for medical supplies to treat her wound. Ling Menglu, collapsed on the floor, simply watched the scene silently. Half a minute later, the boy excitedly pulled a bag of bandages from the bedside table. Here, senior, let me bandage you. Slowly kneeling in front of Ling Menglu, the boy tore open the unopened bag of bandages. He took out a bandage and was about to apply it to Ling Menglu's face when she said in a trembling voice, Xiao Xiao, don't you remember this? It's just a bag of bandages, isn't it? The boy's face was full of questions. After witnessing the boy's reaction, Ling Menglu felt an overwhelming urge surge within her. 14 years ago. This is for you. If you accidentally cut yourself again, stick this on the wound. Little Ling Menglu carefully took the item from the boy's hand. 14 years later. The grown-up Ling Menglu watched as the boy casually unveiled her treasured possession. A feeling she couldn't quite define whether it was resentment or something else finally broke through the shackles of her rationality. She lowered her head and said in a deep, almost imperceptible voice. "How could you forget, Xiao Xiao?" "Ming Ming." As her voice rose higher, Ling Menglu's eyes turned bloodshot. Su Zhao's attitude towards her was completely different from his attitude towards Lu Yenhua that morning. Ling Menglu was unwilling to accept this. Under the boy's terrified gaze, Ling Menglu braced herself against the wall, forcing him in. Hot breath escaped from her nostrils, her once delicate features now contorted in a grimace. 2 streaks of red flushed from Ling Menglu's cheeks. The girl stared intently at the boy she had cornered against the wall. "I'm sorry, Xiao Xiao, I really couldn't control myself." "It's all right, it'll be over soon." "Senior, you." Before the boy could finish speaking, Ling Menglu covered his mouth with her delicate white hands. Under the boy's incredulous gaze, Ling Menglu, ignoring her bleeding cheeks, began to move her red lips closer to Su Xiao. But before they could touch, the sound of a door opening startled her. Ling's mother, carrying fruit, entered and stared in astonishment at the scene. But then, a wave of overwhelming terror washed over her. Because the boy was present, Ling's mother had followed Ling Menglu's rule and could enter without knocking. But now, she wasn't stupid. She had clearly ruined her good daughter's plans. Under Ling's mother's terrified gaze, Ling Menglu slowly turned her head, revealing a chilling smile, the blood streaming down her face making her look even more grotesque. But before Ling's mother could explain anything, the boy forcefully snapped Ling Menglu's head back. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. A loud slap rang out, and both Ling Menglu and her mother looked on in astonishment. "What? Did you get carried away and try to kiss me? Did you get my permission? Looks like you need some proper punishment now." After saying that, the boy looked around Ling Menglu's room, then his gaze settled on something hanging high on the wall. "What's this?" After the boy finished speaking, Ling Menglu also looked over. There was a willow branch with small thorns hanging there. Anyone with eyes could see what it was for. And Ling Menglu knew it all too well. Before the boy came when she was little, her kind parents often used this to whip her hands. What was the boy doing with this? Ling Menglu's face grew increasingly pale, whether from thinking of something or from the blood she had just lost on her face, it was hard to tell. "Hey! Take that down!" The boy commanded Ling's mother, who was now in a dilemma. She roughly guessed what the boy was going to do with the willow branch. "Hey! Didn't you hear me? I told you to take it down." Ling Mu knew she couldn't hesitate any longer, so she wisely chose to listen to the boy, the one with the highest status in the room. She walked to the willow branch, reached out and slowly took it down, respectfully handing it to the boy. The boy took the willow branch, played with it for a moment, and then touched the small thorns on it. "Give it to me," the boy abruptly commanded Ling Menglu. Ling Menglu, treated with such a cold tone by the boy, was still in a standby state. To her, it felt like the outside world was filled with chaotic sounds. It was as if a layer of gray fog had shrouded her brain. "Until. Didn't you hear me tell you to reach out your hand?" The boy's voice was now somewhat shrill, instantly waking the still dazed Ling Menglu. The girl, as if resigned to her fate, slowly extended her beautiful, jade-like hands. Only after straightening both hands did Ling Menglu look at the boy with a somewhat broken expression. Su Xiao stared at Ling Menglu for a moment, without any pity, and quickly swung the willow branch in his hand. Asterisk snap. Asterisk. The willow branch sliced through the air and struck Ling Menglu's hand hard. The sharp points immediately created numerous small cuts on her once fair and delicate hand. This long-lost pain even made Ling Menglu groan involuntarily. On the other hand, Ling's mother, who was used to her good daughter's antics, didn't react much. The boy observed Ling Menglu's reaction, and after confirming she was all right, he struck her several more times. Asterisk snap. Snap. Snap, asterisk. The sound of willow branches slicing through the air rang out continuously. Ling Mu couldn't bear to watch any longer, and left after the boy struck her 5 times. Chapter 143: A Lie That Hurt 2 People. After witnessing Ling Mu's departure, the boy slowly stopped what he was doing. At this moment, Ling Manglu, standing before him, had tears welling in her eyes. Her hands were covered in dense, bloody welts. Ignoring the aggrieved Ling Manglu, the boy walked to the door, listened for a moment, and then locked it tightly. After doing this, he slowly walked to Ling Manglu. "Are you all right, senior? I only did that to cooperate with your act. But don't worry, I bet your mother didn't notice anything amiss. This should make it easier for you when you seize power." Ling Manglu listened intently to the boy's words. She instantly understood why the boy had done what he did. It was a shocking lie she had created to make him her ideal man, before she knew he was her white moonlight. Now, the lie she had woven that day had become a sharp arrow, piercing her very brow. But then, Ling Manglu sensed something amiss. Even if it was an act, Xiao Xiao shouldn't have treated her like this. As the one being slapped, she could clearly feel the force with which the boy struck her. Without giving Ling Manglu a chance to think, the boy grabbed her hand. He poked at the wound he had inflicted with his finger. Ouch, ouch. Ling Manglu felt a sharp pain in her hand and couldn't help but gasp. "I told you not to lock the door. Consider this a lesson." "All right. Let me treat your wound first." Late at night. Half a day had passed since Ling Manglu's hands were whipped with willow branches. The girl's weary eyes stared blankly at the moon hanging high in the sky. The pure white moonlight shone on her face, and Ling Manglu's previously chaotic thoughts instantly cleared. She was thinking. Did she do something to anger the boy? Or had she done something wrong? Ling Manglu couldn't understand, but soon the moon gave her the answer. A few clouds drifted between Ling Manglu and the moon's reflection. Suddenly the moonlight was tinged with a few yellow hues. Ling Manglu stared blankly at this strange sight. A bloody truth suddenly flashed through her mind. The bloody truth she had desperately tried to forget, desperately tried to hide. She had personally defiled her moon. Actually, Lu Yenyue was at most a failure to save someone in distress, but she was the origin of all evil, the true culprit who caused the boy's tragedy. This cold, hard truth immediately stirred up her emotions, which had just calmed down. No, absolutely not. What she, this beast, had done was a done deal. But one thing could be changed. That was that she could forever seal this fact away from the boy. Those 3 female thugs, Lu Yenyue and Lin Shu. These are all people who know she's the mastermind. It seems it's time to eliminate them all. Ling Manglu's face, bathed in moonlight, radiated an endless chill. The next day, Ling Manglu woke up very early. She simply couldn't sleep. Just thinking about all the unresolved issues between her and the boy made her restless. Huff. Ling Manglu forced herself to stay focused. She couldn't reveal any weakness to the boy. She would resolve everything secretly. Once everything was settled, she would spend the rest of her life serving and caring for the boy who had cared for her. And perhaps after receiving the most advanced medical treatment, the boy could recover and they could have a healthy, chubby daughter together? Ling Menglu's cheeks flushed crimson at the thought. There was still a chance, her future with him should be bright. Ling Menglu, a master of empty promises, ended up making a fool of herself. Well, she only had one reason for living now. And that was her boy. All right. Time to buy breakfast. Ling Menglu quickly changed her clothes, a bright smile spreading across her face. She got into the red sports car parked outside and sped off towards Master Wang's breakfast stall. After a while, Master Wang finished packing several sesame cakes, looking at Ling Menglu with some suspicion. Aren't you afraid Xiao Xiao will suspect we're connected? Master Wang's face, now etched with even more wrinkles, was quite serious. Ling Menglu waved her hand dismissively. These details are no longer a problem. I can easily say I had someone investigate. After all, this level of craftsmanship is usually found in well-known shops. Even if I say that, Xiao Xiao shouldn't suspect anything. Looking at the confident Ling Menglu, Master Wang didn't speak, only giving her a deep look. You've changed a bit, miss. Everyone changes. Goodbye, Master Wang. Ling Menglu waved to the old master who had helped her so much on her path to winning over Su Xiao, then drove away. After Ling Menglu left, an elderly woman walked into Master Wang's shop. Master Wang, who had just seen Ling Menglu off, looked at the newcomer with disbelief. Don't you work at that KTV? What are you doing here? The old woman didn't speak, but simply pulled Master Wang into her arms. Feeling the warmth emanating from the old woman, Master Wang blushed, a rare occurrence for him. That young woman had the aura of a shrine on her. But it was very faint. I suspect she's been in contact with someone who entered the Taichi shrine. I can't bear to see anyone suffer such a tragedy in matters of the heart. This time, this old woman, will take a part. Master Wang listened with a frown. You're spouting this nonsense again. What Taichi shrine? You really should get your head checked. The old woman didn't explain to Master Wang, only smiled calmly. Why were her words so inexplicable? She had personally gone there and paid a heavy price to bring this old man back. And that Ling Menglu and that girl she met at the karaoke bar before, they both looked a lot like her back then. Chapter 144. You don't even know what I like to eat? Ling Menglu was unaware that she had been targeted by an elderly woman with a similar past. At this moment, she felt somewhat uneasy. The reason for her unease was simple. To be honest, Ling Menglu didn't even know if her boy liked sesame seed cakes. Previously, when she brought him breakfast, Ling Menglu had guessed based on his daily routine and the intensity of his work and studies. Although the boy seemed to like them, Ling Menglu wasn't sure if he genuinely enjoyed them or simply liked the food she brought. A self-deprecating smile curled at the corner of her lips, and Ling Menglu's fingers unconsciously tightened their grip on the steering wheel. She was truly a joke. But there was nothing she could do with someone she didn't care about. Her sincerity was merely feigned. And when she realized that the person she deeply loved was her boy, it was already too late. Half an hour later. The rising sun cast its light on Ling Menglu's visibly nervous face. How did it go, Xiao Xiao? I searched for ages before finally finding the shop where you brought me the sesame seed cakes. As she spoke, Ling Menglu was a little shy. Like a girl waiting for her boyfriend's praise. Unfortunately, the boy didn't seem too appreciative. Senior, I don't really like dry food in the morning. Next time you buy sesame seed cakes, remember to add sauce, or buy some steamed buns. Hearing the boy's seemingly emotionless words, Ling Menglu's bright smile froze. She'd messed up again. If only she'd asked the boy yesterday, if only she hadn't acted so presumptuously. As if shrouded in gloom, Ling Menglu lowered her head in dejection. The girl's eyes were extremely dim at this moment. Although Ling Menglu was a novice when it came to matters of the heart, even with her naivete, she still sensed that something was amiss in her relationship with the boy. And this abnormality had occurred during the month the boy had been missing. Ling Menglu desperately wanted to ask what had happened back then, but she didn't dare. Faced with the previous Su Xiao, Ling Menglu could only subtly manipulate the boy into confessing. But facing the current boy, Ling Menglu dared not make a single move. Any mistake, any action, could shatter her illusion completely. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat something. While your parents aren't back yet. The boy frowned at Ling Menglu's complicated expression. Without asking her permission, he pulled her to a seat in front of him. Come on, this should be something you like, right? If you like it, eat more, don't worry about my expression. The boy's words stunned Ling Menglu for a moment. Then she hurriedly explained to him anxiously. I didn't buy the pancakes because I like them. I thought Xiao Xiao might like them, so I bought them. But the more Ling Menglu explained, the more flaws she revealed. After she finished speaking, the boy simply tilted his head and looked at her questioningly. Don't you know what I like to eat? As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Ling Menglu's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. It felt like countless flies were buzzing in her ears. Her limbs were so weak that Ling Menglu looked like she would collapse to the ground at any moment. Finally, grievance, resentment, fear and a thirst for the boy's love caused Ling Menglu to break free of the shackles of reason. To Su Xiao's astonishment, Ling Menglu knelt humbly before him. What dignity, what female chauvinism, none of it mattered at this moment. She, Ling Menglu, wanted to die knowing why. But unfortunately, the boy was unmoved by her actions. Her mind raced, Ling Menglu sifting through her memories. Finally, she discovered the most likely reason why the boy had treated her this way. Xiao Xiao, I was really wrong about what happened at Broken Cliff Mountain. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that Lu Yenyue saved you. I shouldn't have shamelessly impersonated the person who saved you. After hearing Ling Menglu's confession, the boy's expression remained unchanged. He simply asked calmly, "Anything else? Anything else?" Ling Menglu, kneeling on the ground and looking up at the boy, felt her heart skip a beat. Anything else? Hadn't she already confessed everything? Why did the boy keep pressing? Yes, yes. And I shouldn't have abandoned you to save Lin Shu. It's all because of me that you're in this situation, Xiao Xiao. After Ling Menglu finished speaking, she looked at the boy expectantly. But in Su Zhao's heart, he was completely disappointed in Ling Menglu. He didn't care about such things. He had given Ling Menglu one last chance. As long as she could truthfully explain the matter of his white moonlight and the time he was defiled in the alley, then he planned to let Ling Menglu go. Perhaps when they were old and at peace, they would still have a chance to be friends. But now, the boy wasn't going to let this woman who was full of lies go. Admittedly, Ling Menglu's childhood was pitiful. But that's not an excuse for her to hurt others wantonly. And wasn't he pitiful too? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and Su Xiao made up his mind. He would make Ling Menglu regret for the rest of her life. After slowly finishing his sesame seed cake, the boy downed his soy milk in one gulp. Having cleared his plate and made sure nothing was wasted, the boy turned his attention back to Ling Menglu, who was kneeling on the ground. Don't kneel, eat something. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, I'll ask you to do something. If you do it, I'll forgive you, okay? The boy's clear, cool voice reached Ling Menglu's ears, reawakening the girl's dormant heart. Forgiveness, that was the word she had longed for. A brilliant light shone in her eyes. Ling Menglu was about to ask the boy if it was true, but she immediately stopped herself. Because she knew the boy would never lie. Ling Menglu nimbly scrambled to her feet. She was about to quickly eat her sesame seed cake to see what the request was when the boy ruthlessly interrupted her. He slapped her outstretched hand, which was reaching for the cake. You've been sitting here for ages, go wash your hands first. Wash them clean before you eat. Ling Menglu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. She strode to the kitchen sink, intending to give it a quick rinse, when she suddenly heard the boy's voice again. Remember to use hand sanitizer. Chapter 144. You don't even know what I like to eat? Ling Menglu was unaware that she had been targeted by an elderly woman with a similar past. At this moment, she felt somewhat uneasy. The reason for her unease was simple. To be honest, Ling Menglu didn't even know if her boy liked sesame seed cakes. Previously, when she brought him breakfast, Ling Menglu had guessed based on his daily routine and the intensity of his work and studies. Although the boy seemed to like them, Ling Menglu wasn't sure if he genuinely enjoyed them or simply liked the food she brought. A self-deprecating smile curled at the corner of her lips, and Ling Menglu's fingers unconsciously tightened their grip on the steering wheel. She was truly a joke. But there was nothing she could do with someone she didn't care about. Her sincerity was merely feigned. And when she realized that the person she deeply loved was her boy, it was already too late. Half an hour later. The rising sun cast its light on Ling Menglu's visibly nervous face. How did it go, Xiao Xiao? I searched for ages before finally finding the shop where you brought me the sesame seed cakes. As she spoke, Ling Menglu was a little shy. Like a girl waiting for her boyfriend's praise. Unfortunately, the boy didn't seem too appreciative. Senior, I don't really like dry food in the morning. Next time you buy sesame seed cakes, remember to add sauce, or buy some steamed buns. Hearing the boy's seemingly emotionless words, Ling Menglu's bright smile froze. She'd messed up again. If only she'd asked the boy yesterday, if only she hadn't acted so presumptuously. As if shrouded in gloom, Ling Menglu lowered her head in dejection. The girl's eyes were extremely dim at this moment. Although Ling Menglu was a novice when it came to matters of the heart, even with her naivete, she still sensed that something was amiss in her relationship with the boy. And this abnormality had occurred during the month the boy had been missing. Ling Menglu desperately wanted to ask what had happened back then, but she didn't dare. Faced with the previous Su Xiao, Ling Menglu could only subtly manipulate the boy into confessing. But facing the current boy, Ling Menglu dared not make a single move. Any mistake, any action, could shatter her illusion completely. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and eat something. While your parents aren't back yet. The boy frowned at Ling Menglu's complicated expression. Without asking her permission, he pulled her to a seat in front of him. Come on, this should be something you like, right? If you like it, eat more, don't worry about my expression. The boy's words stunned Ling Menglu for a moment, then she hurriedly explained to him anxiously. I didn't buy the pancakes because I like them. I thought Xiao Xiao might like them, so I bought them. But the more Ling Menglu explained, the more flaws she revealed. After she finished speaking, the boy simply tilted his head and looked at her questioningly. Don't you know what I like to eat? As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, Ling Menglu's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. It felt like countless flies were buzzing in her ears. Her limbs were so weak that Ling Menglu looked like she would collapse to the ground at any moment. Finally, grievance, resentment, fear and a thirst for the boy's love caused Ling Menglu to break free of the shackles of reason. To Su Xiao's astonishment, Ling Menglu knelt humbly before him. What dignity, what female chauvinism, none of it mattered at this moment. She, Ling Menglu, wanted to die knowing why. But unfortunately, the boy was unmoved by her actions. Her mind raced, Ling Menglu sifting through her memories. Finally, she discovered the most likely reason why the boy had treated her this way. Xiao Xiao, I was really wrong about what happened at Broken Cliff Mountain. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that Lu Yenyue saved you. I shouldn't have shamelessly impersonated the person who saved you. After hearing Ling Menglu's confession, the boy's expression remained unchanged. He simply asked calmly. Anything else? Anything else? Ling Menglu, kneeling on the ground and looking up at the boy, felt her heart skip a beat. Anything else? Hadn't she already confessed everything? Why did the boy keep pressing? Yes, yes. And I shouldn't have abandoned you to save Lin Shu. It's all because of me that you're in this situation, Xiao Xiao. After Ling Menglu finished speaking, she looked at the boy expectantly. But in Su Xiao's heart, he was completely disappointed in Ling Menglu. He didn't care about such things. He had given Ling Menglu one last chance. As long as she could truthfully explain the matter of his white moonlight and the time he was defiled in the alley, then he planned to let Ling Menglu go. Perhaps when they were old and at peace, they would still have a chance to be friends. But now, the boy wasn't going to let this woman who was full of lies go. Admittedly, Ling Menglu's childhood was pitiful. But that's not an excuse for her to hurt others wantonly. And wasn't he pitiful too? A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and Su Xiao made up his mind. He would make Ling Menglu regret for the rest of her life. After slowly finishing his sesame seed cake, the boy downed his soy milk in one gulp. Having cleared his plate and made sure nothing was wasted, the boy turned his attention back to Ling Menglu, who was kneeling on the ground. Don't kneel, eat something. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, I'll ask you to do something. If you do it, I'll forgive you, okay? The boy's clear, cool voice reached Ling Menglu's ears, reawakening the girl's dormant heart. Forgiveness, that was the word she had longed for. A brilliant light shone in her eyes. Ling Menglu was about to ask the boy if it was true, but she immediately stopped herself. Because she knew the boy would never lie. Ling Menglu nimbly scrambled to her feet. She was about to quickly eat her sesame seed cake to see what the request was when the boy ruthlessly interrupted her. He slapped her outstretched hand, which was reaching for the cake. You've been sitting here for ages, go wash your hands first. Wash them clean before you eat. Ling Menglu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. She strode to the kitchen sink, intending to give it a quick rinse, when she suddenly heard the boy's voice again. Remember to use hand sanitizer. Chapter 146 The Boy's Confession. At the mountain pass. Countless tourists were bustling about on the path leading up the mountain. A police auxiliary officer, wearing a yellow vest and with a serious expression, stood rigidly to one side. Amidst this orderly scene, a girl with an indescribable weariness and a worried look in her eyes led a boy with a faint smile to the beginning of the mountain path. The boy glanced at the blazing sun and finally asked Ling Menglu, "Senior, are you sure you're ready? In this weather, carrying me up the mountain, your hand wounds will ulcerate and fester." The boy's words didn't move Ling Menglu in the slightest. The girl's gentle and intellectual face remained fixed on the direction leading up the mountain. Without saying anything, the girl slowly unwrapped the bandages. To the boy's surprise, Ling Menglu's hands didn't have a single wound. It was as if the boy's whipping of Ling Menglu yesterday had never happened. As if sensing the boy's confusion, Ling Menglu slowly explained. "This is a bionic skin I made. Because I was afraid Xiao Xiao would feel guilty after seeing my hands, I used bionic skin to cover the wounds on my hands. And now it's come in handy, isn't it?" As she spoke, Ling Menglu's gaze fell on the auxiliary police officers who were constantly patrolling. If the police saw the wound on her hand, they wouldn't allow her to act so recklessly. And Ling Menglu didn't want the police to interfere with her and Xiao Xiao. This was a task personally assigned to her by her boy. Ling Menglu was determined to complete it at all costs. Even God was helping her, wasn't he? She had just put on this bionic skin before going out this time, otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to complete her boy's request so smoothly. "Come on, Xiao Xiao. I'm fine." Taking a breath and checking the condition of her wound, Ling Menglu slowly lowered her arms, waiting for her boy to climb on. Without a trace of politeness or concern, her boy leaped on. To the many tourists, Ling Menglu successfully embraced the boy in a prince carry pose. Feeling the warmth and comfort in her hands, even the intense pain in her wound from supporting the boy's weight was insignificant. Sometimes, a little warmth brings hope that outweighs excruciating pain. Su Xiao, being carried in the prince carry, showed no particular expression, even shifting restlessly a few times. These movements caused Ling Menglu's wound to throb as if pricked by needles. But this intense pain didn't move Ling Menglu in the slightest. She continued to gaze at the boy with tender eyes. To Ling Menglu, Su Xiao was everything, her light everything else was meaningless. Including her own life, if the boy needed her, she would die for him without hesitation. Under the blessing of the many tourists and even auxiliary police officers, Ling Menglu, carrying the boy in her arms, slowly began to walk towards the summit of Cliff Mountain. The tourists who witnessed this scene all smiled knowingly. This sweet feeling seemed to transport them back to their cherished youth. Half an hour later, Ling Menglu, carrying the boy, had reached the halfway point of the mountain. Because of the scorching sun, Ling Menglu was now sweating profusely, and blood was uncontrollably streaming down her hands from the bionic skin. The combined effects of blood loss and sweating were causing Ling Menglu to experience waves of dizziness. The boy witnessed Ling Menglu's miserable state but made no move, merely observing everything coldly. Although her consciousness was gradually fading, Ling Menglu still kept a close eye on the boy in her arms. Although the boy's face was now blurred in Ling Menglu's eyes, like the moonlight that illuminated her childhood, Ling Menglu clearly felt a chilling, piercing sensation. She knew the boy was definitely looking at her coldly. Otherwise, her heart should have felt warm. Even in her dire state, the boy still wouldn't give her a single tender glance. Even if Ling Menglu didn't want to believe it, she had to accept the fact. Her moonlight no longer shone on her. Xiao Xiao no longer loved her. Ling Menglu didn't know what had gone wrong. Her plans were so flawless. She had tried her best to make amends. But in the end, all she got was for her and the boy to drift further and further apart. She couldn't accept this outcome. The meaning of her life was the boy. At least she wanted to die knowing why, didn't she? Ling Menglu had a feeling that as long as she reached the summit, the boy would tell her the truth. So, she had to persevere. Persevere until she reached the summit to face Ling Menglu's true death. Under the influence of immense willpower, Ling Menglu's limbs suddenly gained strength from somewhere. Her previously sluggish steps quickened again. Taking a heavy breath, Ling Menglu gave the boy in her arms one last tender look. I'm going to give it my all, Xiao Xiao. As she finished speaking, Ling Menglu's steps suddenly became lighter. Under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding tourists, she sped towards the summit. Half an hour later, Ling Menglu finally reached the mountain peak. Gazing at the sky, seemingly so close, Ling Menglu gently set the boy in her arms down. Sweating profusely, she unconsciously grinned. The gentle expression vanished, replaced by unparalleled obsession and ferocity. Seeing this expression, the boy smiled with relief. That's how it is. How could you, with those twisted childhood experiences, genuinely show a gentle expression? This is the real you and the one I truly want to repay. The boy's words brought a hint of astonishment to Ling Menglu's sweat-soaked face. She had been seen through all along? A stiff smile played on her lips, and Ling Menglu's expression, like the boy's, held a similar sense of relief. So you already know everything, Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, the boy nodded nimbly. At this moment, his face held an indescribable sense of devastation. Because of you I lost my innocence twice. Once physically, and once emotionally. End of book.